the Trump administration, but last time I checked, it's still valid as of a year ago. So make sure you follow up and double check. Another thing you'll see here is, remember those stackable certifications start showing up. If you pass A+ and Net Plus, you'll get this one, the IT Operations Specialist. That means you can work in a NOC, Network Operating System, on routers and switches, cable placement, laying cable, right? All that good stuff if you like to get into a network operating center or networking job.
What encryption means is that we take the original set of characters and scramble them. And remember,
it's easy because you can just put this right there, right on the front. They ask for it, you give it to them, boom, you're good to go. I have a question for you. Ooh, let me go back to this one before I ask you that question.
And then that A is actually representing a 8-bit pattern for a JPEG file. We can
take a good hard look at this piece of paper.
On the other side.
What do you not see?
Adhere to the same standards. Compression is a similar sort of thing, but what it looks for
that's
is
one.
repeating patterns.
What's the other thing you don't see?
Like, let's say all series of 4 zeros in a row will represent with a 1 and a 0. Now I've suddenly taken the file and compressed it using 2 bits to represent what you
Here's the name. There's one more thing that's important. We talk about it when we schedule the test. You need this to schedule the test because I'll tell you where to go to schedule the test. It's pretty obvious. What? You gotta see it?
For the ID
test
number?
Version number.
Oh, the test version number. Oh.
Do you see 1102, 1202, 1895, 1775, right?
No.
Right, that's on purpose. That way the industry does not lock you out because you may not have the latest and greatest certs. Understand? So as far as the employer is concerned, it doesn't matter. You completed it, you have a certification. But it will say CE on it, so I met Todd Thibodeau too, the president of CompTIA. Went to the conference in Atlanta 2 years ago, or last year. Cool guy. But you it's just to make sure you don't get locked out or you get preference over somebody else. That's why. Okay. So keep track of this. Once you start getting your certs, use that CompTIA website. It is very, very, very useful for a lot of stuff. Okay? Don't tell an employer your score. If they ask you what your score was, change the subject. You do not have to tell them. All right? Nobody should be asking you. That's bad etiquette. All right. We good? Yep. Say, what's your score? Say, passed. I passed. You answered the question. Good to go. All right. Can everybody get into, in Canvas, you should be able to see this. All right, cool. Network Plus. Now, don't be confused. Yep, tell them a win is a win. I agree. Win is a win. They're going to be like, oh, crap, he scooted by. The naming convention for Network Plus is Security 1. So if you ever hear like anybody from MyCC, that's more of an education thing. This is the naming convention. Security 1 is Network Plus as far as MyCC is concerned. Okay. So just wanted to make sure I eliminated that confusion. What you're going to see here, students will learn the foundational concepts of enterprise networking, which is including data center, cloud, and virtual networking operations, and will be familiar with the configuration of networking hardware and how these devices interconnect and operate. In-depth analysis of network security and troubleshooting methodologies is provided to ensure students have the skills necessary to configure, manage, and maintain the networking environment. Now, through my learning path or my career path with the Marine Corps networking, I've done database administrator, I've said that before, save administrator, ECAMs, machines, data backups, processor. Now, COMIS administrator, I broke a lot of stuff and I fixed a lot of stuff. Did I break a lot of stuff without knowing what I was doing? Heck yeah, that was the fun part about it. Got the company credit card and just went out and bought another one. But times have changed. They're not as so loose as they're not loose with the money like they used to be. So you really got to make sure, and the network has grown far more better than what it used to be. So now one small mistake could be a grave mistake as opposed to back then. It really didn't hurt anything because more networks were isolated. Does that make sense? So this will show you how to configure. Now we still have our skills learned, our certification details, course resources are here. Well, let's get into, let's see if it's in course resources. Let's see. Yes, there you go. Boom, you got a book. There's your book. N10-009.
Most everything now can read a web page because they all understand a common program.
You have to click it, and you have to go to day one and click it so you can open the book.
So again, remember,
this is cool, especially when you are wanting to get some quick detail. You can search on here, figure out where you want to be. This is an online resource. You cannot download this book. That's the type of license. They have an educational license for this book only to provide it online. They got the copyright license to put this online. That's the reason why. They want to provide you one, and which they did, but you can only get to this one online. However, y'all know I got you, don't you? I got an old book from my personal library. Ow, I got a headache right there. I shouldn't have shook my head so fast. Okay, listen. So, I'll give you that. All right, let's exit this. Blink.
Files are not saved locally because they're difficult to back up, maintain, and secure, so they're usually saved on a server.
When we go back here, of course, everything's still going to remain the same. You still have the course syllabus here. And if you go to Files, I have already placed the lecture slides in here for you yesterday, so you can follow along. All right. I had an old version of Messer notes in there. Martin's is probably more current. I have to check and see. I haven't announced it yet, but network, the notes are there if you need them. Okay. Yesterday. Where is it?
In our next course, we'll move on to explore
Day 5 and day 9 slides are missing.
Understand routing techniques and bandwidth management concepts.
Oh, thank you for that observation. I will upload them. Are they here? They're missing from here too. Good call out. All right, I'll get that in there for you. All right, this is what we have here. This is the most important thing, right? Let me bring them up. All right, I dropped this in the chat yesterday. Don't worry, I dropped them again. These are the N10-009 objectives, course objectives. All right, the successful candidate has knowledge and skills to complete these by the time you're done with the course. Establish network connectivity by deploying wired and wireless devices. Now we're deploying them. Now we're just not learning about them. Now we're actually deploying the devices. Explain the purpose of the documentation and maintain network documentation. So now we're getting into the trouble ticket aspect of properly filling that out and make sure it's documented. Configure common network services. And when it comes down here, it's just not trouble ticket. You're going to learn about a couple of things in Network Plus. It's called a topology, a physical topology, and an interface topology. Physical topology is a map of everything where it's at in your building, as far as this desktop computer sits here, this desktop computer here sits here, and this. Oh, excuse me. Then the next one is a logical. A logical says it replaces those desktop computers to now information like this. MAC address, IP address sits here, right? Printer sits over here for a physical topology, like a map. But the logical topologies, it is. The interface connection, what's there? Oh, IP address, such and such, MAC address. That's the logical topology. So you'll learn how to document that. Configure network services, talk about data center or cloud once again, and configuring the infrastructure. As we go down, this is what we got. You're still gonna have a maximum of 90 questions. Multiple choice PBQs will be in there. So they'll do that funny stuff like 79 questions, but your PBQs could be 12 questions divided into multiple PBQs. So they'll give you partial credit. First domain is networking concepts, starting at the basics. Today, day one that you'll see in your Canvas, we'll go over the OSI model. Man, their coursework is behind. We went over the OSI model 2 weeks ago. Because such a day as today, I did not want it to smack you in the face and had to learn today, and you're already behind because it's a lot to try to cover, right? So our OSI model class today will be like a review because we've already laid the groundwork. Then network implementation, meaning what type of topology would you use? A star topology, a bus topology, meaning how are these all physically put together to communicate? That's what those topologies are talking about. Then we talk about network operations. How are we going to monitor the network? What data flows through the network? How are we able to capture traffic and look at it? Then hardening the network. You sick SO son of a biscuit, making sure we learn stuff we didn't need to know yet. Heck yeah, Kevo. Yeah, man. Makes it easier on the brain. And that is the biggest domain, network troubleshooting. Oh my gosh. And this exam definitely goes over network troubleshooting in the PPQs. You're going to see some stuff that's like, what is this? Yes. So the biggest domain, if you need to study and concentrate on, 4. Why can't I talk today? Domain 5 with 24%. And then domain 1 with 23%. This is fire. Oh, this is fine. Oh my God. Is that your mind? You calm, cool, collected with a cup of coffee, with your mind's burning up around you? Yeah. You're gonna learn a whole new language in this exam. Yeah. So let's talk about domain 1, what we're gonna get into today. All right. Yeah, look, I'm a son of a biscuit. We've already talked about this. We just saved ourselves 5 hours. No, I'm just playing. We saved ourselves like 3 hours talking about the OSI model because now it's just a review. We can go over it today, remind, and then add on some seasoning, as I call it. Seasoning, what goes on in differently. Next, we start flowing into the physical and virtual appliances. Okay. Y'all seeing what I'm seeing?
How you doing,
spell
James?
check.
Didn't see your message yet. Good morning.
Appendices. They put 2 L's instead of an I.
Yes, it is.
Appendices. We're going to learn about appendices.
So the entire
They have wood
cybersecurity
job.
certification processes, which
Oh man,
included
I
A
can't talk and they
plus,
can't
Net
spell.
plus,
Perfect
Security
relationship. Let's
plus,
work.
and CYSA.
Yep. Then we're gonna get into firewalls. Now we learned in 1202 how to mildly
Now just starting
firewalls
Net plus.
and a router situation. If I can urge any of y'all to do, if you can, either start getting into the router that you already have at home. It's free. It's yours. Get in there and see what's in there when we start looking at configurations, because they will translate and helping you in passing the Network Plus exam. 2, I'm going to show you, all right, if you don't want to get into your router and you want to start building networks, we're going to get into Cisco Packet Tracer. You've already got an account for this. I set you up for success 2 weeks ago. Gave you some courses that you can use on basic computer hardware, but now we need to translate further into the CCNA free university there. And we're going to download or go through the class of Packet Tracer this morning. Do that one class, download Packet Tracer, and then from there, you can start using it to build networks, configure switches, routers, and I'm not just talking about routers you have at your house. You learn how to configure big routers, server routers, big stuff, and appliances. That's free. You just got to put in the time. I cannot stress this enough. And let me be clear when I say this. If you do not put hands on, either in a virtual environment or in a physical deployment of what you have at home, it's going to be hard for you to pass this exam. You cannot strictly rely on listening and trying to regurgitate. It's something about that hands-on piece that re-emphasizes the information, okay? So it can be understandable. So with that, I urge you, either go to Goodwill or somewhere, find an old computer or something for $2 or an old router sitting on the shelf. Use that as a play toy and break it. Bring it home, try to log into it, try to do a lot of stuff, or try to network what you already have in front of you. One of your laptop computers to your router, configure it on a LAN, all this other stuff. You can do that with what you already have. You don't have to spend any money, but you have to get the hands on. All right. And going into 1.3, we're talking about new functions for virtualization. We're looking at cloud networks, virtual private cloud, gateways, and here we go. Look what reared its ugly head. Yes. You kind of got away with not really having to know these on 1201 and 1202, even though they had them listed, but they're definitely going to be on the Network Plus exam in full effect. Yep. So we have to know these. And then we start adding on some seasoning. A lot of this stuff's a regurgitation of what we were talking about before. IP classes, A, B, C, D, and E. Remember that? Sent you the chart. Got to know that. Then we start getting into Michael's favorite, CIDR. Yeah, he's shaking his head. He's like, that is not my favorite. When is the exam? 3 weeks from yesterday. Yep, 3 weeks from yesterday. What date is that? Who's got a calendar? Do-do, 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 do. The 30th. Yeah. The 30th. Yep. So make note. I might forget, so somebody remind me when I ask you. There you go. There's a Net Plus Mastery on the 27th. Good stuff. See, y'all are tracking already. All right. Good stuff. Perfect time before the test for refreshing. It is. I urge you to do what they call, for those that need another way of possibly listening for information, Michael Myers has an amazing boot camp on LinkedIn Learning. It's free. Okay? It's free. He goes a little bit more in depth as far as explaining than Messer. He takes his time. This is 15 hours of learning. And what I like about it, it's targeted learning. It is targeted learning. Well, what you mean, James, targeted learning? Well, this is what he's talking about. You type in, if you're on LinkedIn Learning, you have to go to LinkedIn Learning. If you're on the website platform, over here it has your profile, then over here it says Learning somewhere. Click on that. Then what you're going to do is you're going to search Learning CompTIA Network N10009. Click that. Then our friendly neighborhood Mike Myers will come up. Mike Myers has written the self-help series for networking. It's that gold and burgundy book that you see all the time on this book of Barnes, on the shelf at Barnes and Nobles, right? That series, that's Mike Myers. Just like the horror movie. And he does some cool stuff. Let me turn on my sound for this. All right, good. Here we go. Like the first thing he talks about is network models and the OSI model. Let me give you a little taste. You can listen to this.
If you want to be comfortable with IT security, you need to be comfortable with the basic local area network. And if you want to be basically comfortable with the...
I'm going to let this play, okay? Because it covers the first lesson. All right? The OSI model. You'll see what I'm talking about. 12 minutes.
Basic local area network, well, then you have to be comfortable with the OSI 7-layer model. The OSI 7-layer model has been around for 30 plus years. I'm not even sure. It's been around for a long time. And like any model, it is a representation of how something should work. So this is a network model, so it's a representation of how a network should work. Now, if you were to look on any given local area network, a wired one, let's just stick with that to keep it simple for a minute, what you're going to see zipping between individual hosts are Ethernet frames. So this is my stylized Ethernet frame, plus it gives me a chance to play with blocks. That's always fun. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking about the OSI 7-layer model, but we're going to be talking about it in terms of how your individual systems deal with these frames that are moving back and forth between each other. So we're going to be seeing a lot of this. Now, the OSI 7-layer model is aptly named because, well, it's got 7 layers. So when you're looking at these layers, I want you to think of them as though they're like an apartment blocks, one stacked right upon the other, and there's like this lazy Susan that moves data between them. Understanding the function of the OSI 7-layer model makes it easy to understand how networks and how to secure them all comes together. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to have an incoming Ethernet frame, and we're going to start way down there at layer 1. Hi, I'm layer 1, or the physical layer of the OSI 7-layer model. I'm way down at the bottom because my job is to make sure that ones and zeros get between different hosts. So I deal with specifications like how thick of copper wire do we use for the cabling? Or if it's wireless, I'm the one who deals with what's the frequency of the radio waves we're going to be using. So layer 1 deals with getting the ones and zeros from one system to another. Now, I'm actually also going to pretend like I'm the network card in your system. So what's going to happen here is I've got this incoming, this is a piece of RJ45 coming in from my network. My job is to act as a catcher, in essence, for Ethernet frames as they come in. Now, when I take a look at the Ethernet frame like this, the only thing I'm going to be dealing with is, first of all, the preamble right here. Now, the preamble is basically the warning sign. It's a bunch of ones and zeros that alternate, and it warns the network card that there's an incoming frame. So once it's actually in, I'm going to go ahead and strip off the preamble. I don't need him anymore. And here at the end is the frame check sequence, which is basically a way to make sure that the data that was sent is the same as the data was received in case there's interference or something. So once that's done, we don't need this anymore. So we are now staring at an Ethernet frame. It's still an Ethernet frame, but we've just had some of the more basic stuff stripped away. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to connect this to my little handy lazy Susan, and I'm going to say, crank it up to the next layer. Go ahead, boys. And now it's going to head up to the next layer of the OSI 7-layer model, the data link layer. Hi, I'm layer 2 of the OSI 7-layer model, the data link layer. My job is to allow individual systems to be addressed in such a way that Ethernet frames get to the right spot. So I'm going to be inspecting incoming frames to see if they're addressed for me based on my MAC address. So remember, MAC addresses are a unique 48-bit value that's burned into every network card, wired or wireless, on Earth. So I'm going to be taking stuff coming up from layer 1, and I take a look at this, and what I'm going to be doing is checking out right here. This is the destination MAC address. I, as a network card, have this MAC address burned in to me, and all I need to do is compare this address to my burned in address, and if it's a match, this is a frame that's for me. If it's not for me, I'm just going to erase it and make it go away. So now that we know that this particular frame is for me, I'm going to pull off this MAC information. Now, I'm not going to just throw this away, because the other thing I have right here is called a source MAC. I'm going to later use this to be able to send it back to whoever sent me this frame. So we're going to set this off to the side. So now I've got an IP packet. I've done my job. I know that this frame is in the right spot. I've stripped away the MAC information, and now my job is to send this up to the next layer of the OSI 7-layer model, the network layer. Hi, I'm layer 3 of the OSI 7-layer model, the networking layer. MAC addresses are physical addresses burned into every network card, and they're great for moving data between individual systems on a local area network. But when you start having large distributed networks, like, I don't know, the internet itself, MAC addressing is insufficient. And that's why we use logical addressing, like the famous IP addresses. And that's my job at layer 3. I take a look at the incoming packets, look at the IP addresses, and make sure that it's going to the right place, in particular, me. So as I see a packet coming up from lower layers, I'm going to take a look at this. And the first thing I'm going to notice is the destination IP address. If that's my address, I know it's for me. And I also notice that there is a source IP address. So what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to strip these away. Now, again, just like we did with MAC addresses at layer 2, we're going to go ahead and keep the source IP address in case we want to talk back to the person. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take all this information and send it up to layer 4, the transport layer. Hi, I'm layer 4 of the OSI 7-layer model, the transport layer. My job is to assemble and disassemble different pieces of data as they come in. So when I take a look at an incoming piece of data, now I look at this, you'll notice right here, you see what that says data? That's a little bit of a misnomer, because in reality, data can be really, really big. So I'm going to move this off to the side for a minute and do something more like this. Each individual Ethernet frame can only hold 1,500 bytes of data maximum. So at the transport layer, my job, if I'm sending stuff out, is to take what a Word document or a video or whatever it is, and I chop it up into 1,500 byte chunks so that it has individual frames can send it out. Equally, if they're incoming, I'm the reassembly guy. So if you take a look at these data pieces I have here, so we'll say that this is a Word document that takes up exactly 4,500 bytes. So in this case, my job is to break it up into 3 pieces. Think about, like, if you ever received a bunch of boxes and it says box 1 of 30, box 2 of 30, box 3 of 30, they sequence them. We do the same thing at layer 4 of the OSI 7 layer model. So that's my job. And really, I'm just an assembler and disassembler. So once that's verified, there's not much for me to do except send it up the stream. Hi, I'm layer 5 of the OSI 7 layer model, the session layer. The session layer is the part of your host that actually makes the connection to the remote host. So this is where I'm establishing a connection, say, to a web server if I'm a web browser. Or if it's an email client, I'm connecting to an email server, whatever it might be. So once I establish that connection, then data can go ahead and move back and forth between the 2 individual systems. So for me, the thing to remember about the session layer more than anything else is that if the IP address gets the data to the right computer, it is the port numbers, which are part of your packet, that get the data to the right application. So if you've ever had a web browser, you got 5 tabs running, you wondered how it remembers how to get the right data to the right tab, it's because we always use our port numbers. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking data from lower levels. And then I'm going to go ahead and, I'm going to keep these port information because, again, I might want to send somebody back. You'll notice there's a destination port, and every individual session I have has its own unique port number at any given moment. And then we have a source port, which is whoever's on the other end where their connection is. So I'm going to set these off to the side. And now I have a little piece of data, and this data, which is all reconnected and everything, goes straight to the application. But there's a problem. And the problem is that when I send this up, is the application going to actually be able to read that data? Hi, I'm layer 6 of the OSI 7 layer model, the presentation layer. My job is to make sure that data not only gets to the right application, but more importantly, gets it in a format that the application can view. Now, in today's modern world, this would be confusing. You go, no, wait a minute, Mike. So if I've got a web page coming in from a web server, are you saying my web browser may not know how to read it? Well, there was a time where that could be true. The thing is, today, all of our applications are so good, they can read just about anything. So my job, let me get a piece of data that's coming up, isn't that important anymore. So it used to be that I would have to convert this data. Let's say if it was a Microsoft Word was going on the network to get a Word document, but I had a WordPerfect document or some other competitor, I would have to go through the conversions so that it could read it. But today, everybody reads everybody. If you were to ask me, if there was one of the 7 layers we could get rid of, it's the presentation layer. He's just not that important anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my data on here and send it up to the top, and this is going to be called the application layer. Hi, I'm the 7th layer of the OSI 7 layer model, the application layer. Now, when you hear the word application layer, you think, well, this is the applications. It's not really the applications. It's the smarts built into applications so that when data comes up from lower layers, that I as an application can actually read this thing. So the application layer shows up in kind of interesting ways. For example, have you ever used Microsoft Word and you do a file open? You can go into your network, can't you? Go into the network and pick something on a network folder far away. That's because built into Word is an application programmer's interface, or API, which gives it the smarts to talk networking. So that's very, very important. We have to have applications that can actually read and deal with the data, because that's the whole reason we're doing networking in the first place. Now, for the exam, make sure you're comfortable with the 7 OSI layers. You're not really going to be quizzed on the OSI. I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to receive questions that just say things like, Mike's working at layer 3 of the OSI and blah, blah, blah. So it's not so much you're going to be quizzed on what the 7 layers are, but a real understanding of what each one does. This is a powerful tool to help you in terms of diagnostics and making sure that you've got good security for your IT infrastructure.
All right. How y'all like that? That's why I like Mike Myers. Messers, see, everybody's good at they have their own way of doing things, which it fits the personalities of folks, but sometimes you got to mix it up. Mike Myers is sort of like me. He's like, he likes to tell dad jokes and do crazy stuff, right? You see the little crown he had on his head and a little freaking application layer. But we will be referring back to him because he gives more of a visual of what's going on. And sometimes we'll just reinforce just by playing it, maybe after a lesson or referring here. I would say go here if we just had a lesson on something, reinforce it by going back here or something's a little shaky. And you can do the same thing for 1201 and 1202. He has it, it's on here too, it's free, right? Gives you a boot camp where you can go ahead and look at it. All right. Boom. So hopefully everybody understood and learned a little more by him. Yeah. So it's always good to have a trusted sources. I'm not gonna say a whole bunch of resources. Trusted sources. This dude's he's written books that we've used to pass exams. So he's a good guy. He's a good one. Him and Messer. Any questions so far? All right. Well, it looks like, are we at the top of the hour? Yeah. It's 9:49 a.m. Good stuff. Who has tested their measure up yesterday and saw your N10009 tests show up and measure up? You put your keys in, your measure up keys. You should be able to get in there and test it to make sure that all of your test lab scenarios are there. And before we go on break, we will walk through it just to make sure. Practice exam, boom. I should be able to go to the practice exam. Signing with Microsoft, boom. All right. So if I'm in my learning locker, this is where it kicked me to. If you're not here, there's a waffle up here. You would click it. You see a totally different screen with your name and stuff over here. Click the waffle over here. It's the learning locker. Then this will come up. So you should have your module. You should have CompTIA N10009 Network Plus sitting there. All right. And you should be able to do that. If you hadn't done it before, register the key so it can show up. Cool. And by the way, that LinkedIn Learning is the questions that are after there. I had students use that as a refresher, and they said they are close to what you see on the exam as far as how they are positioned in that boot camp. So people enjoy it. And I've heard a couple of y'all say here that they're good too. So use that too. How long is all the material used? 6 months after the course. Now, have we had students that come back and try to get certified courses after 6 months? They work with alumni services. They say, hey, I'm looking for a job. I need my cert. Can I try it? Let me tell you, y'all picked the right place to go to school. Because the CEO was an educator and still is, and he's taught this stuff too before. He believes in y'all being successful. Now they might make you jump through hoops to prove that, hey, I'm about to give you a voucher. You got to show to me you need it, and you gotta show me you want it. So they might ask you to do some things, not just show up and say I need a voucher, right? But they are really pro you being successful. And I've seen times where they've handed out a voucher up until later down, well after you graduate, if you put some checks in the boxes. So you picked the right place to go to school. All right, cool. Does many of the questions for a 3-week class? Doesn't seem like that many questions for a 3-week class. What you mean, Charles? Oh, for Measure Up? Yeah. Well, now we're building off the knowledge you already have. So 1201, 1202, you'll see a curve. It's a learn. So 12 knowledge ramped in your ear. But because now we have the foundation, you're going to see this start to happen. Now it's maintenance, and we add things on what you already know. By the time you get to CYSA, the coursework is going to look like this. It's going to look anemic because that's where it's at. Every cert builds on each other, so now you go down like this. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Good question. Good question. Or statement, that is. All right, so if we don't have anything else in the first hour, let's do a break. I'll see you at 3 after.
Lastly, I'll explore common network topologies, architectures, and types, including mesh, hybrid, star hub and spoke, spine leaf, point-to-point, and 3-tier hierarchical model. This course is one of a collection that helps prepare learners for the CompTIA Network Plus N10009 certification exam. In this video, we're going to talk a little bit about wireless networking, and in particular, the 802.11 wireless standards. Now, wireless networking is a radio-based transmission. Radio waves floating around. And wireless radio waves operate at 2 frequencies, currently the 2.4 gigahertz band and 5 gigahertz band. Now, the reason we say band is because there's a number of frequencies that center around that frequency of 2.4, for instance, some less by a couple of hundred megacycles or megahertz, and some by a little more than a couple of hundred megacycles or megahertz. And these are divided into separate channels. So although we say 2.4 gigahertz, what we mean is the 2.4 gigahertz band. Now that becomes important when you have multiple computers trying to connect to, say, a wireless access point. So just a little bit more again about wireless in general. When we're talking wireless, we're talking about speed and range. This is a wireless signal that needs to go through walls or doors or those sorts of things, and the frequency is really going to affect this. The higher the frequency generally, the faster the data transmission. Because there are more cycles per second, I can transmit more bits per second. However, as the frequency range goes up, meaning from 2.4 to 5, the 5 gigahertz range doesn't have the distance capabilities of 2.4 because it's more readily blocked by things like walls. So there's a trade-off between higher and lower frequencies when it comes to speed versus range. So in the original specification, the IEEE got together and come up with this 802.11 standard, which would send data from 1 to 2 megabits per second at 2.4 gigahertz range, and it was considered fairly slow. Now, this is a standard that's been around a long, long time. So this is the original standard. Why was it so slow? Well, these technologies, like anything else, develop over time. And the way they encode the signal in the transmission also changes as people come up with new methods and methodologies to do data transmission. So as we move along, we keep using some of these same radio bands, but the transmission is actually faster because they find better ways to put the signal in that transmission. That's called encoding. So let's look at 802.11a. 802.11a ran at 54 megabits per second and ran in the 5 gigahertz range. So now we've switched bands. Remember, a higher frequency means we can transmit more data at the same time. And some of the encoding techniques are changing now as we go along as well. How data is actually represented in that signal. In 802.11b, we're talking 11 megabits per second, still in the 2.4 gigahertz range. So now we're going back to the original 802.11 standard, but instead of 1 to 2 megabits, we're going 11 megabits per second. And that's because of a new encoding technique that they came up with in that band. It's still backward compatible with 802.11 because it's in the same frequency band. What happens here is that if the router or the wireless device detects the old 802.11 signal, it will go back to the old 802.11 signaling method, which will slow down the network back to those old speeds. That's important to note as well. If you have older devices in the same network as this, it may slow down your overall network performance because your wireless access point is waiting for those slow machines to transmit data. So you're better off using all your machines in that newer band or having devices in them that operate at that band. 802.11g, again, so we're at 54 megabits per second here now at 2.4 gigahertz. So now we've gone, looks like very, very much faster than the others. One of the other tricks that they use to increase throughput is using multiple antennas on the transmitting device. And with multiple antennas, you can actually distinguish a signal that comes from the computer straight to the access point and one that comes from the computer, say, reflects off a wall to the access point. And using some of these techniques, those wireless access points can set up 2 channels at the same time, knowing that they are coming from slightly different directions, and actually take those directions and encode them with different signals so that we get multiple throughputs. That's an interesting way of increasing speed. So we got the way the thing is modulated, looking at multiple channels. There are a bunch of different techniques that we introduce going along here that increases the speed. Again, here's another 802.11ac. And we're talking anywhere from 433 to 1.3 gigabits per second. Now, some of these newer techniques also would do things like if you have an only single station, say, broadcasting at that access point, let's say you're at home, and you're going to run a bandwidth intensive application, it can take several of the channels. Remember, we talked about the band. There are several channels available in the band, and combine them together for that data-hungry process like game or stream. What that means, though, is that other workstations in the home may not get the bandwidth that they had before. So, there's always the trade-off. So that was another way of increasing throughput to a single station, combining numerous channels together. Wi-Fi 6, again, we're into an area now where we've actually increased our bandwidth because we're talking about theoretical speeds up to 9.6 gigabits per second. And it works in the 2.4 to 5 gigahertz range, but can operate on both of them at the same time, create multiple channels. Another new encoding technique is employed here. So as we're going along through history now, we're going through each couple of years, we come up with a new standard. They're just looking at ways to combine things in those frequency bands to try to get a little more throughput. Wi-Fi 6E is a little different. And again, we're talking about speeds up to 9.6 gigabits per second. Now we're gone into a 6 gigahertz range. So there are some things that happened in the radio wave spectrum over the last number of years. For instance, television used to be broadcast across the radio waves, that no longer is. We always go cable and satellite now. Those frequency bands open up. These frequency band in a 6 gigahertz range was reserved for some medical operations and some military operations, but now has opened up for use in a short range transmission. That's important too. We're not interfering with radio stations or something that's operated 10 miles away. These things we're talking about distances, in this case, up to 11 or 12 meters, which is not very far at all. But in a small area where you have some high intense applications, then yeah, you can use this one, right? So now we moved up. Remember, the higher frequency means more speed. And it says it has a greater range than Wi-Fi 6. Again, range in the sense of a range of data frequencies and throughputs. But we're still up there in that 6 gigahertz range, and we're going to run into those issues about going through walls and things. So, and again, it's faster real world performance versus Wi-Fi 6. Some of these frequencies, some of these throughput numbers are a little optimistic in the sense that the real world, we don't know what the room looks like or what those signals are reflecting off of or what's getting in the way of those signals. So wireless transmission is always a little bit tricky when it comes to those sorts of things. So those are just some of the Wi-Fi standards that are available today. In this video, we're going to talk a little bit about cellular communications. In the beginning of telephony, when it was wireless, we had basic phones that could make phone calls, and it was running on an analog system. And it didn't transfer data very well, or not at all, in the very beginning. The first generation of what we would know today as a cell phone, which transferred data, was based on the Global System for Mobile Communications, or GSM. And in the early days, it changed the analog systems into a digital system for telephony. And even currently today, it represents more than 90% of the global mobile communications. This is a truly cellular network. When you connect, you can send out data or you can send voice communications, but it's all converted into a digital signal. So when we're talking about GSM, it operates in the 900 or 1800 megahertz band, and it digitizes and compresses the data before transmission. Again, even a phone call, even voice is converted into data first, and then compressed to take up less bandwidth, because in this system as well, the radio towers or the cell phone towers are shared by multiple users at the same time. So we use some techniques like time division, multiple access, to allow multiple users to share the same data stream. Remember, these things are operating in a high-speed megahertz band, and voice, for instance, is in kilohertz band. So we can share many megahertz channels with individuals. And when we're talking data, again, we're in the megahertz band. It isn't terribly fast, but we can also share some of the time connecting to the tower with data as well. So cellular channels are divided into 3 time slots. So what we're really talking about here is a single data transmission divided up between multiple users. So it's used by GSM, Digital Advanced Mobile Phone Service, and Personal Digital Cellular. If we look a little closer at this, you can see that this is a single data transmission from, say, a cell phone tower. And currently, let's say it's connected to 3 customers who are making calls. Because our voices are in a lower bandwidth, we can actually split the communication up into blocks and interleave those with other users using that same frequency or frequency channel. So here you'll notice that conversation A, conversation B, and conversation C are being transmitted on the same channel, but the channel is divided up into time slots for each conversation. So if you look at the A channel, for instance, then it's every 3rd slot that you have a piece of that data. When it's received on the other end, it's put back together by the digital circuits in the cell phone that's receiving that conversation, and even though it looks like there's spaces in the conversation, the data transmission is so much faster than the voice that it can convert the voice back into real time without any spaces in between. So that's the idea behind time division, multiple access. So it's dividing up the time and it's providing multiple users access to that channel. There's another method that's called code division, multiple access. And what happens in this example is, again, we're sharing the same channel across the cell phone tower. What happens is when the phone makes the initial connection, it comes up with a random or pseudo-random code that it sends to the cell phone tower. That code is now then mixed with the data going back and forth between the cell phone tower and the phone. And because say code 1, it's only the first phone in the example here that shares code 1, and only that phone will pick up that data stream and be able to decode that data stream. code 2 and however many other codes we have running off the tower may hear the code 1 transmission, but it won't de-encapsulate it because it can't, because it doesn't have the pattern that first phone created. And it's a digital pattern that's being sent by the phone. So we call it a code, but it's actually a digital pattern. And every time a phone makes a connection, it creates another new pseudo-random code or pattern. And it's used in our 2G and 3G wireless communications, and allows for the industry to be split into more channels and connections than our time division multiplexing. So it is a form of multiplexing, but it's using codes. And again, it allows numerous signals now on a single transmission channel, and commonly in the 800 megahertz to 1.9 gigahertz band. Another thing we'll note here is when we move from one generation, the first one I talked about was 1G, for instance, this is 2G and 3G. They are standards, but they are normally not compatible with the others because sometimes you're using different frequencies and different methods of coding altogether. Now, a cell phone tower may have the ability to accept several of these signals because it has several different transmitters, but one version is not backwardly compatible straight up with the other. The next one in the line here is 4G. So long-term evolutions, LTE, was a name given by some manufacturers to the 4G standard as it was being developed. And it is able to get more data through the same type of connection using something called orthogonal frequency division multiple access, which is a similar method that the wireless communications and Wi-Fi were using to get more throughput through a wireless access point. And it's a method of encoding. It's not a different frequency, but it's the way they encode the data into the signal. So again, it uses frequency ranges to create multiple separate channels again. In the 5G, this is a ongoing development in, again, the next generation of communication. And we're talking speeds in the gigabits range. So again, we've moved up again in speed, and latency is the time it takes for a signal.
All right, everybody, welcome back from break. So what we're going to do is I'm going to allow you to break into getting in the canvas. Okay. A lot of coursework over 3 weeks. I would highly advise first 2 courses. Most people didn't take advantage of doing the VMs and the virtual machine exercises, the in-class labs. Try to get into those. A lot of hands-on will help you in this class, in this course. If you want to work ahead. That leaves you more time to study toward before the exam. I've seen students knock out 3 weeks worth of work in a week and a half, and they're just studying their butts off. That's including the final. And they're just studying their butts off the last week or week and a half before the exam. So, just a couple of tips there. But I'm gonna let you get started. I worked through break, so I need to get my break in. So I will be right back.
So in this video, we're going to take a look at some IEEE standards, particularly the 802.3, which governs cabling and connectors and some protocols at the physical and data link layer. What we're really talking about here is Ethernet, and it's a collection of standards that govern not only wired cable, but also fiber optic, as opposed to, say, wireless communication, which is a different standard. So it operates at the physical layer, like we just mentioned. It covers the cabling, the signaling, and the access to the cable as well. So some of that is the responsibility of the data link layer. More specifically, the data link layer is split into 2 levels. One called the logical link control, and the other one called the media access control, or MAC. And this has standards, for instance, of how to access the cable, how the signals are being sent, and the addressing on the card. Remember, the MAC address is part of Ethernet networking as well. So there are multiple types of cabling that are available in the Ethernet standards, and one of them is fiber optic. Now, we just want to talk a little bit about single mode versus multi-mode fiber. Single mode fiber uses a 8.3 micrometer core. The multi-mode is a little bit bigger and uses 50 to 62.5. The single mode fiber, more importantly, carries a single mode, meaning only one beam of light down the center of the cable, and it's usually injected by high-powered lasers. They transmit over longer distances. The multi-mode is used for usually patch cables and connectors in a data center. Again, high speed but over shorter distances. And multi-mode can carry the light signal in several different paths within the cable, and they cause some interference with each other, and that's why they're not great for long distances. But they're cheaper in a sense that, or in a short piece, it'll be cheaper to implement. Now, over the long run, if we're talking about distances over miles, then the single mode fiber is a cheaper way to go because there aren't so many connection points. Twinax is a metal cable. It's made of copper and it's designed for high-speed data transfers, and it's usually used in the data center. Again, we're talking tens of gigabits of data traveling there. And basically, two wires inside this one's called Twinax, and they're twisted and then coated with a metallic shield, and that keeps out interference, and it also helps with twisting, helps with the transmission of the data. And then that's encased by an insulation and a protective jacket, usually over short distances within 10 meters or so. There is reduced interference and crosstalk because those wires are twisted against each other inside the cable, and they kind of cancel out any kind of crosstalk that happens between them. And it's cost effective when compared to fiber, which is a more expensive medium. So now we'll take a look at Ethernet cables. And Ethernet cables we're talking about are these ones that connect to the switches, connect your switches to routers, connect your workstations to switches. And they're standard in the wired networking environments. Key considerations are shielding, length, speed, and location. So do we need the very, very high speed connections? If we do, we probably won't go Ethernet because we're limited up to about 10 gigabits a second. In a data center, you're going to use something else, but these are the ones that usually connect your endpoints. And again, the length on an Ethernet cable overall up to 100 meters from the switch to the workstation. So they would be ones to consider when we're talking about connecting workstations. And again, there are different categories within these Ethernet cables. It's defined by the type of shielding they have, the bandwidth, and how fast the speed is in the cable itself, how fast we can send data. So the modern cabling, it's indicated here that it should be at least Cat 5, Cat 5e, or Cat 6. Now, these cables, they're rated from 100 megabits per second all the way up to 10 gigabits a second. And in the modern data center, these are typical of speeds you'll find today. Most modern networks now are at least a gigabit. So those are the ones you usually find in your connections to your workstations. When we talk about coaxial cables or coax, they're usually a single conductor down the middle of the cable, and then they're surrounded by metal shield first of all, and then some insulation. And typically they're encased in a conductive shielding. So we're talking about that metal shielding, and that shielding is grounded. So again, it protects the inner core from interference getting in and data signals getting out. Normally, your common sizes are RG6 and RG11, and they're used in cable. You've seen them, if anyone's ever had cable television, for instance, to their home, then you've seen a coax cable, and telephony and internet. So coax cable is common across the board. Not so much in an Ethernet network, but they used to be at one time. So direct attached copper. This is another type of twisted coaxial, twinaxial copper cable in the data center. The difference in this is that there's an actual connector on each side of that cable that contains some logic that plugs directly into the high-speed device, whether it is a high-speed server or perhaps a router or a high-speed switch. They use, though, the twinaxial copper cable, and it allows direct communication then between those devices over the copper wire. That connection on the end is permanently attached. It's not just a wire. And those specific connectors and fixed cable length, the cable lengths again are short because there's such high speeds traveling here on these cables in the data center. We're talking in the tens of gigabits here. And again, they're electromagnetically shielded for stable communication. Again, that's that metal shield that's surrounding those two twisted pair of copper wires. So those are some examples of cables in an Ethernet 802.3 situation. Plenum cables versus non-plenum. Plenum is a space above usually the office where cables and piping and everything else runs. And a plenum grade cable is meant to be fire resistant because plastic on the outside of these cables sometimes can give off toxic fumes. So anything that's in an area that can be exposed to fire should be using a plenum grade cable. So non-plenum cables aren't resistant, and again, they're used in situations where scenarios don't require them. So when they're exposed in the office, and if there's a fire, you can see the cables put the fire out. Sometimes the fire may be hidden in a plenum area. Those poisonous chemicals may get distributed before anyone notices them. So you need to use plenum grade cables in the plenum. In this video, we're going to look at fiber channel technology. Fiber channel technology is a rapid data delivery protocol which uses an ordered and lossless data transfer type. It's a point-to-point communication and is common in switched fabric environments. Now, the data transfers in fiber channel uses a separate protocol, an entirely different protocol than Ethernet. This uses block data transfers and is normally used between data storage devices. So fiber channel technology, it can run on either fiber optic or copper cables and is commonly used inside and to connect data centers. So we're talking very high speed, high volume data transfers. Now, common form factors for fiber channel are the small form factor pluggable and the quad small form factor pluggable. Now, the small form factor pluggable has data transfer rates up to 10 gigabits per second, whereas the quad small form factor pluggable can get up to 100 gigabits per second. So in the quad form factor, there's actually more connections than there are in the small form factor pluggable. There's actually twice as many connectors or connections between the devices. So remember, this is a point-to-point protocol, and we plug one of these modules into one end of our device, say the data storage device, be it small form factor pluggable, and then on the other side, on the server side or on the switch side, we'd use the same sort of connection. So if we go with small form factor pluggable, we stick with that. If we go quad small form factor pluggable, we stick with that one as well. So they match each other. Now, key advantages of a fiber channel: the remote disaster recovery. We're talking again about moving large blocks of data off-site. Some of these fiber channels can transmit data up to 5 or 10 kilometers. So we can actually have another storage building within our campus that we're delivering data to on a daily basis in case something happens in one of the buildings. We can also use this for business continuity. Again, if something goes wrong, we can bring that remote site and that remote data online quickly. So, fiber channel transceivers. They're commonly used to link servers, switches, and data centers. They're small form factor and low power consumption, and they use the fiber channel protocol. And this is also important. Again, it's not an Ethernet network. It's a communication, usually in the data center, usually between storage devices and switches. So in Ethernet transceivers, they use the IEEE 802.3 protocol, which matches the OSI layers. The other protocol for fiber channel doesn't match any of the OSI model. It's a completely separate protocol. So Ethernet transceivers can use fiber optic, and they can link network devices in LANs, and they're commonly used for high-speed data transfers between switches in a LAN environment. We're not usually connecting these to our data storage networks. They also have several form factors, and again, the speeds go from a gigabit here up to 400 gigabits. And fiber channel versus Ethernet, when we look at speed, the Ethernet transceiver actually has a higher raw data speed. But when we talk about reliability, the fiber channel, because it uses block data transfer, actually is a more reliable transfer mode than the Ethernet transceiver. As far as protocol and security goes, if we're using Ethernet on our back end to move our data around at high speed, the Ethernet protocol is also used in our front end. If we're using fiber channel in the back end, then if anyone's using attack tools against Ethernet, they can't use them against fiber channel because it's just simply a different protocol. So just by the nature of having a different protocol in the back end, we're protected a little more than we would say if we were sharing Ethernet technologies front and back end of our data network. As far as the uses are concerned, mostly fiber channel is found in the data centers where you're moving large blocks of data from a storage device to a switch, or you're moving it into a server, whereas the Ethernet transceivers are usually used to concentrate our network connections into a larger single connection. The other thing about this is that if you're going to use fiber channel transceivers, they go to fiber channel switches, and it's the same with Ethernet. So if we're connecting fiber channel on one side, we use fiber channel on the other. These technologies all match themselves, but they don't really intermix with each other. So those are some of the things about fiber channel versus Ethernet. In this video, we're going to look at the connector types used in network cabling. We're going to look at both the fiber optic type connectors and some copper type connectors as well. First of all, we'll look at some of the connector terminology. So when we're looking at a connector like the one that's shown in the diagram here, we have a center core part that contains, in this case, the fiber optic core, and that's called a fill. The connector body itself, as in a diagram here, can be square, or it can be round type connector. They can be made from ceramic, they can be made from metal. It depends on the technology we're talking about. And also the coupling mechanism. Some are friction fit, which just means you push them in place. Some have clips, which engage when you push the connector in, and some have screw-on type connectors. So, some connector types. The local connector, or LC connector, was one of the first fiber optic type connectors. It has a square connector body and pushes into its receiver on the other side. It's friction fit. The straight tip is similar, but has a round metal connector on the other side called a bayonet type connector. Basically, you push this in, give it a twist, and it locks it in place. The subscriber connector, again, is a square connector and is used in fiber optic connections, usually at your home, hence the term subscribe. So if you're subscribed to a fiber op service, they bring these in and connect them to a box just inside your home, your demarcation point, are commonly used there. Mechanical transfer register jack, or MTRJ, is a smaller form factor. And what we mean by that is that the connector itself is smaller. It contains two fiber optic connections, and you can use them in higher density situations, get more connections within the same physical space because the connector is smaller. UPC versus APC connectors. And what we're talking about here is the shape of the fiber at the end of the cable. In the ultra-physical contact, or UPC, it's rounded in shape, which helps it connect and center into the receiver when you push it in. The angle physical contact is squared off, and it's flat, but it's angled at an 8-degree angle. And the reason it's angled at an 8-degree angle is to eliminate some of the reflected light. At any connection, you're going to get some reflected light. The UPC travels straight back down the cable. With the angle physical contact, you're deflecting the light on an angle which bounces around inside the cable, and by the time it gets back to the source, it's greatly reduced, so you don't get so much interference in the signal you're trying to transmit. Now, higher frequency optical transmissions are more sensitive to this, so in some applications, the angle physical contact, or
I'm dropping some jewels into the chat. One of them is 101 networking labs that we're going to use with NetCAD Academy with CCNA. Free, you're not paying for it. Hey, shows you how to configure switches, ports, all that stuff. And then the next book I just dropped is the full Network Plus Reference Material Study Guide. Hey.
To help prevent this type of problem, those cables.
Make sure you download those. Put them in your personal library, your Network Plus folder.
Blue, and you match it with the proper color cable, which will help you not mix them up. So, RJ connectors, let's go to copper for a second. The RJ connectors, the COM connectors, been around for a long time. In fact, the RJ11 used to be your old telephone connection at home if you had a landline. Your landlines would plug in with a little cable that plugged into the wall. People today probably don't have landlines, they use a lot of cell phones, but those phones that plugged into the wall use an RJ11 or 6-pin connection. connector because there were 6 wires in the telephone connection. The RJ45 is more common, especially in a network environment, because it's usually used to connect workstations, computers to the network within a building. And these are 8-pin because there are 8 wires in an Ethernet connection, and they both, though, have the same type of clipping mechanism. You push them in, there's a small plastic clip that engages. To remove them from the wall, you push down on the clip and just pull it back out. But if you're putting one into the wall, you should hear that click or you don't have a good connection. The F-type connector. This used to be used in very old networkings, and it's that banjo-type connector, that round metal connector piece goes on a coax cable, pushes in, twists and locks it in place. Used in domestic television equipment, even your cable providers used to use these things connected. If you're running fiber in the house now, most of your TVs are wireless, but it was used almost exclusively in that environment, and also used for ground or satellite links. But it was a very old type of networking connector as well, not used today. In this video, we're going to explore the mesh topology. In the mesh topology, every link is a point-to-point connection. So there aren't 4 or 5 computers on a connection or nodes on a connection. One connection goes from one node to another node. So every network computer, if it's computers, connects to every other network computer. Now again, these topologies could also represent the switches hooked together in a mesh topology. It could be computers hooked together in a mesh topology. But the mesh topology, the point is that each node is connected to the other, and every node is connected to every other, which provides very high redundancy. If I lose a link, there are several other paths to get to where I'm going. So if you look at this diagram here, using computers as an example, if any one of those links fails, then data can travel over an alternate path. Even if one of the nodes fails, all the rest of the nodes can still communicate with each other. So if a node failed in this example, we lose 4 possible links, but other nodes would still be able to carry on their communication. So there are a couple of mesh types. One's called partial mesh and the other's a full. What we were just looking at there a second ago was the full mesh diagram. In a partial mesh, many of the nodes are connected to each other and connected to several paths to the next node, but not all of them. So some nodes may be on a single link, but most of them are connected through multiple links. So that creates a partial mesh. So some of the advantages of a mesh topology: the network can be easily scaled. So bringing in a new node means that I can simply plug into the mesh topology, take that one node, plug it into all the rest, and I don't interrupt the communication while I'm doing that. And each link, again, is a dedicated link. It's a point-to-point link between the node I'm introducing to the other nodes there as well. So every one of them have dedicated links to each other. And our traffic, in the case of a failure, is reroutable, so it can follow another path. This simplifies fault identification in the sense that because each link is a point-to-point link, if something fails, then it's only that one link that's offline. And when we talk about a central node, in a mesh topology, a true mesh, all nodes are central nodes because they all connect to every other node. So using that design, the risk of failure is much lower because even if I lose a node, all the rest can still continue to communicate. And each one of these links, because they're point-to-point, ensures privacy and security because the data isn't passing through other devices when 2 of them are linked. Some disadvantages of the mesh topology: there's a lot of cables. There's no doubt about it. If you've got workstations, each time you add a workstation, the numbers increase exponentially. So there's a lot of expensive cables. causes a larger physical footprint. You have to be able to pull these cables through the building or the plenum or wherever it is you're going. You're going to require a lot of real estate. And again, those dedicated things require that space. And it can be very complex to introduce a new node. You have to connect it to every other, which means a lot of connections. So those are some of the attributes of mesh topology. In this video, we'll discuss the hybrid topology. Hybrid topology combines two or more differing types of other topologies, like star, or mesh, or hub and spoke, and is very common in today's networks. For instance, if we take this example here, we notice at the bottom of the diagram, there is 3 nodes at the bottom, and these could be switches in a network. Distributed this way, the computers in your network will connect those 3 bottom nodes in a star type topology. You'll notice that each of those 3 connect to a central connection, another switch above that, usually a higher speed switch, which aggregates that type of network traffic. Now, the rest of the diagram toward the top could represent our core of our network, where we connect to departments or we connect to the outside world through a router. And if we want to maintain redundancy, we usually try to create multiple links between those mid-level or high-level devices. So in that case, we're trying to form a sort of mesh topology. So to form a mesh at the higher levels, there's usually less devices, so we keep costs down by not trying to mesh everything. And at the bottom layer, when a computer connects to a switch, for instance, and its connection fails, we lose one workstation. So if a person needs to get an important project done, they can travel to the next workstation and get it finished. So there's other ways to resolve, say, downtime at those edge devices. Whereas when we get into the center of our network, there are more and more individuals depending on that connection. So they become more and more important. If we lose a single connection, we might knock 100 people off the network. So in a lot of networks, you'll find a combination of things like star topologies and mesh or partial mesh topologies in order to gain the redundancy, gain the throughput, and still keep costs down. So in a hybrid topology, we're taking advantage of the advantages of a certain topology type while mitigating some of the disadvantages of that type. And it's very common in most networks. So again, some of the advantages of a hybrid topology is, again, scalability. If we were talking about adding a new building, we would add another high-speed switch to our mid-level or top-level hierarchy here, and we would do that in a mesh-type format. If we were going to add more workstations, we could simply add another switch to the bottom edge of our network, which connects to devices, and connect it to the intermediary switches in the middle. So scalability is easier in a hybrid type topology. Also, flexibility. When we start connecting things together, meaning at the second or third levels up, we can start controlling traffic as well. We can give more bandwidth to certain applications or certain areas of our network. We can also change our network so that we maybe have higher speed connections to a different building in case we know there's a bandwidth bottleneck. Maybe we add more connections. So it's very flexible in that sense. Also, it simplifies troubleshooting. When we talk about connections at the mid or upper layers, we lose a link. They're usually point-to-point links, so we can quickly see which ones are up and which ones are down. Even at the bottom layer where we're connecting to the computers themselves, if we have only one connection to the device and it fails, it's obvious that that one connection is easier to troubleshoot in that sense. So some of the disadvantages of a hybrid topology, it can be complex. So tracking your network changes or documenting your network becomes extremely important. Following best practice design principles also is very important. You don't want someone making a mistake and connecting a computer to your mid or upper level switches because you could interrupt other traffic, introduce security issues. So it's complex in its original design, but if it documented well, it can prove to be a very resilient type of network. It can be expensive because as you connect more and more devices together, you're going to get more and more traffic, so you're going to have to buy more expensive devices which have faster forwarding rates or a higher port density or those sorts of things. So it can be expensive compared to, say, a single topology. But remember, in a hybrid type of network, we're looking at usually larger networks anyway. So the money is going to be spent to get that speed. In this video, we're going to look at the star topology. Now, in a star topology, all systems connect using a hub. Sometimes it's called a hub and spoke topology, and it behaves as a central node. Now, I just want to clarify here. In earlier days of networking, there was a device called a hub, which would allow you to plug other devices like computers together to share a common network. The hub created basically a line type network. Today, the hub is not really used in networking. Today, we use a switch. Now, switches have more intelligence built into them in that they can identify computers by their MAC addresses so that every connection between the computer and that switch becomes a dedicated single point-to-point connection, which is much faster. But the topology is still the same. You have a central device which is connected to other devices forming that star. So in this example here, you can see there are several computers or servers hooked together to a device that allows them to communicate directly with each other. So star topology is usually the topology we see when we're talking about layer of the network that's actually connected to the hosts or computers on the front end of the network. Some of the advantages, again, if a connection fails, then only that node that's using that connection will fail. Remember that each computer or each node has its own connection to that central device, which makes things fast. Now, again, looking back at switches, in the case of switches with a point-to-point connection, today these systems are extremely fast. In fact, because they're point-to-point, they can actually avoid some of the protocols that test the line to see if there are other computers there. They just start transmitting, so they can be extremely fast. Easy to modify in the sense that if you want to add more computers, you can connect one of these devices to the next device and continue on with your star type network. Several of them can be hooked together, in fact, to create a larger star. And simplified troubleshooting in that each node has its own connection, and any of those connections fail, it doesn't affect anybody else. So you can quickly find out where the problem is. Some disadvantages of the star topology: if the central hub fails, then you lose everything that's connected to it at least. Now, in the case of a forward-facing device, many switches are 24 or 48 ports. That could mean that number of computers go offline. If we're talking about a high-speed switch at the data center and the high-speed switch goes down, then we lose connection to perhaps several servers. So some fault tolerance would have to be considered in that position for sure. So it can be slow. The thing about some of these devices is that the cable speed, or how fast you can transmit to the device, sometimes is not reflected by the computer system board that's in those devices, called the throughput speed, because they have to process the data at a certain amount and forward the next step. So there's a little bit of processing that happens inside these, and if you have two computers that are connected together in that, say, that 24 port device, and they're doing some high speed traffic between them for some reason, other computers may find that connection slow, and they slow down all the connections, in fact, including people who are looking for that high speed connection. So they can be slow if they get overloaded. And again, the capacity determines performance. You can purchase some of these things that are, a certain dollar value, which have a certain throughput, or you can spend more money and they're faster. So again, capacity of the device determines its performance. And again, because everybody's plugged into the same device, sometimes a damaged cable can make the hub or the central connection point go down. In most cases, it's a switch. But one device, if it disables that central computer system board, then everybody goes off. And it can be expensive. Again, especially if we're looking for high speed over multiple devices, it can be fairly expensive as well. In this video, we're going to look at the spine leaf architecture. Now, this architecture is found in the data center usually, where you have high-speed connections between multiple servers, and those servers are running virtual machines. The leaf layer combines traffic from the servers while the spine layer connects all the leaf switches. So if we look at the architecture in a diagram, we can see that the servers are connected to the leaf layer, and the connection here is at layer 2, whereas the connection between the leaf layer and the spine layer is at layer 3. Traditional networking models had 3 layers where we had switches connected to the servers, then those switches were connected to aggregate switches in a middle layer, which would combine the traffic from several sources, and then there would be a top layer of switches, high-speed switches, which would connect all of our infrastructure together. The problem with that architecture was that it was all layer 2, and in layer 2 we have to implement a protocol called spanning tree. The spanning tree is created when we use redundant links, as you can see here, between the leaf layer and the spine layer to prevent data loops at layer 2. And what spanning tree does, it shuts down redundant links until they're needed, which is fine for redundancy, but we don't get to use multiple links if they're shut down. With the spine leaf architecture, the connection between the servers and the leaf layer is at layer 2, but the connection between the leaf layer and the spine layer is at layer 3. And we can use layer 3 protocols to prevent looping and to also use multiple links at the same time for transmitting data. So this collapsed model from our previous 3-tiered layer model actually is quicker in a horizontal traffic pattern. And what we mean by horizontal traffic is traffic between the servers that are running multiple virtual machines. And the virtual environment today is becoming more and more popular, and these servers need to be close to one another. And what we mean by that is they don't want to send the traffic through too many devices to get to the next server. So, for instance, between the first and second leaf layers here, we can connect those 2 layers through spine 1 with just one connection. And if the first and the last leaf layer want to communicate, again, we can go through one of the spines to make that connection. So they're always what we would call one hop away from each other. So this speeds up the latency, or reduces the latency to speed up the network. And the layer 3 allows us to use multiple links for a higher speed connection. So the spine leaf architecture, we have more switches, and these switches are connected together with more cabling that provides that redundant link, but there's no spanning tree protocol, which means we can utilize those extra cabling connections and also get the advantages of the redundancy as well in case we lose a link. And we scale out instead of scaling up. And what that means, instead of adding more layers to the switching fabric, which can produce longer latency times because the traffic is traveling through more devices, we can actually scale sideways, adding more front end or back end switches to, again, only create a single hop between our workstations or servers. So some of the advantages of the spine leaf architecture: better performance than our 3-layered architecture, and that's mostly in the delay across the connections. Also remember, lower latency again is about the number of hops. The better performance, I'll just go back to that for 1 second. And remember, at layer 3 we can combine links together without worry for loops. And we have a greater capacity then for our virtual machines because our bandwidth is better. And we can also scale out horizontally. So when we're talking about scalability, we're talking about creating connections that still maintain that single hop between any 2 servers in our architecture. In this video, we'll look at the point-to-point architecture, which is one of the simplest architectures in networking. It's simply a connection between two devices. It's a private, dedicated line, and where one device is the transmitter, then the other device is the receiver. Depending on the type of connection, both devices may be able to send and receive at the same time. But the point-to-point architecture is basically sometimes just a crossover cable between two computers. It could be two fax machines over a telephone line. But sometimes it can also be things like two nodes connecting over a virtual point-to-point connection through something like a VPN. Those are also point-to-point connection. So is the connection between a computer and a switch, which we'll see later on when we look at those switching technologies. So while it looks like the simplest type of architecture, it shows up in more complex networking environments as we move along. But let's just look at the attributes of a point-to-point architecture. So it's simple. It's just one computer talking to another, or one node talking to another, sending data back and forth. Inexpensive in the sense that when we're talking true point-to-point architecture, it's a wire. Also, it's reliable. There are no devices in between this connection to fail when we're talking about a true point-to-point. We're using a simple single connection to connect those two devices. So wires seldom fail, whereas electronic devices fail a little more often. So again, a point-to-point architecture is highly secure in that because there's no intermediary devices between these two nodes, that portion of the connection is very secure. You'd actually have to break the cable, reconnect it to some device, install all kinds of ends on it, which is pretty practical. So it's a highly secure architecture just because of the way it works. And again, there's little chance of unauthorized access because in order to do that, there would have to be some kind of physical breaking and reconnecting of the cable or the device in between. So some advantages of a point-to-point architecture. Faster transfer rates. Because there's no one else in the path, then both devices can utilize the full bandwidth of the path. Better security. Again, single path between two points with no intervening architecture to compromise. Better overall performance as far as delay and the time it takes for the data to get one end to the other is actually a lot better on a point-to-point connection than it is on any other type. And minimal hardware requirements, basically the cable and the devices that connect together. So if it's two computers, two network cards. If it's two computers over a phone line, two modems. So minimal hardware requirements in that there's no intervening equipment. And simplified troubleshooting because there's only a single connection. There's only one place really things can go wrong. And that's the point-to-point connection. Some disadvantages. If we're talking about a true point-to-point, there's only one connection between one device and the other. Let's say we connect two servers together with a point-to-point connection in the back of our data plane. A link failure means a total failure. So at some point, redundancy needs to come in here. So a single connection is not a great thing when you're trying to protect that connection. Again, scaling is difficult and expensive because as you can imagine, if we're just talking a single wire between ourselves and a data center 20 miles away and we want a second one, that's going to cost a lot of money. Again, not suitable for larger areas. So if we have multiple computers into the thousands, creating point-to-point connections between all of those is a lot of wires and infrastructure, and it's kind of impossible when you're talking about connecting PCs together. You need a network card for every connection. So again, the point-to-point architecture really shows up in other parts of the network. Things like connecting to a switch as a point-to-point connection. Things like a VPN between two endpoints is a virtual point-to-point connection and carry many of the same attributes as a physical point-to-point connection would. So when we're talking about point-to-point connections in this context, we're not really talking about a wire to a wire, although it's easy to understand in that mode. But we need to understand the concept of a point-to-point connection when it comes start talking about more complex ways to do this. Besides looking at the topology of a network, which is, you know, whether it's star or bus or anything like that, there's another way of looking at the way networks work, and we're talking about the hierarchy of the network. And the hierarchy is, you know, what's going on the LAN, how do we connect our WANs, and there are a couple of different models to examine. The first one is the 3-layered hierarchical model. So the local area network is usually where all of our clients connect. And of course, the wide area network is how we connect to other businesses or even the internet. And when we're talking about the 3-layer hierarchical model, you notice at the very bottom is something called the access layer. The access layer is where the computers plug in. So at the front line, these are normally switches. The switches are connected together, and they're connected together through the distribution layer. So the access layer switches connect to the distribution layer. And
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and take 10. See you back here at 11:02. We'll get started on NetCat Academy. 10 minutes.
Remain on their own local area network unless they're allowed to route to each other through a layer 3 device like the layer 3 switch or router. So the distribution layer is used to aggregate those access layer connections together. Now at the core layer is where we have functions like connecting to other networks, connecting to, say, a branch network or 2 large offices connected together, and can carry a lot of traffic. So the things you'll find in the core layer are high-speed devices, like a high-speed layer 3 switch even, or mostly routers in that sense. So those are the layers. So when we look at them, the access layer, again, remember the access layer is where we access the network, or the user access it. And in this layer, you have, you know, an Ethernet connection straight to the switch, and you can see everybody in your own network to route traffic to a PCs on another network. It would have to go through the distribution. And at the distribution layer, this is where we can apply policies like which protocols are allowed through, which network connections are allowed, with LAN A is allowed to talk to LAN B, or maybe only certain types of traffic from LAN A can go to LAN B. Those things are done at the distribution. So back to the access layer, the things that are done there are things like protecting ports, meaning if a user plugs in a PC that doesn't belong on that port, we lock them out. So there's different layers of security also applied at different layers of the 3-layer hierarchical model. When it comes to the core layer, we're talking about connecting out through our demarcation point, maybe to other offices, or having a high-speed network between, say we have a campus, we have several buildings. So the connections up there would be more concerned about bandwidth and, again, allowing traffic, but between the larger buildings rather than individual PCs per se. So back to the access layer again. It's part of our network. It's the front-facing part of our network where our PCs plug in. Users usually can share data across that data plane, meaning if they're in the same VLAN, their traffic doesn't need to go any higher than the access layer. If they're in the same VLAN, they can connect to each other right through the switch. Ethernet switches and hubs are usually used here. Now, hubs are something that's kind of gone the way the dodo used to say. It's retired. The hub has no forwarding intelligence. It's just a amplifier is all it is. A switch learns MAC addresses, and a switch can do intelligent things like while 2 computers are sending data to each other, it can create a point-to-point connection between those machines, and they can go at full cable speed. So switches are a bit more intelligent than our hubs. At the distribution layer, we're talking about using it in multiple local networks. Now, the multiple local networks we're talking about here are VLANs usually. So in order to route VLAN to VLAN, we've got to go to the distribution. It's an intermediary between the core and the access layers. Yes, if the traffic is headed into the building, it's going to pass that up through the distribution layer to the core layer, or it's heading to one of our high-speed connections to another campus. It's going to go up to the core layer and make that connection. Again, it ensures the local traffic stays within the networks. So local traffic meaning between VLANs and the several switches I have below in the access layer, there's no need to send that to the core layer, because at the distribution layer, it's able to route those packets between VLANs at that layer using things like layer 3 switches. So again, routers connect networks. Normally, they can be routers or they can be layer 3 switches to do that same job, but we need something that has a routing capability to make the connection between two VLANs at the access layer. And saying that, we move to layer 3. So the access layer, we're dealing with layer 2. When we get to the distribution layer, we're dealing with layer 3 because we may have a route between VLANs, which involves IP addresses, routing tables, things like that. Core layer, we're up at the top now. We're connecting multiple distribution layer devices. So up at that layer, we're usually transmitting a lot more data than we are, say, down at either one of the distribution switches. Now, the distribution switches have to be fairly fast as well. But remember, we're aggregating even distribution switch traffic at the core layer. And it has to be fast and it has to be reliable. Again, this may be connections between a supplier and a vendor. This may be connections between our campus operations. So again, whilst losing a connection at the access layer may not be a single person on the network, losing connections at the core layer may take down an entire building. So it's important to have that portion of the network be fast and reliable. In this video, we continue our look at the enterprise campus network models. Now remember, the 3-tiered model included the core, distribution, access layers, and now we would look at the 2-tiered model. The 2-tiered model is also called a collapsed core architecture. So we still have our access layer. Remember, at the access layer, this is where the PCs or computers connect to our network. So they usually connect to a layer 2 device like a switch, and from there, the core and distribution layers are combined. So remember, from our 3-layer design, the access layer would aggregate those switches at a distribution layer, and then those distribution layer switches would be aggregated further at a core. The 3-layer design is designed for large networks. The collapsed core architecture is meant for networks that are smaller, perhaps 1,000 nodes, and small campuses, for instance, or small businesses which still want to control the traffic and aggregate the traffic, but perhaps don't need the 3-tiered approach and the extra hardware cost implicated in such an approach. So when we look at our collapsed core, the core layer, again, is one of those connection points, but the distribution layer is not here anymore. We just have an access layer. So the access layer usually includes those switches at the very bottom, and then the distribution layer, which used to have routers in the middle there, and then, or layer 3 switches, and then a core layer on top, have been combined together. So some of the advantages of the collapsed core architecture are suitable for small to medium campuses, because they can handle the traffic without having to have all those 3 layers. The networking protocols are simplified because we're only working with a few layer 2 switches and perhaps a router rather than some layer 3 switches in the middle. And controlling traffic is not as complex as it is in a 3-tiered model. There's less devices to configure, there's less protocols to be using as well. So also, because there are less devices, there's a lower cost associated with that as well. Some of the disadvantages of our collapsed core, the loss of resilience. When we were aggregating switches in the 3-layered model, or distribution switches, they had multiple connections to the distribution layer. If we lost the connection to one of the distribution switches, we'd be connected to another. Further, between the distribution layer and the core, we had multiple connections to the core, which means we had multiple ways to perhaps get to another building or get to even the internet. But again, remember, we're talking about a smaller campus, so therefore those types of connections may be less required. For a small business, perhaps we don't have multiple buildings. The other thing is it's more difficult to manage in the sense that we do not have control from a top layer, from that core layer, to aggregate major streams of traffic. we may have to configure multiple devices in our collapsed core to get the same result as we would in a 3-layer model where the distribution and the core have been separated. Also, limited scalability. This design does not bode well for very large networks. Unfortunately, this model, the collapsed core model, can be quickly converted to a 3-tiered model by simply adding another layer of technology above our collapsed core.
Hey, Michael, I read your chat you sent me. We'll formulate something, okay? We'll put something in place so you can
core layers again.
get that.
So there is a possibility to expand. So even at the limited scalability, yes, it's limited if you continue to go with a collapsed core model. If you extend it into a 3-core, then, or 3 layers, so you have core, distribution, and access layers, then you can actually expand as well. So in this video, we're going to have a little conversation about traffic flow in a hierarchical network. Remember, the hierarchical network in a 3-tiered model has your access layer, then your distribution layer, and then your core layer. When we talk about traffic within these models, east-west traffic is traffic that flows from the left of that kind of a model to the right. So whereas our core layer exists on the top of the model, then we have distribution below that, and then access below that. Let's say we have 2 computers that are connected to the access layer and they're sending data to each other. That's east-west traffic. The same thing can happen at the distribution or core layers. At the core, remember, we can have our data centers, and as the data center computers are talking to each other, they may send traffic through a couple of routers at the core level, or they may send some of the traffic through the distribution level. If it's going left or right across those layers, or within the layer, it's east-west traffic. So east-west traffic, typically data traveling inside a data center. Now remember, your data center is that high-speed connection between all the servers in there, and you might have virtual machines in there as well.
All right, everybody, looks like we are back.
Traffic traveling
We are back.
in the diagram.
Okay.
North-south traffic, as opposed to
So
is traffic between.
we're going to be jumping back into NetCAD Academy.
For example, we had a workstation that was.
This is going to be a very, very useful tool. If you have forgotten the link, let me drop it. Drop it on the 1. Boom. There you go. I got bars all day. Yeah. Buy my album. Okay. Available in stores in a month.
Well, what it really means is that traffic traveling within.
So what we have here, NetCAD Academy, this is where you have completed
traffic traveling north-south passes through different
your free account. Make sure you go up here, sign in. Well, your drop-in page, so I don't know if you signed in via Google or what you did, but sign in that way again. It is going to bring up a couple of things for you.
Considering the east, west, north, south. Now, some of the reasons.
Let me know when everybody's here. Cisco Academy, NetCAD Academy.
Can have multiple virtual machines inside.
I've also, for those that are here already, search the top here for classes. This is the one I need you to get. Getting started with Cisco Packet Tracer.
That we are using now collapsed layers, and in the actual data center itself, we're using the spine and leaf type architecture. So we have increased processing that's used to be performed by the hardware now is in that machine that's running the virtual machines, because it's not only running the virtual machines, remember, it's also running the virtual networking software that goes along with virtual machines. So a lot of network traffic is traveling between VMs in a virtual network instead of the actual real network. So, some issues with east-west traffic. High latency impacts performance. Because we're going between servers, we now have delays that are introduced by many, let's say, objects between one server and another. Let's say those 2 servers were at the access layer in our 3-core model.
Okay, who's here? Everybody there? Cool.
Network or
all right.
location. And that causes.
Did you search that course, Getting Started with Cisco Packet Tracer? All right. Now you have to click Start. It should say Begin Course. It'll put it in your locker. It'll put it in your My Learning locker. So go ahead and hit Boom, go.
And nothing was more than a hop or two away. You know, you didn't have to go
All
through
right.
5 devices to.
Now the reason for this class, why I need you to do this. Not that if. No, I need you to do this. I need for all of us to sit here and complete this in the next 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes. It lays the groundwork on how to use Cisco Packet Tracer. Packet Tracer is their application program that allows you to use the free materials and tools to, i.e., create a network, bring up various devices on the network. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
Microsegmentation is an idea where we can keep the virtual.
So here you have your resources. Create a simple network. These activities in each part of the course, like in these different areas, you have to click them. You have to take them in order and do what it asks you to do. You can't jump around. You got to go in order. They'll talk about packet file types and assessments, and right here, this is the one you want to do in here today, where it says create a simple network. We're going to get away from the slides here for a second and get into this third-party material, because to me, it's a little bit more robust than what you see in Skillsoft or Percipio. And it speaks a more common language to you going through instead of over here. And you're like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's your resource tab. Any class you take in Cisco Academy has a resource tab and may have a lab that you may be able to do. This is what I need you to do, though, before you even get started. Remember that folder I asked you to create on your desktop? Create another one. Call it, you can call it Cisco Labs or whatever you want to call it. But no, this is where you would download those labs. This is very important why I'm telling you this. Oh, is it paused? Resume. Oh, I know why. Sorry, no. I was inside the application and not the actual full screen. I apologize. So go ahead into your desktop and create what they call a Cisco, whatever you want to name it, but no, it's for Cisco. All right, so for instance, when I see this, if they ask me to do a lab, all right, I want to take that, see what it is, download it, and I want to save it. Why is this? Oh, I got to turn that off. Why is it? Saving it as an HTML. See, I don't like that. See, that's why I'm glad we went through this. Where would I go to change that file open type? So when I actually download it, in my downloads folder, it created it and it's trying to open it as a web page. What should I do? To open it as the docx document or whatever document I need it to be. Right click. There you go, open with. And I could choose another application. Maybe I want to open it with Word just once. And then it'll come up, okay? But remember, you have to go into your web browser and turn off that feature, because I'm in Edge, that's why. Because y'all might be going through this. Settings. Where is it? Give me 1 second here. There it is, downloads. Okay, so it goes into my downloads folder, ask where to save. Open Office files and browser. So it is turned off, okay? So I just have to associate that file with whatever I want to open it with. Cool with me. So you have the next one. Download that one. Save as. I can go to my desktop, click in my Cisco Labs and save it. The reason why you want to save these to your desktop is because for the whole thing to autocomplete, because some of these give you a certificate when you're done with the whole thing. It'll get a certificate saying you're done and to get that badge. Sometimes there's a glitch. If you just try to open this file online and you get out of it, it will freaking disappear. And all that work you did is gone. So as you open the lab, when you get to that section saying open this lab and you're working in it, anywhere you stop, you can hit save. If the program needs to evaluate where you are at any given time, when it says evaluate to see if it's completed, it's evaluating from what you saved in the folder, not from what you potentially lost online when you got out of it. You get what I'm saying? So that's why you want to save. Great stuff. Sorry, I get passionate about this stuff. I'm passionate, dang it. So just wanted to give you some clues on that. All right. So first thing we're going to do, since everybody is there, you're going to get this welcome video. We'll watch it together. And then from there, you have to complete each one of these in order. Should take you about 45 minutes. Let's go.
Whether you're pursuing a job in technology, exploring your career options, or you simply want to expand your skills, gaining network building experience hasn't always been easy. Until now. Meet Cisco's network simulation tool, Cisco Packet Tracer. This virtual lab environment allows you to practice networking, Internet of Things, and cybersecurity. With Packet Tracer, you apply real network building skills and gain valuable experience on your very own computer with no hardware needed. Cisco Packet Tracer is an incredibly powerful learning tool with multiple modes that enable you to explore the vast world of networking. In simulation mode, you dive into how a network really works. You create a logical view of your network, configure your devices, and follow how data packets travel across your network. You can even explore what's inside each packet for deeper insight. After that, physical mode puts you in the virtual lab to see how your logical view translates into physical devices and cables. You'll practice setting up your own device rack and selecting the right cables and ports. Packet Tracer has a built-in intelligent tutor as well to give you hints along the way, but only if you want them. Once you have the hang of it, take your abilities even further by creating advanced networks with IoT devices, integrating Python code, or practicing your network automation skills. The best part is, Cisco Packet Tracer is absolutely free.
Cisco developed this thing. You can take your whole CCNA learning on here and just go take the exam for CCNA. It's Cisco's stuff. And they give you a discount voucher if you finished their CCNA whole prep. It's like 30-something hours. You complete that, they give you like 15% off a voucher to take it. And you get the completion certificate saying you learned it from Cisco. And you can put it on your resume. So this resource is here. It's going to blow your mind. And you can create a lab environment for those that still need to go back and take 1201. This gives you physical environment from where you can put computers together or put components in and out, and a rack system, how to complete everything. So it's amazing. All right. So for the next until noon or 10 till, have at it. I need everybody to complete this quick little course if you can for me. Appreciate it.
Use the R for reset. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in so that we can easily see the topology. Another feature to highlight is the delete feature. So if I click here, you'll see this is the delete. If I click on it and I click on the device I want to delete, it's going to come up and say, do you want to delete this? And I can say yes. And then if for some reason I'm like, no, really, I wanted to keep it, I can come back up here and do the undo. Next, let's look at cabling these devices. So down at the bottom, I have this connections category.
Do not forget this
And
step
that I
in the
have
first
lightning
part.
bolt, which
You
is
have to
the
go and
automatic
get it and get
connection
that check
option.
mark
Or you
on
can
each
pick
one. You
specific
have to
types if
download
you
Packet
want
Tracer.
to pick. We're going to use the automatic connection.
When you get to step 3,
From here, we're going to click on the wireless router.
it'll walk you
and
through a
the
tutorial.
PC. It will pick basically the first available port to connect those and pick the cable that it thinks is the most appropriate. Also then I can connect the wireless router to the IoT device, which is the webcam, which is our front door camera. Now for the laptop, I want to take a little bit different approach to this. So you can go ahead and click on the laptop and basically a property window will pop up. For the laptop, I want to use wireless, but in this case, the default laptop comes with a wired card. So if I look at the laptop, I can zoom in up here to make it easier and then scroll down. I want to change the card in the laptop, so obviously I'll need to turn off the power. Once the power is off, I can scroll over to the wired card, click on it, grab, and move it to the left. So now I've removed it from the laptop. And then I can go in here and put in this wireless interface. And then basically I need to turn the laptop back on. Now basically I can utilize the wireless. So if I close this, you'll notice automatically that the laptop has connected to the wireless router. That concludes our small home network. Enjoy exploring and learning with Cisco Packet Tracer.
What if you could see inside of a small business network or the internet? Maybe you want to set up an Internet of Things or IoT system to alert you by phone when there's a problem in your home environment. Packet Tracer will allow you to do this test of the network without having the physical equipment. Welcome to Cisco Packet Tracer, the simulation environment that can help you do all of that and more. Packet Tracer allows you to connect and configure network devices even if you do not have access to physical equipment. In this Packet Tracer tutored activity, called a PT.19, you will be guided as if you had a teacher looking
No,
over
Michael,
your
you do
shoulder.
not need to switch because inside of Packet Tracer, right here, Mac OS,
You choose the level
download
of
that one.
Hello everyone, I'm
These
James
levels
Messer.
allow you to
Welcome
fine
to
tune
Professor
email
Messer's
and support you as you
in
catch up
10009
with the
Network
activities.
Plus training
You could
course.
challenge
In this
yourself
training
by
course,
doing
we'll take you through
activities that
everything you need to
graduate
know
levels
to
of
pass your
difficulty by
Network
using
Plus
different
exam.
levels.
CompTIA, of course, is
And
one
the
of the
critical
largest
steps.
certification bodies
Help to
in the
read.
world, and regardless of
Good
why
luck
you're
with your
taking this
first Packet
exam,
Tracer
I
tutored
think you'll find
activity.
there's something here for practically anyone in information technology. If you're working on moving up the ranks within IT, then the Network Plus exam provides you with information
to
you'll
Cisco
need
Packet
across
Tracer.
many
Inspect
different
devices
areas
in
of
physical
these
mode.
technologies. There are also organizations that require you to have certain certifications, and Network Plus might be one of those. But even if you're not taking this for a certification or to even take the exam, there's still a lot of great information in this course that can help you with your IT career. CompTIA stands for the Computing Technology Industry
And when it comes up, it's
Association.
going to ask you when
It's
they
one of the
download.
largest
If y'all can see my
vendor-neutral
screen,
IT
y'all
certification
can see it.
entities in the world. CompTIA certifications cover everything
It's
from
going to say
basic
Cisco
IT
Packet Tracer.
all the way
What are
into
you working
detailed
with?
cybersecurity
You have to
topics.
get back
And
in
members of CompTIA
to
consist of
Skills for All.
resellers,
That's the proper
distributors,
name for
IT
it.
training
I say keep me
organizations,
logged in
and
for 3
many
months
other
because I don't want to
companies
always
that
keep
focus
logging in.
on information
It should
technology.
automatically know I'm
These are
there.
also certifications that are recognized
It's
around
Skills
the
for
world.
All.
These exams can be taken in
It
over
ensures
100
that you are
different countries
using Packet
with many
Tracer.
different languages to choose from. If you found your way to this Network Plus training course,
And
you
it will
already
say
be
you
familiar
successfully
with
logged into
myself
Cisco
and the
Packet
training
Tracer,
courses that we
and then you're
provide
able
here
to
at Messer
use
Studios.
it along
Personally,
with
I have been in information
the
technology
application
over
as long
30
as you're
years,
logged in
with
online,
jobs
so
that
you're good
range
to go.
anywhere from
It's right
supercomputer
there.
operations through systems engineering, network
I can just
analysis,
close that
network
window
troubleshooting, and finally
just go back to
cybersecurity engineering. If you're looking for someone who is well versed in the
my
intricacies
lab.
of the technology, the industry, and what employers might be looking for, then you've come to the right place. If you look at our video course, you'll notice that there are a lot of individual videos. Those videos tend to be less than 10 minutes apiece. That way you can find exactly what you're looking to learn Focus in on those individual
It will
topics.
open as
and
an
if you need to
icon
watch some
on the
more,
bottom
another
of your
10 minutes available.
screen.
Or you can stop right there and step back into your studies at any time.
You'll see an icon.
Our goal is to create a video series that is the highest quality possible. This means that we focus on providing you with content that's valuable, focused on the exam objectives, and gives you exactly what you need to know to pass your exam. Our goal is to give you the skills and knowledge that you need to get your first job in information technology or to move up within IT to get an even better job. If you're watching this online, then you've probably noticed that there was no registration, nothing's hidden behind a paywall, and that our entire course is available for you to watch online for free. So your natural question might be, what's the catch? Is there something that we have to do to be able to gain access to this information? And the simple answer is no. Everything is available for you to watch online for free with no limitations at all. If you want a version of this course that's available offline, we have downloadable versions that you can purchase, and we also have other supporting materials that might help you throughout your studies, including our course notes, discounted vouchers, and much more. If you want to find out more about exactly what's available, all of it is on our website. Simply visit ProfessorMesser.com.
Welcome to Cisco
We
Packet
never
Tracer,
remove our
cable
training
device.
videos from YouTube, so you can go back a number of years to find different versions of our Network Plus course available. So how do you know if the Network Plus course you're watching right now is the latest version? Well, the Intent 009, which is the version of the exam that this series is based on, was released on June the 20th of 2024. We know that CompTIA tends to keep these courses available for about 3.5 years. That means that this series of the Network Plus exam would probably retire somewhere around the end of 2027. So if you're watching this video within that time frame, then you're probably watching the right version associated with the Intent 009 exam. But of course, the CompTIA website is the best place to go to determine what the latest version of the exam might be. So if you have any questions about which exam version you should be watching or which video series applies to you, make sure you check the CompTIA website. To earn your Network Plus certification, you need to pass a single exam. This exam is a 90-minute exam, and you get a maximum of 90 questions. You might get fewer than 90 questions on your exam. The passing score you're looking for is a 720, and this is on a scale between 100 and 900. The exam itself consists of 5 different
Welcome to
domains.
Cisco Packet
Domain
Tracer.
1 is networking concepts, and that consists of 23% of the exam. Domain 2 is network implementation at 20%. Domain 3 is network operations at 19%. Domain 4 is network security at 14%, and Domain 5 is network troubleshooting at 24% of the exam. If you're following along with our video series, I would highly recommend that you also download a free resource from the CompTIA website called the CompTIA Network Plus Certification Objectives. This is a set of exam objectives that will tell you everything you need to know before you walk in to take that exam. You can find a link to these objectives from the Professor Messer website at ProfessorMesser.com/objectives. All of the videos in this course follow these objectives in the objective order, so it should be relatively easy to find exactly what you're looking for during your studies. I would also recommend that you get a good book on Network Plus, and we have recommendations on our site that can help you with your studies. There are also many people that are studying for their A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, and other certifications, and you can talk with them directly on our Discord at ProfessorMesser.com/Discord. There are a lot of people studying for their Network Plus exam, and on our Discord, you can start or attend any ad hoc study session at any time. We also have other resources that can help you with your Network Plus journey. You can find those available on our website at ProfessorMesser.com/netplus-resources. So now you've got all the training materials you need to be successful with your Network Plus studies. We have our entire course available on our website for you to watch at any time. We also have our 24/7 Discord chat. We also include monthly live study groups. So if you'd like to join us for some interactive Q&A and your chance to ask any question that you would like in our after show, you can find those available on YouTube as a replay at ProfessorMesser.com/YouTube. And if you check our calendar on our website, you can join those sessions.
Can I ask a question?
Now you've got everything you need to be
Yes, sir.
successful with your
So
Network Plus studies.
once
Our
it
video
opens,
course
I can see the icons down at the
on our
bottom.
website.
I see some routers as well. Some physical, let's see. So I'm assuming, and like I say this was a program when I was in the Marines when we used to build a so-called guard chart because I was we'll have to kind of logically plan how we'll use our radios, and sometimes like put them at different elevations, sometimes like put them at different distances. See if they will work. So you will put the little icons there and like kind of power it on, and then see if the data will flow. Is this the same thing or is it similar?
Yeah, no, it's the same platform. It's the same. Once you get into it, you're gonna be like, this is the freaking same thing in Kermit. Yeah, it's the same.
Feels like it feels like it.
Yep.
Interconnection reference model.
Okay. The radio guys only did this stuff. Us satellite guys, we weren't privy to this because, like I say, we shot, to satellites. We didn't do anything on Earth. So
Yeah.
it
It probably didn't translate over to what you guys were doing.
It wasn't satellite stuff. It was just radio stuff. But I've done it and played with it before. But just like I said, I can get back into it now. So
This is gonna bring back a lot of memories for you. That's why I always say Network Plus for you. I think it's gonna be, you're gonna get into it because you have the background on a lot of stuff with comms. So this might translate well for you.
Yeah.
So
that might operate at an individual layer.
So for here, those that are here,
So as we step through an individual
if you want to
layer,
do
keep in
view,
mind there might be tens or
it's
even
where you can
hundreds
view,
of protocols
go
that
in and
might
out.
exist and work at that
And
particular
like you said,
layer.
you made a good point, Michael. There's a logical view, meaning where you want to, physical view, where you want to put the radios at. So it gives you like a little home, city, whatever. Or you can do logical view that we use just for putting networks together. You can just drag and drop, drag and drop.
What that means and what effect it
If you go in
has
simulation
on the overall
mode, it's
operation
cool.
of the network.
There's a lot of, you'll see all the packets go through the OSI model too, so you know exactly what's happening to the information. So it gives you a visual of where the packets are coming on and come and getting off. You get what I'm saying? On the OSI model when you start playing with the simulations.
Layer 3 is network. Layer 2 is
It's just so much stuff you can do on here.
And layer 1 is the physical layer.
If you get into this, it's crazy.
Can you actually like walk us through like a sample and like help us to build it so we can give us some training wheels?
Oh yeah.
Have a term such as all people seem to need data processing. That's
but this one here,
presentation,
when you walk through here, let's see here.
Data link and physical. Let's start our
It tells you how to deploy,
conversation
but here's the fun part.
The OSI model or layer 1.
It's going to walk you through to build a home network, and you have to do it. It's going to walk you through on building
we
it.
send through the cable and fibers on our network.
Using your PK, for the folks that are here, using your PKA activities, you go to your resources, it's right there. It tells you what file to pull up. Creating, what is this one? Create a simple network. There it is right there. Create a simple network. I download it. Save as, drop it in my Cisco's Labs folder. Oh, do I want to replace? Sure. But now I want to open the file.
Or this particular fiber so that we can keep this network
Oh,
running.
it's coming.
A lot of the troubleshooting that
Open
you
in
do
my other
at layer
window.
1 is
Dang, how many times did it open?
testing
Jeez,
cables,
I don't want to
fibers,
see.
checking
Don't double
different
click too
adapter
fast.
cards and other
Do
devices
not double
to make
click
sure
too
they're
fast,
working
because
properly on
you'll
the
be
network.
like me.
One step up from the physical layer is layer 2, the data link layer. This is the fundamental layer that's used to communicate between two
I
devices.
only needed to
on
open
the
it
network.
once, but I got click
We
happy.
often refer to this as
So you got to
the
close all
macro
of them.
layer
It moves
because that is
fast.
the data
The
link
server that this
control
thing sits
layer
on is
or
amazing.
TLC layer that is commonly associated with the network
Okay, here we go.
cards that are in our devices. And
So
most of
Mike,
the
when you
time,
open it
these
up,
are
that
Ethernet
file
adapters
and packet
or
tracer,
wireless
what I
adapters.
like about it, it tells you the direction, and this is the one off mine that I saved. I opened it. So you have two ways of following
In
along.
this case, MAC address is not referring to
You can follow along your packet tracer and also have the course up next to it,
So anytime you hear someone talk
and it'll
about
walk you
MAC address,
through
they're referring to the hardware address of that
the activity, how to
network.
use the activity.
Welcome to Cisco Packet Tracer.
Of course, you gotta see it on your own, right?
Based on the destination
But it walks you through how to put this together.
that we often refer to as
Next thing, it says create a simple network. You can also read these same resources right in the browser. You see that? Or download it from the browser. It brings up the PDF. It's the same instructions here that's right here, side by side.
The next layer up is OSI layer 3.
And it gives you an activity. So when you start with the first one,
this as the routing layer,
follow the
this
directions,
is the layer that routers use to determine
and it'll tell you. So we can go through it.
And they are
Here you go.
specifically looking
It's right
at
here.
the destination IP address in order to determine what the next hop might be for traffic traversing the network. This is also the layer that we're able to fragment these frames into multiple pieces, especially if we're sending it across a network that may require smaller frames.
Now I'm gonna let you do the class first so you can fumble around and know where things are. I just don't want to be like, here, do this, do this, do this, then you're pretty much gonna ignore everything else. So getting through it and trying to do this will help you orient yourself by doing the activity.
Anything related to an IP address or anything about routing, then we're probably referring to layer 3, the network layer. Layer 4 is the transport layer, and as the name implies, we're referring to the ability to transport information from one device to another. You might also refer to this as the post office layer, because this is responsible for getting your letter or your information from one side of the network to the other. The protocols that are often used and operate at layer 4 of the OSI model is TCP, that stands for Transmission Control Protocol, and UDP, or User Datagram Protocol. These two protocols are commonly responsible for getting all of the information within our IP packets from one device to the other. In many cases, this involves taking a large amount of data, putting it into smaller pieces to be able to get it across the network, and then putting those pieces back together on the other side. Before we can send that information from one side of the network to the other, we may need to create a session so that a device is able to receive that data. Layer 5 is the session layer, and it provides communication management between point A and point B. Anything relating to the initiation of a session, stopping the session, or restarting the session can commonly be
I'm having trouble finding this same page, the wireless router one. I have the Cisco packet tracer up, but mine's just empty.
Existing data, then you're probably
Oh, okay. So what you need to do, now you have to open up the actual PKA file so you can work with it. Okay, so you have to go into, when you walk through Cisco packet tracer, there it is right there in your resource page.
In conjunction with the
Your resource tab.
at layer 7. Layer 6 or
It'll also, when you go down where it says when they need you to do an activity, you can download it here.
Oh, there's a bunch of different downloads.
Yep.
So do I download everything?
You have to download and create the simple network, which is the PKA file right here.
Alright, I need the full screen.
Yeah. Once it downloads, you save it to the folder and you double click on it to open it, and it will open in Cisco Packet Tracer and have those devices already on your canvas with the instructions to the left.
Okay, so I downloaded the Cisco packet tracer, but it doesn't come with any of that. So
Right.
did I
It's
download
not-
it wrong?
No, you downloaded it right, it'll give you a blank canvas. You have to open up a lesson, a resource to use it that they want you to do.
Okay, and I opened that in...
Which step are you on? Which step are you on? That's the important part too. Are you still in domain 1, 2? Where you at?
I'm at the course resources, domain 1,
Okay, you hadn't gotten there yet.
When we refer to
and then it has all these downloads for like packet tracer activity,
MAC addresses, or
tutored activity.
as extended unique identifiers or EUI.
So you watch this video and you're down here with packet tracer interface.
For addresses, for example.
No, I've not got to that point.
Right, okay. See, that's the thing, you have to follow it all. What I'm gonna do is help you skip some steps. You have to follow it all the way down so you can get familiar with the interface.
Okay, yeah, I see the packet tracer interface now.
Follow those in order so you can get familiar with it.
If you're referring
Okay, and that's how I can download everything?
then
Yes,
we're
sir.
operating at OSI layer
But you will
4,
be getting
which is
to the
the
download
transport
packet
layer.
file in
At
a
OSI
minute.
layer 5, or the
Once you
session
get
layer,
to
we're using
module
control
2,
protocols to start and
you have to
end
get
different
familiar
sessions,
here
or we
first,
may be tunneling
and it shows
traffic
you how to
using
do,
protocols
how
that
to
operate
work
at
it
OSI
when you
layer 5.
download it
We
to
often
work with the
associate
lab.
the encryption of
Okay.
application
Okay.
data with
All right,
OSI
I see it
layer
here.
6
I
or
gotta
the
get down to the
presentation
interface.
layer. So if you're communicating
1.1.
to a website and you're
Yep.
using SSL or TLS to be able to encrypt and decrypt that data, that process is occurring at OSI layer 6. And at OSI layer 7, or the application layer, is where you are interacting with the application itself. Anything that you're seeing
I
on
know
the
it sounded
screen,
like I
the
dodged your
application
question,
itself, or
Kevin.
the
I kind of
messages
did,
from the
because you have to go through the
are often
tutorial
referred to as
in order
layer
to
7 information.
understand the whole
If
concept.
you wanted to drill down a little
Yeah,
bit
I'm
further
trying to figure out how to
into
get
the
this
OSI
thing to
model,
work.
you might want to capture some
You'll
data
get there.
on your
You just
network
have to
and
get
view
through
that data inside of an
the
application
interface, the
such as
tutorial, how to
Wireshark.
deploy the
I have a
devices on the
Wireshark
canvas.
protocol decode on my screen where I've captured
It'll
data
bring
on
you
my
to, when you
network,
get down
and
here,
this
to the
Wireshark
file
has 3
types.
separate windows that is displaying different views of the same
And when you
data.
get here, it
The top
explains
window
what these
is a
different
frame
file
by frame
types
breakdown.
are.
For example, I have
And
highlighted
then you'll
frame
get to
88
the
on this
sauce.
top window. The middle
Actually
window
doing
describes
and
more
creating a simple
detail
network.
of what different information is
Okay, so I
contained
gotta go
within
through
that
everything
frame.
first
And on the
before I
bottom
can
window,
download
you
it
have
all.
a hexadecimal
Yeah.
and ASCII breakdown of the data itself.
I mean, you could
Let's
download it at
focus
any
our
point you
view
want
on
in the
this
resources
middle
and put it in
window,
your
which is
folder.
a summary
But
of this
you're cheating
highlighted
yourself
frame
because
88.
it's
You can
walking
see
you
that
through
there are
everything
1, 2,
here
3, 4,
on the
5
left.
different lines of
Mhm.
data inside of this single frame.
And you need a
where the
check mark
protocol
in each one of
decode
these
has
boxes
separated
to get a
out
badge.
individual protocols within the single Ethernet frame.
So it's good to follow
Let's
it all
start
the way
with
down.
The one at the very top, which describes
Okay, so I
frame
actually watch
88,
these videos
which
and
has
everything.
2005 bytes on the wire,
Yep.
and 2005 bytes
Alright, we got
captured
it now.
by
All
Wireshark.
right
you.
then.
If you
Good
wanted to
questions, because
associate
somebody
that
else was
line
thinking it
with the
too.
OSI model, that would be best associated with layer 1, or the physical model. Next down is Ethernet 2, which has a source MAC address and a destination MAC
Leah
address.
says, was anybody
And since
able
we
to
are
get the
describing
router
MAC addresses,
to connect to the
everything within
webcam
that
in the
line
first
of the
tutorial?
Wireshark decode is associated with layer 2 of the OSI model, or the data link layer. The next line down describes the Internet Protocol, or IP. And as we described before, IP fits squarely in layer 3 of the OSI model, or the network layer. And in fact, there are individual IP addresses listed here for the source IP address and the destination IP address. And you can see there is a DNS resolution here that shows that the IP address of
I would say check your IP and your subnets and make sure that things are on.
googlemail.l.google.com. As we move down this list, we're moving up the layers of the OSI model, and the next one is the Transmission Control Protocol, which means we're communicating via TCP for this Google Mail communication. Since TCP is in this list, we must be at OSI layer 4, or the transport layer, and indeed you can see TCP port numbers for the source and the destination of this traffic. Since the destination port is port 443, Wireshark has already filled in that we're communicating over an encrypted channel using HTTPS. And if we go one layer down into the secure socket layer, this effectively encapsulates the top 3 layers of the OSI model. So secure socket layer and everything underneath it are referring to layer 5, the session layer, layer 6, presentation layer, and layer 7, the application layer. Here's a summary of that protocol decode broken out into the different layers of the OSI model. We had electrical signals at the physical layer. Layer 2 at the data link layer had Ethernet frame information. Our IP addresses were at layer 3, or the network layer. Our TCP encapsulation with our TCP port numbers is at the transport layer. Our session layer linked the presentation information to the transport. Presentation layer was obviously performing that SSL or TLS encryption and decryption, and layer 7, or the application layer, is referring to that Google Mail front end and being able to send and receive emails using mail.google.com. Hopefully you're now able to see how this very broad description of an OSI model can be applied to practically any communication that's occurring over the network. And this allows us to talk with other IT professionals and communicate in a way where everyone understands exactly what we're referring to when we talk about a layer 1 physical problem or a layer 7 application problem.
At BASF, we're working together to drive change. What change do you want to see?
At Wells Fargo, we get it. You started your business to spend time on the things you love, not banking. That's why we offer business checking, payments, and lending all in one place. You're good at business, we're good at business banking. Wells Fargo.
If you were to walk through a data center, you will see many of these racks all together with a lot of different equipment installed in each one of them. All of these devices work together to be able to take data from one part of the network and move it to another part of the network. Each of these devices is installed for a specific reason, and it's helpful if we understand why we installed that particular piece of equipment to begin with. Over time, we may be installing more of this existing equipment into our racks, or we may be installing new technology. So in this video, we'll look at different types of devices and how we might use them in our data center. Let's start with one of the most common devices that you'll find, which is a router. A router allows us to take data on one IP subnet and route that information to a different IP subnet. These may be subnets that are next to each other in the same data center, or these IP subnets may be located in different parts of the world. We refer to a router as an OSI Layer 3 device. At the OSI Layer 3 or network layer, we're referring to IP addresses, and IP addresses is exactly what's used by a router to be able to determine the next hop for this information. You may sometimes see this routing functionality also included inside of an existing switch. And we often refer to these as
There's one thing I need to explain when we're going through here.
Of course is referring
when
to
you
that
see
OSI Layer 3 functionality. It's not
Fast
that the switch
Ethernet
itself
0
is now operating at a different OSI layer.
Ethernet
It's just
1,
within that same piece of equipment.
that is just
We
an
have both
interface
layers
where you're
of
plugging
switch
in
and a layer 3
RJ45
router.
on
So
that
we've
device.
abbreviated that as a
We've
layer
looked,
3
when
switch.
you do
These
IP
routers
config or
often
IF
connect
config, it
different
always says
types of
ETA0
networks.
for
So
your
we may be
laptop or
connecting
desktop.
a
That's your
local
NIC
area
card.
network or a
So that's what it
LAN
means.
to a
From
wide
end to
area
end,
network
it's plugging
or a
in here,
LAN.
and then
These
it's
might
going to
also be
terminate somewhere else.
copper-based connections,
And that item has an
fiber-based
interface,
connections.
okay?
So
So
we may have routers with many
it uses a
different
numbering
connections or
system,
interfaces on
and
them.
it doesn't matter if I call
Many
it
different
Big Chicken
diverse
Sandwich
networks to all of
1.
those different
It's
interfaces.
still interface 1 on that
Another common
device.
device is a network
Port
switch.
2 is
Switches
interface 2.
operate
Port
at the
3
MAC
is
address layer
interface
to
3.
be able to forward traffic.
Port
So
4,
often
Big
we
Sugar
refer to that
Records,
as an
point 4.
OSI
It doesn't
layer
matter what my
or
naming
data
convention
link
is.
device.
That's where
These
that item will
operate
plug into
mostly in hardware. The hardware inside of these devices is
for
referred to as
connectivity.
an ASIC. That is an application-specific integrated circuit. There are many different functions and capabilities inside of these switches, especially if you're using one designed for the enterprise. For example, many of these switches have the ability to include power on the same wires as your Ethernet connection, and we refer to that as Power over Ethernet, or PoE. And as we mentioned before, you may hear folks refer to this as a layer 3 switch if the switch includes some type of routing functionality built into the device itself. Security on our networks is also important. That's why you probably are using a firewall at home, and you most certainly have a firewall in your office. A traditional firewall allows you to filter traffic based on a TCP or UDP port number. But if you have a more modern firewall, you're probably using a next generation firewall, or NGFW, which is able to identify applications traversing your network and allow you to manage whether that application should be allowed or not allowed on your network. Most firewalls also have additional functionality. For example, it's common to find firewalls that will allow us to encrypt traffic traversing the network through a virtual private network, or VPN. It's very common to have a firewall at one remote site and a firewall at another remote site and be able to create an encrypted tunnel between those firewalls using this VPN functionality. And most firewalls can also operate as a layer 3 device, which means the firewalls themselves can act as a router. That's because they are often sitting right between the ingress and egress point of your network, where all the traffic on the inside of your network is going to the outside or internet connection, and your internet traffic is coming inbound to your local network. We rely on the firewall to be able to manage the communication between the inside and the outside of the network. To be able to perform this functionality, many firewalls also provide
If you accidentally add a device
translation,
to
or
the
NAT.
interface that you want out.
It's very common to have dynamic
Just click
routing
on that
protocols
device.
supported inside of the firewall as well.
It says right here, delete with
Many
the
data
X,
centers
and you
might also
delete it.
have standalone IDS or IPS devices, although much of that functionality is also integrated into the more
And go back
modern
to the
next
selection
generation
tool.
firewall. IDS refers to an intrusion detection system, and the IPS refers to an intrusion prevention system. Both of these work in similar ways. They're looking for attacks that are inbound to your network and are able to identify, alert, and in many cases prevent that attack from gaining access to your network. These are commonly known attack types. These might be exploits against operating systems or the applications that you're using, and they might take advantage of known vulnerabilities with those applications or systems by taking advantage of a buffer overflow, a cross-site scripting vulnerability, or other known vulnerabilities to those systems. If you're using an intrusion detection system, it's able to alarm or alert if it ever sees any of these inbound attacks. If you're using an intrusion prevention system, it's able to go a step further and block that particular attack before it gets inside of your network. Since an intrusion detection system is not able to block that traffic, it's very common to see an intrusion prevention system used on our enterprise networks. If you've ever used a website that may be accessed by millions of people every day, you may be wondering how that site is able to remain up and running without any type of downtime. In most cases, it's because that site is using a load balancer to be able to distribute that load across multiple physical servers. As the end user, you may have no idea that this load balancing is taking place, but if you were to look at the data center for this organization, you might find a large number of web servers or database servers in farms that can be used in conjunction with this load balancer to maintain uptime and availability. These load balancers are also very good at identifying any outages to these servers. So if one of the servers happens to fail due to a hardware error or some type of software problem, the load balancer can recognize the issue, take that server out of the rotation, and continue to provide access to these services using the remaining devices that are connected to the load balancer.
Those eyes, that nose, your hair, your Nana's smile, Granddad's sense of humor, Dad's ear for music, and your mom's work ethic. We all inherit things from our families, but what many of us don't? The wealth needed to buy our first home. Progressive wants to help, so we created a down payment assistance grant for first-generation home buyers. Visit progressive.com/home.
Here's a common design for a load balancer where users on the internet would be accessing a service at a location. To the end user's perspective, they're accessing a single server, but they're really accessing a load balancer that is distributing that load between multiple servers inside of that company's data center. These load balancers can also optimize the communication. For example, it may perform TCP offloading so that the communication to all of these servers on the inside of the network are occurring as quickly as possible. These load balancers can also act as an SSL offload, which means that they will provide the encryption and decryption capabilities instead of having the servers themselves manage that process. Data might also be cached on the load balancer, so requests made to the load balancer can be answered immediately instead of going all the way down to the server to provide that data. And load balancers are also very good at prioritizing different types of traffic over others. There might be certain web pages that have higher access than others, and you can commonly perform that prioritization using quality of service or QoS. Load balancers can also provide application-centric load balancing, where certain pages may be located on certain servers, and all of the requests to those pages would go exclusively to those individual servers. Many organizations have security concerns about individual users being able to directly communicate with a server or service that's on the internet. One of the ways that the organization can manage these connections is by putting a device in the middle of this conversation called a proxy. This proxy is responsible for taking the user's request, performing that request on their behalf, receiving the answer to that request, verifying that the answer doesn't contain some type of malicious software or malicious code, and then providing that answer to the end user. That is the purpose of a proxy, to sit in the middle of the communication and make that communication on the user's behalf. Since the proxy is sitting in the middle of the conversation, it's a perfect place to do caching, so the user can make a request to a web server. If that request has already been cached by the proxy server, the answer can go right back to the user without having to access the internet. We might also provide access control from the proxy server so that we can request a username and password from the user in order to gain access to the internet. From that point, we might want to filter URLs or perform some type of content scanning to make sure that the user is not receiving any type of malicious software. Some proxies require you to configure the operating system or the applications that you're using to identify the proxy and be able to use that to send and receive communication. But not all proxies work in that explicit manner. There are also transparent proxies that will work invisibly without making any changes to the operating system or the applications in use. It's very common to store documents and other files on centralized storage facilities inside of our data
Memory,
center.
huh?
One type of storage is
Did
referred
you
to
order
as
it?
a network attached storage.
Yeah,
or
it's on the
NAS.
way.
We often refer to this network attached storage as providing file level access.
So I know it's 8 till, so what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna let you continue to work on that.
Across the network into the memory
If
of
it
our
ain't a break
system,
for yourself, I'm gonna take one now, so you can take 10 right now. When you get back, I have a meeting with Mr. Davies at 12:30.
Way of communication
They better reimburse you.
of a storage area network.
I have a meeting at 12:30, which is online, so I'll just say from 12 until we go to lunch. Go ahead and dig into this first lesson of Packet Tracer and finish it. And then we'll go to lunch, come back,
We have block level access,
do a lesson,
which means that we can change just
and we have
the
career
blocks that
services
have
at
been
3.
modified.
So
and when you have very large
that's
files,
the flow.
it would be a very efficient way to modify just a little bit of information within that very large document. Whether you're using a NAS or a SAN, you're probably transferring a lot of files to these systems. And for that reason, we want to be sure that we're using the most efficient method of communication. It's very common, for example, to put the NAS or the SAN on its own isolated network, and it's commonly a network that has very high bandwidths. If you're in your office and you look at the ceiling, you might see a device like this. This is an access point. This device allows us to communicate wirelessly from our device to the rest of the network. This is not the wireless router that you might be using at home, which is a router and a wireless access point and a switch in the same device. When you're in larger enterprise environments, you're usually using a device that is purpose-built for a single function, and having an access point means that we're using this for wireless communication and wireless communication only. On the other side of this wireless access point is very commonly an Ethernet connection. So this is bridging communication between the wireless network and the wired Ethernet network. That's why we refer to access points as an OSI layer 2 device or a data link layer device, because it's making that translation between the 802.11 wireless network and the 802.3 Ethernet network.
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
Struck out with the cheap seats. Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
At King Soopers Pharmacy, flu and COVID vaccines are now available. No appointment needed.
In most businesses of any size, you probably have more than one access point. That's because you probably have a very large building or a series of buildings, and you need to be sure that everyone is able to access that wireless network wherever they happen to be inside of these buildings. But this means that we have to manage many different wireless access points wherever they might be in our local network or in a remote site network. And we might need to manage security settings, access policies, and other configuration parameters within that access point. We also have users that may be very mobile and moving between different parts of the building or moving from one building to the other, and we need to make sure that they can seamlessly roam from one access point to the other so that they are always connected to the network. Instead of connecting to each individual access point to make these configuration changes or manage this process, we can have a centralized management tool that allows us to manage all of our access points from one central place. This is a wireless LAN controller, and it gives us that single pane of glass so that we can manage the entire infrastructure while we're sitting in one chair. From this single device, we can deploy new access points with a full configuration. We might want to set up performance or security monitoring and be alerted if we happen to see anything across any of our access points. We can also take any changes that we need to make and deploy those automatically to all of our access points with one click of the mouse. This also allows us very commonly to create reports on how much our access points are being used and be able to understand if we need to update or change any of our access point locations. These are often proprietary systems, so if we have an access point from one particular manufacturer, then we're also using the wireless LAN controller that is also from that same manufacturer. If you were to somehow get inside of the networking cable and see what was going back and forth over that connection, you would see there was a lot of different activity going on across many, many different systems. All of these are designed to focus on specific functions. For example, we may need to get a piece of data from our network to a network that is on another part of the world. Or we might need to access a system that is already located somewhere else and provide technical support or be able to share a screen. There's also a need to have traffic management on our network so that certain applications have a higher priority than other applications. And lastly, we need to be sure that all of our systems are up and available, and it may take specialized protocols to make sure that that occurs every step along the way. One way to speed up the process of getting access to data is through the use of a CDN. This is a content delivery network. And as the name implies, it is designed to provide a way to get data very efficiently from one central point to an end user. These are often set up in geographical areas. So there might be a CDN server in North America, South America, Africa, Asia, other parts of the world, and you're able to cache information at each one of these points. It takes time to get data sent from one part of the world to the other, so if you can have all of your North America users access the North American CDN, it's much faster than having them all go out to a centralized server that might be located in Europe. So if you're watching this video on YouTube or on the Professor Messer website, you're using a CDN right now. It's a way for very small or very large sites to be able to distribute their data to users all over the world and make sure that that data is as accessible and efficient as possible. For those of you that work outside of your corporate facility or perhaps do a lot of work from home, then you're probably already familiar with a virtual private network or a VPN. This allows you to connect to a remote network while sending all of this data encrypted across the network. It's a very secure way to transfer data, even across networks that would be inherently insecure, such as the public internet. VPNs often use a device called a concentrator or a head-end device to be the central connection point for all of the users who are accessing that VPN. This is often a purpose-built appliance that's designed to do high-speed encryption and decryption of network data in real time so that you can have many people being able to send secure data across the network, decrypt all of that data, send it to the inside of the network, and then reverse that process to get the response back to the user. This can be a standalone device, but very commonly we integrate this VPN concentrator function within a next-generation firewall itself. Because of the encryption and decryption process required to perform this VPN concentration, we usually will use a purpose-built appliance or piece of hardware to be able to do this. That provides very high throughput and can support hundreds or even thousands of users simultaneously. But if you have a smaller network, you may not need a purpose-built appliance, and there are many VPN concentrators that will run as software on an existing operating system. You may have to install a specialized piece of software to be able to use a manufacturer's VPN, although there is VPN software that does ship with Windows, Mac OS, and Linux operating systems so that you can connect to many different kinds of VPNs using that generic software. Not all applications are designed to run simultaneously on a network, and certainly some applications may have a higher priority to your organization than other applications. For example, there might be a real-time audio or video stream that has a higher priority than a file transfer. Because of these requirements, it's very common for network administrators to provide some type of prioritization to these applications. This is often done through a quality of service or QoS configuration. You might also refer to this as traffic shaping or packet shaping.
Dear Friday, we've got powered tailgates to power game days. And a trailer backup guide. That's the champ of the ramp. Toyota trucks. Toyota. Let's go places.
This allows the administrator to control what type of applications can flow through their network, usually based on bandwidth usage or particular data rates. This might allow your real-time applications to have full control or access to the network and put a lower priority on other applications that may simply be transferring files. To control this quality of service, you may need to make configuration changes inside of a firewall, a router, or a switch. These devices might have a pre-built list of applications and might also allow you to add your own applications to the list. And at that point, you can decide what priority the applications might have relative to everything else that's running on the network. One of the challenges we often run into with technology is that it's very good at performing a task. And often it can perform these tasks over and over and over again without any type of human intervention. Unfortunately, this could also put a device into a state where it's performing the task over and over and over again and never finds a way to complete or end that particular task. For that reason, we've often built in different functions with our protocols so that we can recognize when a task may be going on too long and simply remove that task from the network. One common way to provide this identification is through the use of a time to live, or TTL. A time to live is effectively some type of timer. This timer may be based on the time of day, or it may be based on the number of iterations that a particular task completes. Once that timer hits 0, we can then have that task stop what it's doing, or we can drop that task from the network. There are many different cases for a time to live. One is a packet that is constantly looping between different routers. We might want to have that packet automatically dropped if that loop occurs a certain number of times.
Right, we are
Another good
back
example
from
of a time to live might be to clear a cache, where we might access a website, have that website stored in a cache, and then that cache is only available for the next 60 seconds or number of minutes. When that timer hits 0, the cache is cleared, and the next time that website is accessed, you would have to go all the way out to the site to be able to bring that information back, at which point that is placed in the cache and another timer starts. Another example of using a time to live to stop traffic that is looping around your network is through the use of a routing loop. This is a really good example of where you might have router A thinks the next hop is router B, and router B thinks the next hop is router A. And what you'll find is that the packet goes back and forth between those routers over and over and over again. If you were going to perform a trace route, you would see this loop in the trace route itself, where the route goes to 10.1.10.1, then it goes to 10.2.10.2, then back to 10.1.10.1, then back to 10.2.10.2, and so on. And this will continue all the way through until it reaches a time to live. This is something that does occur occasionally because you might have many different routers, and those routers have many different routes. So it's very easy to make one single IP address mistake in a static route and create this routing loop on your network. For routing loops, we use a TTL field inside of the IP packet itself. This allows us to identify and stop a loop automatically if one occurs. In this example, we have router 1, and router 1's next hop is router 2. We've configured router 2 with the next hop of router 1, which means that this packet is going to go back and forth between these routers until something stops that loop from occurring. Fortunately, we've built functions within IP, or the Internet Protocol, to look for this loop to occur and stop it if it finds that it's occurring over and over again. In IP, the time to live is referring to the number of hops that a packet will go through a router. Each time a router processes a packet, it decreases the time to live by 1. And when that value gets down to 0, it discards the packet, effectively ending the loop. The default time to live for Mac OS and Linux is usually 64 hops, and the default time to live for Windows is 128 hops. Since the router is decreasing the time to live by 1 each time the packet goes through, it's watching that number decrease every time it goes through a looped connection. And when the time to live gets to 0, the router drops that particular packet. If we were to look at the frame of IP, you can see there's version numbers, header length, type of service, total length, and other fields within the IPv4 header. The one we're interested in is the one called time to live, and that's the one that the router will use to determine if it's gotten down to 0 and if it should discard this packet from the network. Here's a very simple protocol decode of an IP header. You can see this is frame 1. We have the Ethernet information with the MAC addresses for the source MAC address and the destination MAC address, and this is an IP version 4 header. You can see the source IP address and the destination IP address in the header itself. If we were to break this header open and look at those individual fields that we mentioned from that previous slide, you can see there is a differentiated services field, a total length field, an identification field, and right here is a time to live field. The time to live for this particular packet is 58 hops. So this packet would need to go through 58 more routers until this got down to 0, at which point it would be removed from the network.
People can go crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis, take the headache out of IT security.
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock, and ready to help you pack, store, and ship everything. And you can count on Grainger to deliver your boxes fast. Count on Grainger for boxes. Call or click Grainger.com/boxes today.
In most cases, our total number of hops between us and the destination that we're trying to visit somewhere on the internet is usually around 12 to 16 hops, sometimes more and sometimes less. But that's a relatively small number when you consider that the total default time to live on macOS or Linux is 64 hops, and the default on Windows is 128 hops. That gives us plenty of room to be able to get data from one side of the internet to the other and not have that information accidentally dropped by a router. Depending on the protocol you're using, time to live may have a different definition. With routers, time to live is associated with the number of hops. But in DNS, or the domain name system, the time to live is associated with the total number of seconds. Let's take a scenario where we're performing a DNS lookup, and you can do this yourself by using NSLookup or dig, and you can resolve or look for the device www.professormesser.com, and your DNS server will return some type of IP address associated with the Professor Messer web server. Inside of that DNS resolution is information about time to live. This tells us how long we should cache this local entry on our system. So if we want to cache it for a certain number of seconds. How many seconds? Well, we're going to cache it for the time to live seconds. The time to live is included with the configuration on a DNS server, and this is the output from the command dig www.professormesser.com. You can see that the answer section, where the DNS server is providing us information, says that the server www.professormesser.com has a time to live of 300. This is an internet address. The A is for address, and then we have 3 different IP addresses associated with my web server. This 300 value is the one telling our local machine, keep this IP address in your cache for 300 seconds. If you do the math, that is 5 minutes. Once that 5 minutes has elapsed, our local cache removes that particular resolution, and if you want to know the IP address for that same server, you would need to perform another DNS query to update your cache for another 5 minutes. This allows me, as the administrator of my web server, to be able to change the IP address in my DNS configuration, and I can feel relatively secure.
So, Aaliyah, you can't put packet tracer on your other PC.
Version of that IP address within 5 minutes. We use time to live for many other protocols as well, so make sure you look at the documentation for that protocol to understand exactly how we're measuring time to live for that particular protocol.
Welcome back to the strongest connection.
With most options, I've been waiting for something special, but it's been buffering. But underline, our connection is strong and ultra fast. This is gonna last.
Underline, local gigabit internet that loves you back. Progressive's Up-Payment program provides down payment assistance for first-generation home buyers. Because we believe everyone should have the access and opportunity to own a home.
Cloud computing has undeniably changed the way we approach technology. With one click of a button, we can deploy an application and multiple services, all seemingly with unlimited resources. We're able to scale up and scale down these applications as we need, providing elasticity, especially in times when we have large demand, and then scale it back down when that demand goes away. We also have applications that we can now scale up or scale down and access those applications from anywhere in the world. Cloud computing also uses multi-tenancy, where many different customers are using the same cloud infrastructure. This allows for efficiency in the use of technology and efficiency in how much it costs to use this technology. Not only do we have virtual servers that can live in that cloud computing infrastructure, we can also have virtual networks. Let's take the scenario where we might have 100 individual servers that are running in our data center. That's a relatively large farm of servers. We've designed this infrastructure to have redundancy in the network. There are multiple servers, we've got load balancers and multiple firewalls, and we've designed it for uptime and availability. But now let's take this entire physical infrastructure and let's move this infrastructure to the cloud. We're going to migrate 100 physical servers to effectively one very large physical server. Inside that one very large physical server, we will run 100 virtual servers inside of it. Now that we've taken these 100 physical servers and migrated them to a cloud infrastructure, what do we do with our networking infrastructure? Not surprisingly, we will virtualize this network infrastructure as well. This is referred to as Network Function Virtualization, or NFV, where we can replace our routers and our switches and our other networking devices with virtual versions of those networking devices that are running in this virtualized environment. Although our firewall and our switches and our routers are no longer physical, they still have the same functionality. We can see those devices, our network interfaces, and everything about the network configuration all from our hypervisor. So we have the same functionality, it's just now in a virtual appliance. Just as we're able to push a button and deploy a new server, we can push a button and deploy a new firewall or a new switch or make a router configuration all within this virtualized world. This gives us a lot of flexibility for deploying applications, designing the network connectivity for those applications, and connecting our different cloud infrastructures wherever they might be in the world. A common application instance
again, it is sunset almost here in
server. There could be load balancers, virtual switches and routers, and virtual firewalls. All of these will run inside of a virtual private cloud, or a VPC. It's very common, especially in larger environments, that you would have separate VPCs for different application instances or different parts of the company. This allows you to keep all of these systems separated, but still allow you to manage all of them as individual virtual appliances. Although these VPCs may be different application instances, we might still want to have devices within those separate VPCs be able to communicate with each other. To provide that communication, we need a device in the middle called a transit gateway to be able to connect all of these VPCs together. You can think of this transit gateway as a cloud router that allows us to connect and allow communication between all of our different VPCs. If you need connectivity to these VPCs from the outside, you may need to add additional security in the form of a VPN connection. This allows someone who may be at a remote site to be able to bring up a VPN tunnel, connect to the transit gateway, and effectively have communication to all of your different VPCs. It's very common to use a VPN at a remote site or from a user's workstation to be able to gain access to these private VPCs. But there may be times when you want to make your application instances available to anyone on the internet. In that scenario, you might want to use a VPC gateway, or what we refer to as an internet gateway, so that users anywhere in the world will have access to your applications. We might also want to have these devices in each of our VPCs communicate outbound over the internet to other resources. We would use a VPC NAT gateway to provide this communication, and the NAT stands for Network Address Translation. Our VPCs and the private networks that we're running inside of those VPCs can translate to a public IP address to be able to communicate out over the internet. This includes security rules so that your VPCs can connect outbound to internet resources, but you may not necessarily allow inbound access from external devices. And it's not uncommon for many organizations to use multiple cloud providers, but still require connectivity between those cloud providers. We can provide that connectivity through the use of a VPC endpoint, where we create a direct connection from a VPC on one cloud provider to a VPC.
They're gonna love my resume, but I gotta find the right word. Not synergy, cahoots. I need a little help. Oh yeah, I can just...
On another cloud provider. Here's an example that has a number of different VPCs. We've got a virtual private cloud with a public subnet for public applications that people can access from anywhere on the internet. We also have a private subnet on this same cloud provider where we have a private virtual machine. Well, if we have a different storage network, which certainly could be at a different cloud provider, that cloud storage can easily connect to the public subnet over the existing internet and using a VPC internet gateway. But our private subnet is not accessible from the internet, so we need to add a VPC endpoint that will allow our cloud storage to communicate directly to what is a private subnet and virtual machine. Many cloud providers will include additional security that you can layer on top of your VPCs. Security groups and lists are effectively a firewall that's created for your cloud-based services. This allows you to control what traffic can go outbound and inbound to your VPCs. Most of these are based around a series of port numbers and protocols. So you can define a TCP or UDP port number and add that to your inbound or outbound rules in your security groups. You can also add layer 3 addresses to this, so you can add IP addresses that are individual addresses, maybe an entire block of addresses using CIDR block notation, or specify IPv4 or IPv6 ranges directly within your security groups. This is very similar to configuring a traditional firewall, which operates looking at TCP or UDP port numbers. In this example, the inbound rules have a number of predefined rules, but you can customize these as well with your own port numbers specific to your application. In your cloud provider's front end, you would include in your network security list the list of rules that you would like to assign. For example, I have a rule that is inbound using TCP port 443, and any IP address is allowed to communicate inbound with that rule. I have another rule that's an inbound rule for TCP port 22, and it's the same broad range of any IP address. Once you define your network security list, it will be applied to all of your virtual private clouds. You can see that I have a virtual cloud network for Subnet X, Subnet Y, and Subnet Z. These very broad network security lists will automatically be assigned to each one of those individual networks. One of the challenges with these network security lists is that they don't provide a lot of granularity. When you configure a network security list, it's automatically assigned to all of your virtual cloud networks, even if you don't need that particular rule in that cloud network, and even if you need additional rules for one of the individual cloud networks. Fortunately, there are ways to add additional granularity using a network security group. With a network security group, I can assign rules to individual virtual network interface cards, or VNICs. So you can see I have similar security rules that I've defined as a network security group. I have network security group A, which is inbound TCP to port 443, and I have a network security group B, which is also an inbound rule to TCP port 22. I've identified these as the network security group A with the green shield and the network security group B with the blue shield. And you can see that I can assign those network security groups to individual network interface cards that may be inside of a virtual cloud network. This one is on a single subnet where I've defined different rules for different interface cards within the same virtual cloud network subnet. You can see by using these network security groups that we do have additional granularity that we can bring down to the individual interfaces. But this also increases the amount of administration required to manage all of these different lists. If you find that you need additional security above this, you might want to look into a virtual firewall or other virtualized platform to include additional security to your application instances.
People can get crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis, take the headache out of IT security.
When you're deploying a cloud-based application, you also need to consider who will be accessing that application and from where. If you're creating an application that anyone on the internet would need to access, then you would probably want to include it in a public cloud so that everyone can gain access. But if you're building out a cloud-based application that is for internal use only, you may want to deploy this to your own virtualized local data center where you have a private cloud. In many organizations, we often use both of these, and we need a hybrid configuration of both public and private clouds for all of these applications. One type of cloud model is software as a service, or SaaS. This is commonly associated with software that is on demand. You have a login screen in your browser, you log in, and now you have access to the application. Someone else has written the application, someone else manages the application, your data is stored somewhere within that application, and you don't have to do anything else to be able to use that particular app. You don't have a local installation of software, you don't manage or upgrade any of the software itself. Instead, you simply log in and use the app. This allows for centralized management of the application and the data that you're putting into the application, which means everything is being stored on a third-party cloud platform. This is a complete application offering, and you don't have to do any type of development work to be able to use that app. A good example of software as a service would be an app like Google Mail or Office 365, where you simply log in and use the app. There may be times when you would like to build your own application and deploy and manage your own data, and all you really need are the computing resources to be able to run that application. In that model, you want to use infrastructure as a service, or IaaS. Sometimes you'll see this referred to as hardware as a service, or HaaS, because you're effectively using hardware in the cloud and then using your own software on top of that. This means that you would be responsible for installing your software and managing all of the data associated with that software. If the software needs to be upgraded,
all right,
you'll be the one
I'm
to
about to
upgrade
pop
it
into
on
my
your
meeting
infrastructure as a
at
service
12:30.
model. The
If I
application
don't
that you're
return
using
by
and the
1,
data
just
that
make sure you
you're
guys
putting into
clock
that
out.
application
Please keep
is
your cams
still in
on
the
because
cloud. But you have
they'll
much
be
more
auditing.
control over the access and security
Much as
of
you
that
can.
data when you're using
So I'll see
infrastructure as
you.
a
If I don't
service.
see you by 1,
A
I'll
good
see you
example
after
of
lunch.
infrastructure as a
Cool.
service is with web service providers, where you
Right.
can buy time.
I'm
on
still
a
here though. I
particular
can still
web
see the
server,
chat if you need
and
it.
they make that server available to everyone on the internet. A middle ground between software as a service and infrastructure as a service is platform as a service, or PaaS. This is still in the cloud, but you're the one who manages all of the development efforts to customize the application to your specifications. The cloud provider gives you all of the tools necessary to build this particular app. You can think of this as a series of building blocks provided by the platform as a service infrastructure, and then you build out those blocks to create your own application. The underlying engine that runs the application is the responsibility of the platform as a service provider, and your responsibility is to build and maintain the apps that are running in platform as a service. A good example of a platform as a service infrastructure would be something like Salesforce.com, where they give you all of the tools necessary to create a customized application running on the Salesforce.com platform. Here's an example of a cloud responsibility matrix that you might find with any cloud service provider. In this chart, I've separated out software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, and then an on-prem device that you would manage yourself. Obviously, with on-prem, everything from the data to the applications to the physical data center are all the responsibility of the customer. But with infrastructure as a service, you have the physical data center, the physical network, and the physical host, all provided by the cloud provider, and then you handle all of the other pieces of that particular application. With platform as a service, you can see that network controls, applications, and the identity and directory infrastructure may be shared between the customer and the cloud provider, but you'd still be responsible for the accounts, devices, and the information and data. With software as a service, much more of these are provided by the provider themselves. For example, everything associated with the applications is clearly in the responsibility of the provider. Everything above that would still be the responsibility of the customer. So depending on the type of infrastructure you want and the type of responsibility that you're willing to take on, you'll need to pick the right cloud model for your application deployment. In this course, there will be a lot of conversations about TCP/IP, moving packets across the network, and very often we lose track of exactly what that means. So I thought it would be good if we started with an overview of Internet Protocol and how it operates. The goal, of course, is to get data from one side of the network to another. And there are a number of different processes involved in being able to transfer large amounts of data from one computer to another. In the analogy that we use today, we're going to describe this transfer of data from one device to another as using a moving truck to get data from one house to another. We can also think of the roads that we're using as the network that we've created. This might be a wired Ethernet network, a wireless network, a wide area network technology, or many different types of network connections. But in this explanation, those network connections are referred to as the road that our moving truck will drive on. In this example, this truck is the Internet Protocol. It's the one that is doing the heavy lifting and moving that data across the network. Just as we might pack up items or objects in a room into a box and put that box onto the moving truck, we do effectively the same thing with our application data. We package that information into a virtual moving box, and we put that moving box onto the truck, which in this case would be IP. So now we have a highway, which would be our network. We have a moving truck, which would be the Internet Protocol. We have boxes within that moving truck. We commonly refer to those boxes as the TCP or UDP protocol. And then inside of those boxes is application data that we need to transfer from one device to another. This process of encapsulating data within other protocols, which are then encapsulated within even larger protocols, is a fundamental process when we describe the transfer of data across the network. If we were to visualize the Ethernet frame that we use on our networks, it would look a lot like the one that we have on our screen now. We have a client that is communicating to a server, and information is being sent between those two devices. You'll notice there is an Ethernet payload in the middle of this frame. At the beginning of the frame is an Ethernet header, and at the end of the frame is an Ethernet trailer. If we were to provide a little more detail about what's inside of that Ethernet payload, you would see there would be some IP information, and within the IP header, the rest of the packet has the IP payload. Deconstructing this further, you can see that the IP payload consists of a TCP or UDP header, and inside of that part of the packet is the TCP or UDP payload. So if we were to look at a protocol decode of a single frame on our Ethernet network, we would see an Ethernet header. Inside that Ethernet header would be an IP header. Inside the IP header might be a TCP header, which would hold HTTP or website data. And then finally, at the end of the frame, we would have the Ethernet trailer. You'll notice that inside of that IP header, we had either TCP data or UDP data. So it might be useful to break out those two protocols and describe what the differences might be. Both of these protocols are very similar in their function. They're obviously moving data from one device to another, but the internals of how those protocols work are a bit different between the two, and an application will use the one that makes sense for its particular function. If you recall our video on the OSI model, you'll remember that TCP and UDP operate at OSI layer 4, or the transport layer. It's in this layer that we're able to send many different applications across the network simultaneously between exactly the same devices. We refer to this as multiplexing, and it describes the efficient process of transferring multiple applications simultaneously between multiple devices. Let's first look at TCP, or the Transmission Control Protocol. We refer to TCP as a connection-oriented protocol. That's because there is a formal process to set up the communication between two devices, and when that communication is done, there's a formal process to tear down that particular session. One feature that makes TCP different than UDP is the ability for a station to acknowledge that it has received data. We refer to this as a reliable delivery method. That's because sending data to another device will always result in an acknowledgement that that device has successfully received that data. This means the sending station will always know if information was properly delivered to the destination. This also means that the sending device can recover from any type of errors. If it doesn't receive an acknowledgement, it can assume that that information was not received by the destination device, and it will resend that information to ensure that it is able to receive all of the data. These packets are also numbered, so the receiving device will also be able to request anything that may have been lost along the way without having to resend multiple packets and recreate that data. Having this conversation between these two devices about how well traffic is able to be transferred allows the receiving station to configure flow control. This describes the process of the receiving station telling the sending device to either send data slower or speed up the transmission. UDP, or the User Datagram Protocol, is a much more bare-bones protocol. There's no formal process to set up a session between two devices, and no formal process then to tear down that session. We refer to this as a connectionless communication because there's no setup or warning that information may be inbound to a particular device. This means that we can send packet after packet of UDP data from one device to another, and no UDP acknowledgement is ever sent back to the originating device. We refer to this type of communication as unreliable, not because there is a higher chance of having problems communicating. In fact, UDP and TCP are able to communicate in exactly the same way with exactly the same probability of getting that information sent across the network. The difference is that we don't receive any acknowledgments when using UDP, so we can't guarantee that that information has truly been delivered. And since there's no acknowledgement and no notification that anything has been delivered, there's no way to perform any type of error recovery or be able to retransmit portions of the data which may have not been received. And because there's no ongoing communication back and forth between these two devices using UDP, there's no way to configure any type of flow control. The receiving station can't reach out and tell the sending station to speed up or slow down because nothing is ever sent back to the originating station. Now that we've loaded our boxes of data into our IP truck, we need to tell the truck driver where to take this information. And in a moving truck, we do this by giving the truck driver the destination address for the truck. In the world of IP, we give it a destination IP address. But of course, in a house, we have many different rooms that we might deliver these boxes to. Some boxes might be for the bedroom, others might be for the kitchen or bathroom. And when we bring the box into the house, we can take that box directly to the appropriate room. IP works in a similar way, where each box of data is provided a room name. And in the world of IP, it's provided via a TCP or UDP port number. Instead of having bedroom, living room, kitchen, or bath, There will be a number associated with that data, such as port 80, port 443, port 123, or port 25. When those TCP or UDP boxes arrive at the house, we simply look at the TCP or UDP port number and deliver that box to the appropriate application running on that server. If you were to look at a protocol decode of IPv4 traffic being sent over the network, you would see a set of IPv4 sockets for the server and for the client. This socket is a combination of data that consists of an IP address, a protocol, which would be TCP or UDP, and then there would be an application port number. For the server side, there would be a server application port number, and on the client side, there's a client port number. Once both sides of the conversation know what the IP address is, they know the protocol, and they know the port numbers of both the server and the client, we're able to send information properly between both devices to the appropriate application. If you were to look at well-known applications that are using TCP or UDP, you'll notice that many of those port numbers are from 0 through 1023. We refer to these as non-ephemeral ports, which means they are permanent port numbers. If we need to communicate to a web server, we're almost always going to use port 80 and port 443. Those are very common and permanent port numbers that you would find on almost any web server. On the client side, we tend to use port numbers on a temporary basis. We refer to those as ephemeral ports. Those are ports that are commonly associated with 1024 through 65,535. Although it's very common to find applications using non-ephemeral ports and the clients using ephemeral ports, the reality is any device can use any port number that it would like to. And although we commonly associate servers with non-ephemeral ports and clients with ephemeral ports, the reality is you could find application servers using port numbers within the ephemeral port range. So you can see this is not a hard and fast rule, but instead broadly describes the way that we use these port numbers on our network. Anytime you see a TCP or UDP port, it can be a number between 0 and 65,535. That is a lot of room to be able to use different port numbers for different applications. Most servers, as we mentioned, will use non-ephemeral or non-temporary port numbers, but that's not always the case, and you could see applications using port numbers that are in the ephemeral port range. Remember that changing port numbers is simply a way to designate what room inside of the house will be receiving that particular data. It's used for communication, and this is not a security mechanism. You'll still need a firewall to decide whether traffic is truly allowed or disallowed through the network, and simply changing a port number doesn't increase or decrease any type of network security. If you're connecting to a web server, your browser automatically knows that it should be looking for port 80 or port 443, and it will use those ports by default. If you change the port numbers of the server, your browser will no longer know how to connect to that web server. That's because we expect web servers to always use port 80 or always use port 443. These are well-known port numbers, and if you change those port numbers, you'll have to make sure that all of the clients use the new port number instead of what normally would be well-known. Also keep in mind that TCP port numbers are different than UDP port numbers. Although both of them can be between 0 and 65,535, TCP port 80 is a different port number than UDP port 80, and you could theoretically use two different applications with both of those protocols at the same time. Here's how this might be practically configured on our network. In this example, we have a server, its IP address is 10.0.0.2, and we have a client at 10.0.0.1. These two devices are communicating across the network using three different applications. The server has a web server at TCP port 80, a voice over IP server at UDP port 5004, and it's also providing email services over TCP port 143. This means the client can communicate to the server with all three of those applications simultaneously because they all have different TCP and UDP port numbers. If we were to then look at the IP data that was being sent on a single communication, you can see that this IP address of 10.0.0.1, our client, is sending information to this 10.0.0.2 address. You'll also notice that the client is using a temporary port number for this session, In this case, the randomized temporary port number is port 3000. And this device is communicating to the web server, so it's using the well-known port number of port 80. And you can also see there is HTTP data contained within this packet as well. This data is received by the server, and when the server needs to send information back to the client, it simply reverses the TCP source port and destination port and the IP source and destination to be able to send that information back to where the original request was sent. This same process occurs if you're using voice over IP data. In this case, the client is using a source port of 7100, and the UDP destination port would be 5004, which would be the voice over IP service on that server. And for email data, the source port that's being used is a random number of 4407, and the destination port is the well-known port for email, port 143. So every device on the network that is communicating via IP is using this fundamental process to transfer data. This allows us to scale up into a worldwide internet and be able to send data between two devices anywhere in the world.
Responding to emails takes time, but not with Grammarly. In a few clicks, Grammarly's generative AI drafts professional, relevant replies that sound like you. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
As a networking professional, you may be asked to configure port numbers associated with a particular application. So in this video, we'll look at the well-known port numbers associated with those apps. We'll start with a generic form of file transfer that's used across many different operating systems. This is FTP, or the File Transfer Protocol. This is a very common and generic form of file transfer that can be used on Linux, Windows, Mac OS, and practically any other operating system. Unlike many applications that use a single port number to communicate, FTP is configured to use one or two different port numbers, specifically TCP port 20 and TCP port 21. TCP port 20 is commonly associated with the file transfer process itself, and port 21 is commonly sent to send control information between one device and another. FTP has an authentication method, so you can use usernames and passwords, and when you're transferring information, you can choose to not only transfer the file, you can list information in a particular directory, add different files, delete, rename, and perform other types of file maintenance. TCP port 22 is commonly associated with SSH, or Secure Shell. This is a way to communicate to a remote device from a console. So you have this text-based front end, and you're able to configure and manage this device over this text-based command line interface. An important characteristic of SSH is the secure part of SSH, because all of the communication between your device and that remote device is all sent across the network in encrypted form. Well, if there's encryption being used with Secure Shell, it would be great if we could use encryption with our file transfer protocol. So, of course, there is a version of the FTP called Secure FTP, or SFTP. This allows us to transfer files from one device to another, and that entire communication across the network is all encrypted by default. Interestingly enough, Secure FTP is really using the SSH protocol to be able to perform this encryption. So SSH and SFTP use the same port number of TCP port 22. And just like our FTP protocol that allows us to perform file management of that device, we can also perform the same file management using the secure version of FTP. So you can view the directories, you can make changes to the directory names, you can modify files, delete information, and perform all of the normal file management from the Secure FTP application. Both Secure Shell and Secure FTP have that foundation of SSH as the underlying protocol. So not only does Secure Shell allow you that remote terminal communication, you can also have remote file transfer communication, and all of that communication will be encrypted using the SSH protocol over TCP port 22. Before we had encryption over SSH or Secure Shell, we used a non-encrypted form of terminal communication referred to as Telnet. This stands for Telecommunication Network, and it commonly uses TCP port 23. Visually, this looks almost identical to what we use with Secure Shell. The difference, however, is the communication that we're sending between our device and the remote station is all being sent in the clear. There's no encryption that's taking place across the network. This means that someone could potentially capture those packets and view everything that's being sent back and forth over the network, including your login credentials. It's for this reason that you don't commonly see Telnet being used on our network, and instead we'll use SSH to ensure that all of this communication will always be encrypted. Another important application on our network is the use of email. And of course, we need protocols to be able to transfer these emails from one email server to another. To be able to do that, we use SMTP, or the Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. SMTP is commonly associated with server-to-server email transfers using TCP port 25. All of this traffic sent over TCP port 25 is sent in the clear, or in plain text. There's no encryption that's automatically configured when using TCP port 25. That's why many SMTP servers will use TCP port 587, which is SMTP using TLS encryption, or the transport layer security. SMTP is also used from client devices that are sending email messages, and it's often sending those to a mail server using this SMTP protocol. For receiving email messages and being able to manage your email inbox, we often use other protocols such as IMAP or POP3. So anytime that you are sending email or you're transferring email between email servers, you're probably using SMTP or the Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. We don't often memorize the IP address of devices that we communicate with. Instead, we use the Fully Qualified Domain Name, or FQDN. And the way that we translate between the fully qualified domain name and the IP address is we use a DNS server, and that stands for Domain Name System. DNS commonly uses UDP port 53 to be able to perform this name query. So we'll ask a DNS server what the IP address of www.professormesser.com might be, and it will respond back with the IP address that your device can use to communicate to that server. For those small queries, we commonly use UDP port 53, but if there's a large transfer of data from one DNS server to another, we commonly would use TCP port 53. These DNS servers are obviously very critical resources because without them, we wouldn't be able to communicate to servers such as ProfessorMesser.com. This is also a very common protocol to find on the network, and if you take a packet capture, you're almost guaranteed to capture some type of DNS traffic. We've become very accustomed to simply plugging into a network or connecting to a wireless network and automatically being able to communicate across that network. But behind the scenes, there is an automatic IP configuration process using DHCP, or the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. This is the protocol that allows us to automatically configure IP address settings for anyone that connects to the network. By default, DHCP uses UDP port 67 and UDP port 68. To be able to use DHCP, we need a DHCP server. At home, we commonly use a DHCP server that's integrated into an existing wireless router, but in an enterprise network, there are often standalone DHCP servers. We usually configure a pool of IP addresses on DHCP, and anyone who connects to the network will be automatically assigned an IP address from this available pool of addresses. There's also a lease time associated with this IP address, so you're only able to use that IP address for a certain amount of time, and if you are still using that address at the end of the leasing period, you can choose to renew that lease with the DHCP server. We can also configure certain devices to always receive the same IP address every time they connect to the network, and we associate that IP address with the MAC address of that device. We configure that in the DHCP server. That's often referred to as a DHCP reservation. All of this communication that occurs across the network for DHCP will almost always use UDP port 67 and UDP port 68. We talked earlier about the FTP, or File Transfer Protocol, that we use to send files from one device to another. And we described the process of authentication and the many different management functions associated with FTP. But what if you just needed to transfer a small bit of configuration information from one device to another? You don't need to view the name of a directory or change any of the file names. You simply need to transfer a small amount of information very, very quickly. To be able to do that, you might use TFTP, or the Trivial File Transfer Protocol, and by default, it uses UDP port 69. You'll often see TFTP used for very simple file transfers. Usually, this is something that doesn't require any type of authentication or login process, so it may be something like a voice over IP device that has no IP address and no configuration. And when you plug it into the network, it is powered on using power over Ethernet. It uses DHCP to get an IP address, and then it uses TFTP to be able to download the latest configuration file from the server. This is a quick and easy process. It transfers data without any extra overhead. It's able to do that very efficiently and very quickly using UDP port 69. If you're communicating to a web server, you're probably using one of two different port numbers. This is using HTTP or HTTPS. This stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and it's a communication that is commonly associated with browser-based communication. If the information between your browser and the web server is being sent in the clear without any type of encryption, it's commonly using TCP port 80. If you need to perform encryption of that data, and that is probably the default for most websites that you'll visit these days, it is using SSL, that stands for Secure Sockets Layer, or a newer version of SSL referred to as TLS, or Transport Layer Security. If this is encrypted data, then it's probably using TCP port 443, which is sending HTTPS for secure. Another thing you may notice with the devices that are connected to the network is they all tend to have the correct time and date, down to the second level. We're able to do that through an automated process called NTP, or the Network Time Protocol. Every device on the network, operating systems, routers, switches, and any other device, can use NTP to stay synchronized with their clock across all of those different devices. By default, NTP uses UDP port 123. Being able to synchronize these clocks is more than simply a convenience. In fact, it can be a very critical part of synchronizing log files between very diverse devices. This allows us to go back in time and piece together communications, even though that communication occurred on many different devices. This is a process that usually occurs automatically behind the scenes, and many devices will synchronize their clock multiple times during the day using the NTP protocol. You might also be able to configure this process. Maybe you'd like a device to update its clock every hour, or maybe simply updating once a day is sufficient. This is also a very accurate way to keep these clocks in synchronization. And usually we get about a 1 millisecond difference between devices that are all on the same network. This provides a level of granularity that's sufficient for most applications, and it's something that occurs automatically using UDP port 123 and the Network Time Protocol. As a network professional, you'll be responsible for the uptime and availability of routers, switches, firewalls, and many other devices on the network. One way to manage those devices is through a protocol named SNMP, or the Simple Network Management Protocol. By default, SNMP uses UDP port 161 to query devices and receive information about how that device may be performing. For example, we might have a management station, and we might be querying a device to determine how much traffic has traversed that particular device over a certain amount of time. And then it can provide us with a summary of how much data has been transferred over that time frame. We can then store that data, create graphs, reports, and other information that allows us to manage that device. You might also find that different versions of SNMP may be used on your network. Version 1 of SNMP is the original version. This allows your management station to perform a single query to this device and receive a single response, and all of this is sent over the network in the clear with no encryption. Version 2 of SNMP allowed for bulk transfers, so we can ask for many different variables from this device and receive a large group of data from that device, which simplified the network communication and made it much more efficient. But it didn't provide any type of encryption. All of this information is still being sent across the network in the clear. A more modern version of SNMP is what you may commonly find on your network today, which is version 3. This is a more secure standard for SNMP, which allows message integrity, authentication, and encryption of the SNMP data. One of the things you'll find with this default use of SNMP is the management station is interactively making a query and then receiving a response for that query. So it's up to the management station to initiate that communication. But it would be nice if these devices could identify problems and proactively send that information down to the management station. We can do that by using a feature of SNMP called an SNMP trap. This allows these notifications to be sent directly from these devices using UDP port 162. Many organizations may have hundreds or thousands of devices on their network. It may be a challenge to be able to keep track of what devices are on the network, what users are connecting to those devices, and how the relationship might be between the user and the device. We're able to maintain a database of all of these devices and all of these users through a protocol named LDAP. LDAP stands for Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, and it commonly uses TCP port 389. LDAP allows us to very easily query these databases and retrieve information that we may have stored. There's also a secure version of LDAP called LDAP Secure. It uses TCP port 636. LDAP uses a hierarchical structure to be able to lay out the network and the devices. This is a graphical view of an LDAP database. It starts with the root of the database, which is an organization. In this case, the organization is Messer Studios. We've also grouped together like devices into organizational units. There is a production OU, a support OU, and an engineering OU. Within those organizational units, there may be common named devices. For example, there may be users such as Jack and Daniel, or there may be a database or storage device named TechDocs. We're able to organize and access these devices through this structure, making it a very common and simplified way of gaining access to this data. Microsoft Windows has some very unique features when it comes to data transfer. Microsoft stores information on the network in a file share. You can also share printers through Microsoft's operating systems, and there's also authentication built into this entire process. To be able to provide all of this functionality, there is a specialized protocol named SMB, or Server Message Block, to be able to share files, share printers, or authenticate to the network. You might also see this referred to as CIFS, or the Common Internet File System. SMB is integrated into Windows itself. You don't need to add additional software. There's no additional FTP or SFTP process. Instead, built into the Windows Explorer or the File Explorer within Microsoft Windows is the SMB functionality that allows us to access file shares, print to remote printers, lock different files on the network, and provide processes for authentication and permissions for all of that data. Early versions of Microsoft Windows used the NetBIOS protocol to be able to facilitate this communication. But most modern versions of Microsoft Windows communicate directly across the network using IP, and TCP port 445 is the one that is usually associated with Server Message Block, or SMB. As a network professional, you'll find that you are constantly referring to logs that are being kept on your routers, your switches, your firewalls, your servers, and almost any other device that's connected to the network. One challenge is being able to consolidate all of these different log files to one single location. And there is a standardized protocol for transferring these log files called syslog. Syslog commonly uses UDP port 514 to be able to transfer this log data across the network. You'll often use syslog in conjunction with a security information and event manager.
All right, everybody,
SIM.
looks like it
This
is
is
chow
a
time.
consolidation
Do not
point
forget to
where you can have
clock
all
out
of
for
your log
lunch.
files transferred
See you
into
when you
one
get
single
back.
consolidated database. So if you're
I just got done
using
with my meeting
syslog
too.
and transferring that over UDP port 514, then you're probably transferring
Yes, sir.
it to a very large drive array or some other device where you can collect that log information
Yes.
over an extended
Where do I see the badge? Because I don't see
store
the
a
badge.
lot of very diverse information.
It may not be
on
for
that
the intro.
database.
It might be for the next one.
Very common form of storage and
If you did have a
retrieval
badge for that, it will
databases
pop up on
referred to
the.
as a
Go
structured
to you.
query
Go to
language, or
my.
SQL. Some people refer to this as
Where
SQL.
is it at?
This SQL database uses a
Click the
standard
Network
language
Academy
that you
tab
can
in the
use to
top
be able to
left.
query
It
and
brings you
retrieve
back
information from that
to
database.
go to My Learning,
Microsoft has its own form of SQL database
and it should
called
show on the right
Microsoft
side where
SQL
last
Server,
achievements.
or MSSQL. Stands for
It'll show
Microsoft
badges.
Structured Query Language, and
You see
very
it?
commonly uses
I got
TCP
achievements,
port
not badge.
1433. There are other types of SQL databases.
Just a computer
you might
hardware
find on
basics
the network,
badge.
and they usually use different
Any courses that have
so
badges,
if you
it'll
see
let you know
TCP port
in the course
1433,
description right on the
you're
homepage.
probably using a Microsoft SQL Server.
Thank you, sir.
Then
You're
you
welcome.
start on
Done
the
with
help
this one.
desk to be able to provide support for our end users.
And the
one
link
way
says
that
it
we're
doesn't
able to
have
view
one.
the remote
Yep.
desktop of those devices is through the use of RDP, or the Remote Desktop Protocol. RDP uses by default TCP port 3389 to be able to view that remote desktop. The Remote Desktop Protocol is commonly associated with a service that's running on a Windows device. But fortunately, there are many clients that can use RDP to connect to those Windows devices, so it's not unusual to find RDP clients for Windows, Mac OS, Linux, iPhone, Android, and many other operating systems. There are many different protocols used for voice over IP. One of the most popular is SIP. This is the Session Initiation Protocol, and it commonly uses TCP port 5060 and TCP port 5061. SIP is commonly used as the control protocol that we use when we pick up the phone, we dial the number, it initiates the phone call, and then when the phone call is over, it disconnects the session. You might also see SIP being used for extensions of voice over IP that provide video conferencing, instant messaging, and even file transfers. All of this takes place using SIP over TCP port 5060 and TCP port 5061.
Nature's Bounty. Laughing with friends can improve digestion. Nature's Bounty supplements your digestive health with 20 billion live probiotic cultures. It's in your nature to thrive. Nature's Bounty. It's in your nature.
There will be many times as a network professional when you'd like to know if a device is on the network and operating. And one protocol that can provide you with that is ICMP. This is the Internet Control Message Protocol. You can think of this as a way to check in with that device, very similar to sending a text message to see if you get a response back from someone. ICMP is another protocol carried by IP, but it doesn't use TCP or UDP. Instead, ICMP is its own protocol. Although ICMP can be used for a number of administrative tasks, it's most commonly associated with a way to send a message to a device to see if it's alive and operating on the network, and see if you can get a response back from that device. Whenever you use the ping command to ping an IP address on the network, it's using ICMP to provide that ping functionality. But ICMP can also provide you with information about other things that may be happening on the network. For example, if you're trying to access a network that is not accessible from your location, ICMP will give you a message that that network is not reachable. Or ICMP can tell you that the time to live that's inside of data that you've sent has expired, and it's received an ICMP time exceeded message from that device. Another common protocol on our network is GRE, or the Generic Routing Encapsulation Protocol. If you're creating a tunnel between two endpoints, this is commonly done with VPNs, for example, you're creating this tunnel using GRE. This allows us to encapsulate information within an IP packet, send it across this GRE tunnel, and decapsulate it on the other side. This does not, however, provide encryption of this data. We'll need to provide additional VPN protocols to encrypt the data that we are encapsulating in a GRE tunnel. These VPN protocols are referred to as virtual private network protocols, and it's very common to use these VPN protocols to encrypt or protect any data being sent across one of those tunnels. It's often common to use a purpose-built appliance to provide this encryption and decryption process at the central point. We refer to this as a VPN concentrator. Sometimes this is a standalone unit that's very often integrated into an existing firewall that's connected to the network. These concentrators are often hardware devices with specialized encryption hardware built into the device to add efficiency and throughput. But if you have a limited number of users, it's also possible to use your VPN concentrator as software in an operating system. This is a common site-to-site VPN configuration where a corporate network may be connected to a remote site over a public network such as the internet. We'll have VPN concentrators, which are usually firewalls or routers. Those are connecting these two sites together over the internet, but all of this traffic that's being sent across that public internet is being encrypted using this VPN technology. One of the popular protocols used to provide that level of encryption over those tunnels is IPsec. This stands for Internet Protocol Security, and it's one of the most popular ways to encrypt data being sent across these VPNs. Not only does IPsec provide encryption for confidentiality, it can also provide digital signatures of every packet, which includes integrity and anti-replay functionality. This is also a very common protocol, and it can be used across many different manufacturers' devices. For example, you might have a firewall from one manufacturer on one side of a VPN tunnel, and a firewall from a completely different manufacturer on the other side of the VPN tunnel. Because IPsec is such a standard protocol, those two firewalls can easily connect to each other and transfer information over that IPsec tunnel. When you're using IPsec, there are commonly two primary protocols that are in use. One is the authentication header, or AH, and the other is the encapsulation security payload, or ESP. In order for IPsec to be able to send this encrypted data across the network, we first need to create this tunnel. And we do this by performing a series of steps prior to sending any data. Those steps are referred to as the Internet Key Exchange, or IKE. Internet Key Exchange allows both sides of the conversation to agree on the encryption and decryption keys that will be used for the duration of that VPN tunnel. We refer to this agreement as a security association, or an SA. There are two phases to this key exchange process. The first phase commonly uses Diffie-Hellman to create a shared secret key for both sides of the conversation. This usually operates using UDP port 500, and we refer to this as ISACAMP. This is the Internet Security Association and Key Management Protocol. In phase 2, we coordinate which ciphers should be used for the encryption and the key sizes that would be appropriate, and it negotiates both the inbound and outbound security association to be used for this IPsec tunnel. So visually with phase 1, we're building the ISACAMP tunnel over UDP port 500. In phase 2, we're including the encrypted data over the encapsulation security payload, or ESP tunnel. This gives us the foundation we need to be able to send this encrypted data over the IPsec tunnel. If you're building your own IPsec tunnel, you may be asked whether you'd like to use transport mode or tunnel mode. Both of these work differently and will protect data in different ways. Let's take the original packet, which includes an IP header and some data within that IP packet. We would like to send that over an IPsec tunnel. If we use transport mode to send this IPsec data, we're going to insert an IPsec header between the IP header and the data. All of that is going to be in the clear. Anything within the data portion of that IP packet will be encrypted, and then the IPsec trailer is put at the end of the packet. Notice that the original IP header is not encrypted when using transport mode. And if someone does capture this data, they'll be able to see the original IP header and be able to understand where this traffic is intended to go, even if they can't see the encrypted data within the packet. A much more secure method of using an IPsec tunnel is tunnel mode. In tunnel mode, the original IP header and data is all encrypted, and even if you capture this data, you'll never know what the original destination is for this data. Tunnel mode adds a new IP header, which includes the destination of the IPsec concentrator, and includes the same IPsec headers and IPsec trailers that we saw in transport mode. It's probably not too surprising that most implementations of IPsec are going to use the tunnel mode to ensure the highest level of encryption of your original data. Earlier we mentioned the two protocols that you commonly see associated with IPsec. One of those protocols is the authentication header, or AH. AH is used to validate the information that you're receiving over an IPsec tunnel. And if you're only using authentication header mode, you're sending all of this information over the network in the clear, but you're including some additional hashing to ensure the integrity of this data. However, in most cases, we want to be able to encrypt the data that we're sending over the IPsec tunnel, and for that reason, we'll use Encapsulation Security Payload, or ESP. This protocol is going to encrypt that original data and encrypt the trailer that we're associating with ESP, and then put around this packet a new IP header, an ESP header, and an integrity check value at the end of the packet. This is going to encrypt all of your original data, but also provide the authentication that you need to ensure that the data is received properly on the other side.
Those eyes, that nose, your hair, your nervous smile, granddad's sense of humor, dad's ear for music, and your mom's work ethic. We all inherit things from our families, but what many of us don't. The wealth needed to buy our first home. Progressive wants to help, so we created a down payment assistance grant for first-generation home buyers. Visit progressive.com/withinthehouse to learn more.
Oh, that's nothing. You've got new Multi. It's 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. And one sheet holds up better while ordinary brands fall apart. It's good.
Get more done with one. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
A unicast is one of the more popular ways of sending information across the network. It is when one station sends information directly to another station. This is a one-to-one relationship, and nothing within that conversation is ever sent to anyone else on the network. If you need 2 devices to be able to send information to each other, and no other device on the network will be involved with that conversation, then you're probably using a unicast. So anytime you're connecting to a website, you're transferring files, or you're checking your email, it's probably all taking place with a unicast communication. This one-to-one relationship is also one of the disadvantages of unicast, especially if you need to send information to many people simultaneously. With unicast, you would have to build separate one-to-one communications with all of those individuals, and you would have to send separate data for each individual device. But for single communication between you and another device, whether you're using IPv4 or IPv6, you're probably going to use unicast. To be able to efficiently send data to multiple devices at the same time, then you'll probably want to use multicast. Unicast is a one-to-many of many communication, so when you send information out, it is sent to multiple recipients all simultaneously. These recipients are usually subscribing to your multicast. So if someone is trying to receive multimedia, they're receiving stock exchange information, or maybe a device is sending out routing updates, you can send those out via multicast addresses. Multicast is relatively specialized, and it requires that equipment understand and recognize how to deal with multicast communication. This is why we don't use multicast when we're sending information across to a different network or even within a very large network. But we do use multicast quite a bit with IPv4 and IPv6, and in the right environment, it can be a very efficient way to send and receive traffic. Multicast is used where one device needs to send to many devices. Anycast is used when one device needs to send to one of many devices. This is where a single destination IP address may be sent to one of many different devices that are on the network, and it's something that you'll commonly find with both IPv4 and IPv6. In this scenario, the devices that are receiving the anycast communication are all configured in very similar ways. This allows the originating device to simply send data to the unicast address, and whatever device is closest is going to receive that traffic. A good use case for Anycast would be something like Anycast DNS, where a DNS query can be sent out on the network and the closest data center will be able to respond to that Anycast DNS request. And if you want to send a frame to everyone who's on your network, then you'll want to send a broadcast. This is a one-to-all relationship where a single packet is sent out and everyone on the network receives that single packet. Fortunately, the scope of this is limited to your local broadcast domain, so there's no way to send a broadcast frame from your local network and somehow have that frame appear everywhere else on the internet. This is a type of communication that's best fit for something like routing updates or ARP requests. And although this is something that you will commonly find with IPv4, we decided with IPv6 to remove broadcast completely and go to a multicast form of communication instead.
Acronis, take the headache out of IT security.
If you connect to a network at work or at home, then you're probably very familiar with wireless networks. You may have also noticed that no matter where you go with your wireless device and whatever network you connect to, you always seem to have the required connectivity. This is because there is an international standard for wireless network that's managed by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, or the IEEE. The IEEE standard for wireless networks is in their standards committee for the 802 series, specifically 802.11. So anytime you hear anyone mention 802.11, they're referring to the standards associated with wireless networks. Another interesting characteristic of wireless networks is that they are constantly evolving and constantly changing. So you'll want to check in with the IEEE standards to see which type of wireless network you're using. There's another organization involved with wireless networking called the Wi-Fi Alliance. You'll notice there's a Wi-Fi trademark logo on every device that the Wi-Fi Alliance has tested. This ensures interoperability with the standards that are set by the IEEE. In the past, we used to refer to these wireless networks with their standards name. For example, 802.11b or 802.11ax. We've recently added additional names to these standards to make them a little easier to understand for everyone who's connecting to these wireless networks. For example, if you're using the 6th generation of Wi-Fi networks, then you're connecting to an 802.11ax network. But we also refer to this network as Wi-Fi 6. This chart shows a list of all of the major Wi-Fi standards listed by their 802.11 name. I've also included the new generational name for those standards, the frequencies they happen to use, and the maximum theoretical link rate for each of those standards. The first three of these standards, 802.11a, b, and g, are rarely used today, and we did not formally set a generation name to those, although you could colloquially refer to these as Wi-Fi 1, Wi-Fi 2, and Wi-Fi 3. The newer standards of Wi-Fi 4 through Wi-Fi 7 are covered through the standards of 802.11n through 802.11be. You'll also notice there's a difference on the type of frequencies that are used for each of these standards, and most of these refer to the 2.4 gigahertz, the 5 gigahertz, and the 6 gigahertz ranges. There are a number of differences on how these wireless standards can be implemented. There might be a different number of antennas or a different number of radios, and that accounts for the differences in the theoretical link rates that you see in this final column. Notice as we've introduced newer standards of wireless networks that we've also increased the overall link rate of those networks. But we use more than our local 802.11 networks for wireless networking. If you have a mobile phone or a mobile tablet, then you're probably using a wireless provider's network that uses 4G, LTE, or 5G technologies. LTE stands for long-term evolution. It is what we refer to as the 4G technology, and it was a conversion between different standards of GSM and CDMA into a single standard that every provider can use. These 4G networks supported download rates of approximately 150 megabits per second, and the improved version of LTE, which is LTE Advanced or LTE-A, supports download rates that double that to 300 megabits per second. A more modern version of mobile networking is the 5G networking that was introduced in 2020. This greatly improved the performance of wireless mobile networks, and with the right configuration, the goal will be to have 10 gigabits per second as the overall throughput. And in other implementations, you may see more reasonable speeds such as 100 to 900 megabits per second. 5G has dramatically changed the way we look at mobile connectivity, especially since we're now able to get similar bandwidths over our mobile providers that we currently have with wired network providers in our own homes. This also means that we're able to greatly increase the size of our Internet of Things, or IoT footprint, because now bandwidth is no longer a constraint. This means we can transfer much more data over a shorter period of time. We can receive notifications much faster than we could in the past. And because we can transfer more data, we can process more of that data in the cloud. There may be times when an organization might have a remote location that is not accessible through any type of traditional internet connectivity. For that reason, we may want to use a non-terrestrial form of connectivity known as satellite networking. This means that we can add a satellite dish to a location and begin sending and receiving data from the satellite. This obviously adds additional cost and complexity, and the speeds of satellite networking, although reasonable, are not as fast as those we might have for traditional terrestrial-based networking. For example, satellite networking can commonly provide you with 100 megabits down and 5 megabits up. This means that if you have a remote site that has no other way to communicate, you can add a satellite dish to the roof and begin communicating directly to the internet. As you can imagine, there is a delay as information is sent into space and back down to Earth again. Traditional satellite networking provided 250 milliseconds up and 250 milliseconds down, so each conversation to and from the satellite took approximately half a second. Newer technologies such as Starlink advertises a 40 millisecond latency, and they're working to decrease that down to 20 milliseconds. Another challenge with satellite networking is that it requires a direct line of sight to the satellite that's in orbit above the Earth. This means if anything does get between the satellite receiver and the satellite, then we may have a decrease of performance or lose connectivity altogether. For example, if a thunderstorm was to come through, we would suffer through what we call rain fade, where we lose connectivity while that storm is going over. In those situations, it may be necessary to wait for the storm to blow through, or we may have other forms of connectivity that we might use when a storm is currently active.
Don't trust roaches to leave on their own. Trust Ray.
Spending time with the ones you love is priceless. That's why Kroger Delivery, proudly serving King Soopers, makes grocery shopping effortless. Get $20 off your first order. We'll deliver your groceries in our refrigerated trucks and bring them to your door. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
If you've connected your computer to a wired network, then you're probably using Ethernet. Ethernet is the most popular networking standard in the world, and almost any device you use will be able to connect to an Ethernet network. There are also many different types of Ethernet. They vary in speed, the type of cabling we use, the connectors at the end of these cables, and the type of equipment that's required to connect all of these devices together. Our modern Ethernet networks have many different standards for both twisted pair copper cabling and for fiber optic connectivity. The reason we're able to connect any device in the world to any Ethernet network and be able to have this connectivity is because there is a single set of standards for all of these Ethernet networks. Those standards are created by the IEEE 802.3 committee. IEEE is the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, and they're responsible for designing and documenting the standards we use to connect all of these Ethernet networks together. For example, a very common Ethernet network would be 1000 base T. This is a gigabit Ethernet network that operates over twisted pair copper cabling and operates at a speed of 1 gigabit per second. A newer version of that standard is the 10G base T, or the 10 gigabit Ethernet network. This also uses twisted pair copper cabling and operates at a speed of 10 gigabits per second. There are also Ethernet networks that use fiber optics. An example of that would be 1000 base SX, which is a gigabit Ethernet network that uses fiber optics and operates at a speed of 1 gigabit per second. This is just a sample of a few of the more popular Ethernet standards, but there are many Ethernet standards to choose from using different types of media and supporting different speeds. The IEEE has told us that the names they use for these standards don't necessarily correlate back to the details of the standard, but there's usually some information that we can discern from the name itself. For example, if we look at a standard such as 1000 base T, we should be able to break that term apart and determine what type of media and technology is used as part of that standard. For example, the number that's used in the name of the standard is often related to the speed of the standard itself. For example, the 1000 base T, that 1000 refers to the 1000 megabits per second or 1 gigabit per second overall speed. If this standard started with 10G, then it would be related to a 10 gigabit per second network. We often see the term base in the name of the standard, and that's referring to the term baseband, which means there is a single frequency that is used to be able to send this data over the network. This is in contrast to something like broadband, which uses many different frequencies to be able to communicate across that network. And very often you can determine what type of media is associated with that standard by looking at the additional letters at the end of the standard. For example, 1000 base T has a T at the end, and we can assume that that T means that this is twisted pair copper. If there was an F at the end, it's very possible that this particular standard would use fiber optics. There may be additional letters at the end of the standard. For example, if there is an SX at the end of the standard, it might be referring to a short wavelength light that is sent over that fiber optic connection. As mentioned previously, the IEEE tries to put the name and terms within the standard so that it would be recognizable. That is not a requirement for the name of the standard itself. If you were interested in the details of what that standard supports, you would need to read the entire standard and not just look at the name of the standard. Many of us are accustomed to using twisted pair copper, especially if we have networks that we use at home or even at our office. But you may occasionally have a need for fiber optic connectivity, and that fiber optic connectivity allows you to send traffic across the network using light. These are often used on very secure networks because it is very difficult to tap into a fiber optic connection without having some type of notification. This is very different than a copper-based network, which uses RF and is relatively easy to tap and gain information from. Fiber optics are also used over very long distances because the signal doesn't degrade as fast as a radio frequency might. So the same signal that we can send over 100 meters of a copper network might be able to be sent over kilometers if you were using fiber optics. And of course, light is not susceptible to any type of radio frequency interference. And if you're working in an environment where there is interference, you might want to use fiber optics to avoid any type of problem with your network. Just as there are many different standards and many different connectors for copper-based networks, there are also many different standards and connectors for fiber optic networks as well. So you'll want to check the configuration and documentation of your devices and make sure that the fiber optics that you're connecting are using the right type of fiber and the right type of connector. If we were to deconstruct a fiber optic cable, you would have something very similar to this. On one side of the cable is the light source. This might be an LED or a laser, and on the other side is the receiver. This LED is sending a light through this fiber optic, and that consists of a core that is very reflective, and you can see the light bouncing through this core as it receives on the other side. Around the core is a low reflective cladding, and the entire fiber optic run is protected with a buffer coating around the outside. Here's the connector that's at the end of a fiber optic cable. It has a protective ferrule around the outside of the fiber, and if you look very closely at the very middle of this connection, you can just barely make out the core of the fiber that's in the middle. I'll highlight it here so that you can really see where that happens to be. Let's remove that highlight. Now you can start to see that discoloration where the fiber is connected on the end of that cable. We will generally install one of two different types of fiber optic cables. One is a multi-mode fiber and the other is a single mode fiber. Multi-mode fiber is commonly used for relatively short range communication. This would be up to around 2 kilometers in distance. And often this uses an inexpensive light source such as a light emitting diode or an LED. The core of the fiber optic is relatively large, certainly larger than the wavelength of the light, and because of that, the light itself can use different modes to be able to transmit through that fiber, and you can see the different modes bouncing off the edges of the fiber optic cable itself. Because there are different modes that are being communicated through this fiber, we refer to that as multi-mode fiber. If we're communicating over a much longer distance, we may want to use single mode fiber. Some standards of fiber-based Ethernet can communicate up to 100 kilometers without a need to regenerate the signal. Because we're going a longer distance, we may be using a very bright and intense LED, or we may be using laser to be able to extend this signal much further. A single mode fiber also has a smaller core, which can only allow a single mode of light to propagate through the fiber.
Progressive's Up-Payment program provides down payment assistance for first-generation home buyers. Because we believe everyone should have the access and opportunity to own a home.
Goose Whipper Sweeper Deluxe wraps hair and locks it away better than a broom.
Cabling is the foundation of everything we do in networking. Whether you're using a router, a switch, a wireless access point, or any other infrastructure device, cabling is going to be a critical part of that communication. Once the cabling is installed, it's very difficult to uninstall or remove that cabling and replace it with something else. So make sure you're using the right cabling for the right infrastructure. And even if your network happens to be mostly wireless, eventually that wireless connection will need to connect to a cable. So you need to make sure you have the right cables installed in the right place to be able to provide the best possible throughput of your network. One of the most common cable types is the twisted pair copper cable. This is something we use for practically all wired Ethernet connections, and it usually consists of multiple wires twisted together within a single sheath. You'll often see that the cables themselves are paired together. That's because there's often one type of signal on one of the wires and a reverse of that signal on the other wire. You may see this written as transmit plus or transmit minus, or receive plus and receive minus. The reason that we have the same signal being sent in different forms is so that we can recognize and correct if there happens to be any type of interference. This twist in these two wires means that at least one of these wires will always be moving away from interference. This allows us to compare these signals on the receiving end to determine what the actual signal should look like. Another interesting part is that the different cable pairs have different twist rates. So if you look very carefully at an individual cable, you'll notice that some pairs of cables are twisted much tighter than other pairs. One common misnomer that I often hear about cables is that a certain cable has a particular speed. But in reality, the cable doesn't have any speed at all. The copper is literally just sitting there in the cable. The cable itself is supporting a signal, and that signal is allowing us to send a certain amount of data over that particular type of connection. The specific Ethernet standard that you're sending over that wire determines just how much data you'll be able to move across that particular cable. If you're ever wondering what type of cable you should be using for the type of Ethernet network that you have, you should go back to the 802.3 standards. Those standards will specify the minimum cable type that's allowed for that particular standard, and it will specify the type of signal and the total throughput expected over that cable. To be able to easily determine the type of cable that's appropriate for a specific Ethernet standard, we've created a set of standards for the cables themselves. We refer to these standards as a category of cable. For example, you might find category 5, category 6, or category 7. If you check the Ethernet standard, it will specify the minimum category of cable that is required for that particular standard. For example, if you're using 1000 base T, You can look at the 1000 base T standards from the IEEE, and it will tell you that the minimum cable category for that specific Ethernet standard is a Category 5 cable. If you install Category 5 cable or anything above Category 5, it will work properly with the 1000 base T standard. Although twisted pair wiring is very common for our local area networks, another type of Ethernet cable that's very often used is a coaxial cable. This describes a cable where two or more forms within that cable share a common axis. For example, you can see the single wire conductor that's in the middle of this coaxial cable. There's also an insulator, a shielding, and a jacket that are also sharing that same axis. One common type of coaxial cable, especially on our Ethernet and Internet connections, is an RG6 cable. If you have a cable modem or you're bringing in a cable modem connection into your data center, it's probably being brought in on a coaxial cable. If we put two conductors inside of this cable type, then we have a twin-axial cable. We often refer to this as simply twin-ax. Twin-ax is a type of cable that you can commonly associate with 10 gigabit per second Ethernet. It's often installed as part of an SFP Plus interface. This allows for full duplex communication over a single cable, but it limits the amount of distance that you can send this signal to about 5 meters. This has a relatively low cost when associated with fiber optics, and very often it has a much lower latency when you compare it to using something like a twisted pair connection. If you're at work and you look at the ceiling, you may notice that you're not seeing the actual ceiling of that floor. Instead, you're seeing a drop ceiling and something like acoustic tiles that is sitting above the actual ceiling. There is a space between this drop ceiling and the actual ceiling, and we refer to that space as the plenum. Inside the plenum, we may have network cables, there might be heat sensors, you might have cables for power, and there may be other pieces of the infrastructure that run inside the plenum as well. In some environments, there may be a drop ceiling, and above the drop ceiling may be ductwork where all of the air supply happens to flow. You may have air supplied as part of a heating or cooling system in that ductwork, and there may be return air that's using additional ductwork to go back to that heating or cooling system. Since a plenum implies that there is a shared airspace in a configuration such as this where only ductwork is used to transfer the air, there would be no plenum. But if there's no ductwork and we share this same airspace with all of our networking cables, then we need to consider that we're using the proper type of network cables in that shared plenum. This would obviously be a concern in a fire, especially if we're using a network cable type that produces a large amount of smoke or perhaps even hazardous fumes if it was to catch on fire. If this was in a plenum, that smoke and those fumes would be distributed to everyone in the building. This means we need to make sure we're installing the correct type of cable if we happen to be installing this into a shared plenum. Ethernet cables have a jacket on the outside of the cable, and many of those Ethernet cables are manufactured with a polyvinyl chloride or PVC manufacturing. If you're putting this cable into a plenum, then you need a plenum rated cable, and that cable is usually manufactured with a fluorinated ethylene polymer, FEP, or a low smoke polyvinyl chloride, PVC. This plenum rated cable is designed to be much safer in a fire than one that is not designed for a plenum. One challenge when working with plenum rated cable is it may not be quite as flexible as non-plenum rated cable. So if you're going around a lot of twists and turns, it may be a bit more of a challenge to install that cable into the plenum. So if you're installing cable into a new building or you're replacing cable in an existing building, make sure you see where that cable is being run and you use the correct type of cable for that location. Transceiver is a combination of two words, transmitter and receiver, and these are usually combined within the same piece of equipment or the same component. A transceiver allows for modularity. You may have a switch like this one. You can see there are a number of open interfaces in this switch. You slide in the transceiver that's appropriate for the media or the network type that you would like to use, and now that particular interface will operate with that particular configuration. So if you need a copper configuration for gigabit Ethernet, you slide in a copper gigabit Ethernet transceiver. Or if you need a fiber-based 10 gig connection, you slide in a 10 gig fiber transceiver. This means that you could have every interface on the switch have a different type of media depending on what transceiver you are planning to use. There are different types of transceivers, different form factors, and different transceivers depending on the media. For example, if you are using an Ethernet switch, you need an Ethernet transceiver. If you're using a fiber channel switch, then you will need a fiber channel transceiver. You can't use fiber channel transceivers in an Ethernet switch or vice versa. This means you get to decide what media type works best for your configuration. If you need copper connections, you can use a copper transceiver, and if you need fiber connections, you can use a fiber transceiver. And if you need to change those connections midway through your installation, you can remove the copper transceiver and replace it with a fiber transceiver. This type of modularity often comes at an additional cost, but it does provide you with a way to plug into whatever network type you might need. One common transceiver type is the SFP type. It stands for Small Form Factor Pluggable. For example, you can plug in a fiber SFP and connect your fiber connections to that particular transceiver. But if you needed copper, you could easily slide in a copper SFP and plug in your RJ45 connector. SFPs are commonly associated with gigabit Ethernet, so that's 1 gigabit per second. There is an enhanced version of SFP called Enhanced Small Form Factor Pluggable, or SFP+. They look identical in size to an SFP, but they support much higher speeds, up to 16 gigabits per second. So if you have a 10 gig connection, then you're probably using SFP+. When you're installing equipment into a rack that's in a data center, you have a limited amount of space available. First, the equipment is only 19 inches wide, and the total amount of space available in the rack is limited by the amount of space you have in the data center. So we want to be sure that we can put as much connectivity into a single space as possible. To that end, we've created the QSFP, or the Quad Small Form Factor Pluggable. This effectively allows you to have 4 times the amount of throughput into a space that's very similar to that of an SFP. For example, an SFP in this form would be a Quad Small Form Factor Pluggable, or QSFP, which consists of 4 channels of SFP. So if one SFP is a 1 gigabit per second connection, a Quad SFP would be compatible with a 4 gigabit throughput. The same thing applies for the SFP+. There is a Quad SFP+, that is a 4-channel SFP+. Since it's common to see a 10 gigabit connection on a single SFP+, a Quad SFP+ can support 4 of those for a total throughput of 40 gigabits per second. This is where we start to see a benefit not only in the amount of space that we're using inside of these devices, but we can take a single fiber connection and effectively extend 4 separate links over that single fiber. There's cost benefit there for equipment and for the media itself. Although the names are very similar, the form factors are slightly different between an SFP and SFP+, and a Quad SFP or Quad SFP+. On the left is an SFP or SFP+. Both the SFP and SFP+ use the same form factor, although the transceivers are obviously very different. The Quad SFP or Quad SFP+ also share the same form factor, but you can see it's slightly larger than the traditional SFP or SFP+. Although it is slightly larger than an SFP, it's not 4 times the size of an SFP, so we are getting an efficiency in space by using a Quad SFP or Quad SFP+. When working with fiber optics, one of the first things you'll notice is there are many different connector types. You have to make sure that you use the right connector type for the right connection. A very common fiber connector type is the SC connector, or the subscriber connector. We also have other names that we associate with this connector. One is a square connector, because the connector itself is rather square when you look at it. You might also see this referred to as a standard connector, although there are certainly other types of fiber connectors that you might use. To use an SC connector, it simply pushes into the connection and snaps in place with a lock. Once you have that connector in place, it's not going to accidentally slip out of that connection. You first have to pull on the connector to unlock it, and then it can be removed from that interface. This is a common connector type, and if you're plugging into a connection in a data center, you're probably using some connections that are identified as SC. The connectors themselves support individual fibers, but they're often combined together into a pair because one of these is commonly used for transmit and the other is commonly used for receive. Another common fiber connector is the LC, or local connector. This is slightly smaller than an SC connector, and as you can see, it has a clip on the top to lock it in place once you put it into the interface. This also means that it won't accidentally get pulled out of an interface, and to remove it, you need to push down on the clip. That will release the lock and allow you to easily remove it from the interface. Instead of local connector, you might also see this referred to as a lucent connector or a little connector. The LC connector can also be combined in a pair, looks like this, and you can plug both of them in simultaneously, and again, one is used for transmit and the other used for receive. Another fiber on our list is the ST connector that stands for straight tip. It uses a bayonet connector, so you push it into an interface, give it a slight twist, and it is locked in place. This will not easily get removed from the interface unless you reverse that twist, and then you can remove it from the interface. When you're working inside of a rack and there's a large number of cables and fiber, it can be very easy to accidentally dislodge one of those connections. That's why we have all of these different locking mechanisms for these different interface types. Here's a closer view of the ST connector. There's a protective ferrule around the fiber, which you can barely see in this picture, and you can easily see the bayonet connector where you would plug it in and twist it in place so that it is locked into that interface. One of the challenges with the connector types that we've seen so far is that those fiber connections take up a lot of real estate. It would be a lot more efficient if we could put more fiber into a smaller connection, and there is a connector type for that called the MPO, which is multi-fiber push-on. Inside the MPO are 12 individual fibers that are contained in that single cable connection. This also has a lock in place that's very similar to the SC connector, where you would push it in place and you would have to pull it out slightly to unlock it from the interface. You might also see this connector referred to as an MTP. That name is provided by Corning, and they refer to this as an MTP MPO connector. Here's a side view of the connector. It has this lock on the top, and the individual fibers are these smaller dots you can barely see in this picture. If we look at it straight on with some light being sent through the fiber, you can see that all 12 of those fibers are much easier to see on the MPO connector. One common copper connector we use on our networks today is an RJ11. This stands for Register Jack Type 11. It is a 6-position connector, but we only use 2 conductors inside of this connector. Sometimes you'll see this referred to as a 6P2C, or 6-position 2-conductor. We commonly associate an RJ11 connector with an analog telephone, but you'll also see RJ11 used for DSL connections, since those use exactly the same wires as a telephone connection. Here's a better view of the RJ11 connector, and you can see the 6 positions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are clearly marked, but you notice that there are the 2 conductors in the middle that are used for RJ11. If you're using an Ethernet connection, then you're using an RJ45 connector, and this stands for Register Jack Type 45. It is an 8-position connector with 8 conductors inside, so we're using all of the conductors available on an RJ45 connection. This is slightly larger than an RJ11 connector, and it's what you would use if you're plugging in an Ethernet connection. Here's a device that has both RJ11 and RJ45 connectors on it. You can see this is a DSL connection that uses the RJ11, and these LAN connections or Ethernet connections are using the RJ45. You can see that they're very similar in shape, although the RJ11 is slightly smaller than the larger and wider RJ45. If you're using a cable modem connection, then you're probably bringing coax connections and plugging it into a cable modem. And the connector that you're probably using is the F connector. The F connector is a standard connection type. It usually has threads inside that allow you to fasten it very securely to the connector. And if you are using a cable modem, this is probably the connection type that you're using from the cable television infrastructure. This is also referred to as a DOCSIS connector, that stands for Data Over Cable Service Interface Specification. The connection that brings the signal is this single copper connection on the inside of the cable. This is what you would plug in and screw into a cable modem using that F connector connected to the coaxial cable. Another common connector used for coax is a B and C connector. This is a bayonet connector, that's what the B stands for, where you push it into the connector and twist it slightly to lock it in place. The NC in the B and C connector stands for Neil Consulman. This stands for Paul Neil from Bell Labs and Carl Consulman from Amphenol. They both were involved in creating this standard for a B and C connection. If you're bringing in a WAN connection or any other type of coax, it's very possible you might use a BNC connection to lock this in place. That is one of the benefits of using BNC, is that you're able to push the connector in and twist it, and it's not going to easily remove itself from that connection. You would need to untwist before removing that from the interface. Here's a close-up view of the BNC interfaces on a device. You can see where you would plug in the BNC connector, you twist that connector slightly, and it's locked in place onto that device. Networks can connect to each other in many different ways, and in this video we're going to look at a number of different network topologies and how those different network topologies can be deployed in an enterprise network. This can be very useful during the planning process where you're designing the network. It's also useful during the troubleshooting process so that you can tell how different networks are connected to other networks. This is also useful during the troubleshooting process so that you can visually see how one network might connect to and send data to another network. Let's start this conversation with one of the most popular network topologies in use. That would be a star network. Sometimes you may hear this referred to as a hub and spoke network. This is what we use in most large networks to connect devices together. There is a central device that is used as the central networking component, and then everyone on the network is all connecting to that same central device. A good example of a star network or a hub and spoke network is one that we have with switched Ethernet. Our Ethernet switch sits in the middle of the network, and all of the other devices connect to that same Ethernet switch. If each of these spokes around the network would like to communicate with each other, they all must communicate through this central hub. A mesh network design is if one location or device connects to another location or device over more than one network connection. This means that we could have one link communicating to another, and it might follow one path to get to that location, or it may follow an alternate path to be able to get to that location. One reason we design a network this way is so that if one link in the mesh was to fail, we can use one of the other links to complete that communication. We might also perform load balancing over these links, where half of the data is sent over one connection and the other half of the data is sent over a different connection. Although we can certainly design mesh networks for local area networks, we often see them deployed in wide area networks so that we can maintain connectivity to a remote site regardless of what network connection might be available. If you were to look at a large enterprise network, you would notice there are a number of different architectures all being used in different parts of the network. And when we combine all of those together, we've created a hybrid network. One part of the network might be a star network, another part of the network may be point-to-point, and a third part of the network might be a mesh network. Once we combine all of these together, we've created a hybrid architecture. Many data centers take advantage of a spine and leaf architecture. This is where you would have individual switches at the top that are the spine of the network. There would be switches in the middle that are leaf networks, and then you would have different devices connect to the leaf. You'll notice that the spine network is connected to all of the leaves, and the leaves are connected to each of the spines. However, those leaf switches do not connect directly to each other, and the spine switches also do not connect directly to each other. This works very well for an architecture we use in many data centers known as top-of-rack switching. In top of rack switching, every rack has a leaf switch at the top of every physical rack. We would then connect all of the physical devices in that rack to the leaf switch that is at the top of that rack. This keeps your cabling very simple because all of your cabling is self-contained within that same rack. There is redundancy because you have this rack connected to multiple spines. This also increases the overall performance of the network because we're no more than one switch away from any other device in the data center. If your data center only has a handful of racks, this may be a relatively inexpensive way to connect all of these devices together. But when you have tens or hundreds or even thousands of racks in a data center, you would need a separate switch for every rack, and of course, the cost of that will increase for each rack you have in the network. When looking around the network, you may find some wide area network connections that are point-to-point, and as the name implies, there is a single point connected to a single point. This was a very common design on older wide area networks where you would use something like a T1 or a T3 connection. We refer to those as point-to-point T1 or point-to-point T3. We might also use this design in local area networks. If you work on a campus, you can connect one building to another over two connections, and the connection between those two buildings would be a point-to-point connection. Enterprise networks take advantage of a three-tiered architecture. This is a very common design, and you'll find many organizations use a three-tiered network design for their network. This starts with the core of the network, and this is where we might have the central point for all of our resources. So our servers, our applications, our databases, and other critical points are going to be contained within the core of the network. The second tier in a three-tiered architecture is the distribution layer. This distribution is the midpoint between the users and those core resources. This is usually a series of switches that provides redundancy and connectivity for those users to access those critical resources. And lastly, our users need somewhere to connect, and they often connect to an access layer. These are switches that are usually located very close to the user, usually on the same floor of a building, for example, and that access layer allows us to connect to the distribution, which then connects to the core of the network. This three-tiered architecture is very common to what we might see in a large city. The downtown area of the city is the core of the city, and all of the major resources for that city may be located in a very small geographical area in the center or core of that location. To be able to get to downtown, we need some type of distribution method. For example, we need some type of highway that might connect our homes to the downtown area. And our homes are usually connected to these larger highways through access roads. This allows us to use our local roads for all of our daily chores, but when we need to get to the core downtown, we may need to use those distribution highways. Here's what this three-tiered architecture looks like in a network diagram. The core of the network usually has core routers that are allowing us to connect to other resources in the core. The distribution layer in the middle is the one connecting the core to the access switches. And at the very bottom, the access layer is the one that all of the users are connected to. You'll notice there are multiple links between the access and the distribution, and occasionally you might even find multiple links between the distribution and the core. So if one component happens to fail, we can always use other parts of the network to complete that communication path. This is often combined with multiple buildings. So here on a single campus, we have two separate buildings. All the users are connected on each floor of the building to an access switch. Each access switch in the building is usually connected to one or more distribution switches, and those distribution switches are connected to the core of the network, which may be located in a central data center. If you're a smaller organization, there may not be a need for a much larger three-tiered architecture. Instead, you might want to use a collapsed core architecture. This is a two-tier architecture that combines the core and distribution layer into a single collapsed core. And you can see the access layer is still exactly the same as it was before. This allows for a more simplified design and hopefully a much easier design when you're troubleshooting. This is also a lot less expensive to implement because you have less devices that you have to purchase and install onto the network. However, as you can tell by this diagram, there's not a lot of options for redundancy, so this may not be quite as resilient if you happen to lose any of these individual components. traffic within a data center, it's important to know where the traffic originates and what the destination is for that traffic. One way to describe traffic flow is an east-west traffic flow. This means that the origination and destination for this data flow is all within the same data center. This also means that we probably have very good response time from one device to another since they're all located on the same local network. If the traffic flow is one that is leaving the data center or is coming into the data center from an external source, you would refer to that as north-south traffic. This would probably have a bit of a different security posture than something that is east-west traffic because we really don't know where this traffic is going once it leaves the data center, and any inbound traffic could be coming from potentially anywhere.
Recording in progress. But trust me, it's gonna pay off. There's a lane, Kevin. Yeah, they're starting to drift in. Don't forget to clock back in from lunch. I'll give it about a couple of more minutes and let everybody get back in.
We have a file server that is sending information to an image server. All of that traffic is staying within the data center and will be considered east-west traffic. In the next part of this course, we're going to talk a lot about IP subnetting. And a big part of subnetting is the ability to convert between decimal and binary. So I thought it would be useful in this video if we step through the fundamentals of performing binary calculations. Binary, of course, is a type of numbering that uses two different numbers, either a 0 or a 1. This means that there are only two possible options when doing mathematics in binary. The answer is either going to include a 0 or it's going to include a 1. Each one of these
Alright, looks like everybody's back. I had to shut down the meeting during lunchtime because I had to do another meeting and I needed Zoom. So, alright. We're going to start getting into day one. I was just letting everybody know we will be passing out a lot of tips and information. Thanks for keeping up and bookmarking everything.
Is a conversion chart to convert between.
I believe Michael had a question about an external monitor. I use the TV. I actually have a 32-inch TV sitting on my wall, on my desk. I converted, it was sitting in the garage. I just converted it to a monitor. And I got two other monitors. So I got 3 monitors and a laptop. But snatch the HDMI cable, boom, you got yourself a monitor. Don't go buy one. You don't need to. Yep.
We created
Works out great.
With 8 individual places, but you could keep moving to the left.
Yeah. It's dope. It's a multimedia asset.
We'll double it to 256. We'll double
Yep,
that
multimedia asset.
12, and so on. You can keep continuing this process.
Okay, so let's go ahead and share my screen.
You can still perform the same type of conversion back to decimal. Let's now use
Go ahead and get cracking for this lesson before career services gets in here. So we got like 40 minutes that we can talk. Alright, so what we have in front of us right now, day 1, networking and security 1. Today we start getting into the nitty-gritty of networks. Now this is when all the stuff starts. So now we're taking this educational train. So 1201, we learn how to put everything together as far as hardware. There we're talking about hardware requirements, firmware, drivers. How do you put this stuff together? When you put it on the motherboard, which that's the central location of everything, that's the land in which all of these basic components live in order to create a machine that will be able to communicate with other people and to facilitate any requirements needed from an application. When it comes on, it goes through a diagnostic test, just like your car does when you turn the key. Good, now you know everything's working. If it's not, you get error codes, then you start troubleshooting. Next, from there, 1202, we learn how to put the operating system on there. The operating system is merely a communicator between the devices you use to build your
And every place there is a 1,
client,
we're going to
your
pull down the
asset,
number
your
just
desktop,
above
your
that 1.
laptop.
And you can
It
see
is
we only
the
have two
communication
binary ones
piece
in this
which
number.
allows you
That's associated
to
with
translate
2
information
associated with the
between
128.
applications
So we'll
that you
bring
put
down the
on
128,
your
bring down the 2, add those
computer
together, and we've got
to
1
those
third
pieces
in
of
decimal.
hardware
So the
in
binary
order
value
to use
1,
such
0, 0,
applications
0,
or
0,
transmit
0,
data.
1, 0 is the same as
Now
130
we are
in
to the
decimal.
point where now we have to see how all of these computers talk via the DMV of the internet. There are two primary organizations. Who remembers who could type them in the chat?
Because each one of these
That's
spaces
one.
has a 1, we're going to bring down
That's two.
all
Thank you
of
very
the
much.
numbers of our
The
conversion.
IEEE and the IANA.
Plus 32 plus 16
IANA, we call them the DMV of the
would have the
internet.
value up to
Rules and regulations on how information and data is
so the
supposed to
conversion
travel.
of 1111
The IEEE gives you the standard, right? But they also approve said equipment to be used to transmit whatever.
This question asks,
Okay? So it's a two-parter. Who we have on the screen right now as we move along is to Tony Kaladi, former CEO of My Community Career. Right now, Amy Cernak is, Amy Anisku is the new CEO of My Community Career. But Tony is still involved, and if you'd like to send him a Dear Tony, he has his ears open for you. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be sitting in domain 1 for this first part of the lesson. 1.1, 1.2, and 1.6 will be the areas in which we are focusing. We already know about the OSI model. And let's get that. Next, network of appliances, applications, and functions. Now we'll start talking about switches and routers. Layer 2, layer 3, and how they're going to communicate. And we're going to compare and contrast network topologies, architectures, and types. So let's jump into
We
it.
have to ask ourselves, is 192 less than or equal to 154?
With networks,
192 is more than 154.
they're pretty cool.
So the answer is no.
And
Put a 0 in that
I
column.
urge you to
Now
look
we
around
move
your
to the
home
next
as
column,
we
which
go
is
through
on
this information.
32.
And
We'll
just
add
look around
32 plus
and see.
anything we
You
brought
can see
down.
the vivid
So
picture of how
128
all
plus
this stuff is
32
put together.
equals 160 is
We have
160
two types of
less than
networks. You have what they call,
It is not, so we'll bring
well,
down a 0.
two types of
in that
basic
column.
networks. Let me
We'll continue
rephrase
this
that.
process by
You're either going to have a
column
peer-to-peer,
16. We'll add that
or you're going to have a
we brought down.
client
So 128
to server
16
type of situation.
144 is
A
144
peer-to-peer network
154. It is.
is sort of a network
And bring down the
that can
16.
gain
Our next column
or
is
transmit
8, so we'll add
information
8 to anything
from
that
a
we
neighboring
So 128
device.
plus 16 plus 8 is 152. Is
Neighboring
152 less than or
device.
equal to 154? It is. So we'll put a 1 in that column and bring down the number 8. Our next column
Right.
is the number 4.
Just
We'll add
like
4 to
Kevin
everything
runs
we
out of
brought
sugar.
down into that bottom row. So that
Man, I don't feel like running to the store. Hey, I'm good friends with my buddy next door. Then they go knock on Michael's door. Hey, Mike, what's up? What's going on, Kevo? What you doing with pink flip-flops on in a pink robe? Hey, don't worry about that. Hey, you got some sugar? I ran out of sugar. Here you go. Boom. Takes the sugar, his pink slippers and his pink robe, and he runs back home. Okay? Not profiling anything, just saying he likes the color pink. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
I had a situation where it was midnight and I had to run up to my neighbor's house. And I was asking him for that damn flexi tape. You know, you see on commercials, you can just slap on and it just works, you know, or elite. Supposedly, I have no idea how this happened, but one of my toilets cracked and it broke. And I'm over here asking my neighbor at midnight, and he's in his flip flops and robe, and he's like, "What are you asking me for?" I was like, "What? My toilet just broke." And I was covered just in water. I was like, "Oh wow!" Trying to take. So he gave me chalk. And I took the chalk and I just smudged it all over the toilet so I could get another replacement. It was just that was a mess.
Yeah, chalk works for temp. Yep. I like that. The seal. And my uncle told me an old trick too. He says you should always travel with a pack of gum in your glove compartment.
There are only 4 possible outcomes.
I'm like, a pack of gum? He says that stuff that seals a leak from inside a radiator.
That's the same
Yep,
0,
jelly
1,
beans do it
2,
too.
and 3.
So
If you have 3 bits,
if you ever have a
you
crack in
have
your radio, you
8
lose a
possible
radiator fluid.
outcomes. If you
That's why you
use
pull the
4
gum out. You
bits,
drop it in,
up to 16
doop, doop,
different options.
fill it up,
5
it gets
bits
heated
gives
up,
you up to 32.
seals the leak.
6 would be
Oh,
64.
oh,
7 bits
it does it with
is
hoses
28
too.
possible
I've done it
outcomes.
before.
And
It
if you
works.
were
So
to
I travel with a
use
pack of gum in my glove
9
compartment,
bits, 10
and it
bits,
just sits
11
there.
bits, and so
Yep.
on, you would
But good
also
stuff.
use
So,
the total decimal number. You can see that this
so the
value
peer-to-peer,
is listed in
like with
this
the pink
chart.
flip-flops,
And
you went to
notice
go
that
get
I've
some
also
sugar.
added
Yeah.
powers of 2
And then they pay it forward,
This is effectively
right?
what we've been doing
And
all the
Mike might
time.
need something
2
from
to
Mr.
the
T
0 power
right
is
over here.
1, 2 to the first
And then
power is
Mr. T
2,
may need,
2
so
to the
we all work
second power
together.
is 4, 2 to the third power is 8.
You
and
see
so
this
on.
type
So
one
as we
in
increase
Napster.
this powers
Y'all
of
remember
2,
Napster?
we are
Have you
also
heard of
increasing
Napster?
the total decimal value.
Okay, it was that one that that TV show everybody talks to, LimeWire, and Spotify started because there was another peer-to-peer network. Peer-to-peer networks
If
are
you've done
cool.
anything with
Jelly beans
networking,
work
then
in
you've
internet
probably run
connectivity.
into an
Oh,
IP
jelly beans work in
version
internet
or threats.
connectivity.
In this
Jelly
video,
beans?
let's look at the different configuration
very, very
options
tasty.
for IP
Now,
version 4. The IP address is the unique
Pretty crazy.
identifier that every device on the
So
network
next,
must have
what you'll
in order
find
to
is
communicate using
that
an IP
with
protocol.
peer-to-peer,
An IP address is a series of 4 numbers.
there is a
separated
problem
by
with this.
period. This would be something like
Because this is how it all starts. Charles says give a virus. How it all starts is this. You have, let's say Charles wants to set up a peer-to-peer network. He's the command and control. He's got the server. This is how this all starts out. Martin connects to it, and he's providing free music. He's got a free music library. Martin says, "Oh my God, he's got the new Dipset album. Let me go get that." Boom, grabs it, downloads it. Well, Charles put what he called,
to make the determination
you don't just
of
connect to
what
him.
devices are
He
local
gives
on
you
this
client
IP
software
subnet
you need to
and what
install
IP addresses
in
may be
order to
outside
share
of this
files
local IP subnet.
from his server
This
to your
becomes
client,
especially important when you need to send
right?
traffic
Or his
outside
computer
of
to
your
your
local
client.
subnet, and you do that
Yeah, they
with
did lose
the
verses,
default
but they got a
gateway.
Dipset album coming out
The
this week.
default gateway
October
is the IP
30th.
address of a device
We'll see
that's
how
on
this
your
works out
local
with Jim
subnet
Jones.
that allows you to
But-
communicate outside of this subnet. For example, if we
Now,
have
part of the agreement is in the
192.168.1.1.65,
software, there's a little button, and it's
and
automatically
subnet
checked.
mask
Martin,
255.255.255.255.
if anybody's looking
The
to
common default
share
gateway
files, he has to share his files.
192.168.1.1.
So now,
This is an IP address
when anybody
that is
connects to
configured
the
and assigned to the
either
router
his
on your
computer
local
or
subnet
Charles
by the
looking for
network
albums, when they upload, it goes to them too, and blah blah blah. What I'm trying to say is,
There are also other IP addresses.
now this becomes a Connect
One of
4
these is a loopback
to
address.
try to find
This is a way
free
to define
music
your
off
local device
neighboring
without having to
computers,
know
no
a
matter where they
specific
are
IP
in the
address.
world.
Every device
All
on the
right?
network has a
They call
loopback
it
address.
caching.
It's a number that is between 127.0.0.1 through
It's network caching.
127.255.255.
The theory behind this is, if I have a little piece of a file that lives on all those computers, the server or the original computer does not get overwhelmed. The request will travel through the peer-to-peer network to look for the new Dipset album without making its way back to Charles. If it can find it on Martin's computer, he automatically has to share it. You understand what I'm saying? So that's how Napster worked with free music. That's why they shut them down. Bad part about that is, like Charles said, what if Martin was nefarious and he took the album, put a virus in it, and re-uploaded it to create his own botnet? So everybody that took the file, it automatically installed the remote access terminal. So now he's going to exploit any vulnerability you have in your computer and you don't even know it. That's why with those peer-to-peer networks, you can get a lot of viruses and malware. Yeah, gotta be careful. Next, Charles says, probably watch me play a lot of StarCraft. Yes, sir. And then those vulnerable ports. Remember the ports of StarCraft? Weird ones. Next, you have a client server. Works the same way, right? So the peer-to-peer is one computer, neighbors to another, they all share. They call it network caching. All right, over here, we have a command and control situation. This is where Brian, like he is right now, laying back in the cut in class, acting like he's so sweet and innocent. He's a hacker after midnight. He's a freaking hacker after. He said, don't tell nobody. He puts his hoodie on and he's going after it. So, after Martin infected all of these computers, he hands all that off to Brian, who's in charge of the command and control computer. So all of these now become zombie nets, botnets, because there was a remote access terminal secretly put on these, and now with the client server type of situation, we can use this to take over the world. In the early days of networking, we had to manually configure the IP address, so that's how those two kind of connect up. Default gateway, all in a manual way. We had to visit that device, change a configuration file, then that device would be able to communicate on the network. If anything changed with our local area networks are cool. Change the IP address of that device, we had to these are 3 different flavors. Flavors that you will see there. It's the flavor in your ear. Receives an IP address. The way to Craig Mack. Oh yeah. All right, here we go. Addressing is through a protocol known as DHCP or Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. You have a Soho. Plug into a wired Ethernet. Soho is good because, well, you gotta have a mixed environment with Soho. Is everything in a Soho network automatically wired? Hardwired. You're right. Yeah, I see some people go like this. It's a mixed environment. You can have wired or you can have wireless. That's why Soho is so flexible. Okay. Basic, you know how it works? You're living inside of a Soho network right now in your home. Just look around. It's pretty basic, isn't it? Not your home, the network. The network is pretty basic. But if we move up to an enterprise land, now we start putting some seasoning on that thing. Okay. Just like primarily at home, everything can be wireless. You usually have less than 50 devices connected. Life's good. At any given time, you don't really have to worry about it. It is unmanaged. Now, with an enterprise network, it's managed. Look at every room in your house. Okay? Generally, what you're going to have is a server that's going to provide information for everybody, depending on what you need. And these different networks will pull from a centrally located device in order to get work done. Okay? The second part of this is, if you notice, there's different colors here. That's more of a lighter blue, middle blue, and dark blue. These are now what we call, now we have to separate local area networks to prevent all of these from being able to see what is on each other's server. So now you have to do what they call LAN segmentation. One way that we've been able to extend the functionality of IP version local area network segmentation of IP address ranges that can only be used on the inside. Let me explain to you what this means. We refer these as a private IP address range. Anything that is a private IP address cannot be routed on the public internet. Fortunately, these it's what they call, I don't know why I always capitalize my second letter. I think my finger gets lazy. Okay. If you were to look at the IP a native LAN device right now, it's likely that it's a private IP address. So if at home, you have all your devices connected on one. That's your Soho network. How are you able to communicate on the internet? I don't care if it's a cell phone, laptop, desktop, whatever you got going on inside your house, they're all on a native LAN. So natively, they're all attracted to one part of the network. It's a security nightmare if you bring that same concept to an enterprise environment. Okay? That means if I infiltrate this computer right here, and I'm able to travel to get to the server, can y'all see that?
networks. If we were to look into the details of RFC 1918,
That's
we
bad,
would see
because
three
now
different ranges
I
you
could
set aside for private IP addressing. These three
raise
ranges
permissions
are
and
10.0.0
access rights
through
from
10.0.0
other user accounts, and now I'm able to do this.
And if you were to count up all of the possible
Now I'm
addresses
able
in
to
that
get
range,
to
it would
every
be over
computer on
16
that
million
LAN.
addresses. We often refer to this as
All right.
a single class A
If
block.
I really get good
We often write it
and
as
learn how to
10.0.0/8.
traverse networks, they call it new word I'm introducing, traversing.
/8 address, it's
Now I learn how to get from the HR
The
LAN
host size of this particular IP address range is 24
to the server which holds the database with all the employees. And then I start traversing the network and I start getting into these different computers. So that's how, when you hear about the MGM hack and all of these different things that happen, that's how people are getting into these. So I have a question for you. When we, let me make a statement first before I ask you a question. Everything about the network that we learned about in 1202 with the operating system talked about group policy, firewall, and security setup, rights and permissions. If we're talking about this, it's rights and permissions. All right. As we translate to Network Plus, it's the same thing on what I'm about to say, but it applies to hardware. We call it configuration. You have to have the proper configuration put in place in order to prevent somebody from doing all of this, traversing the network. Each device that is on a network needs to be configured properly. You have to think of that device as the bouncer at the club. Each device has a bouncer at the club. It's called the firewall, and it's called the access control list inside of the configurations. If you do that, you make it real hard for people to traverse the network. The third flavor in which we have is the data center. Okay, let's look at it this way. As we go back to Soho, your house, 50 devices or less, native LAN, really nothing to see here. Can you be compromised? Oh, well, yes, you can. But you're inside your house, it's native to you. Everything sits on one. Enterprise, we can't do that. It's a mix between a data center, because you can have servers to provide you information, and you can have a mix of Soho where now certain people go to get this information depending on what local area network you sit on. So this is kind of like a mix between the two. A data center is strictly an environment that provides information to the user. That's it. It's a strict environment of providing data or resource to a user. That's it. That's what it's there for. Okay? And people can log on from anywhere in the world. So far, did everybody get those three analogies? They think we're good. I'm looking out. Okay, good. Let's move on. Now, if we want to talk about different topologies, these are the three that we have. Okay? One is a point-to-point topology. Okay? And this is a little homework. Who wants to look up point-to-point topology and present some good points before we get out of here today at 6, so we can do this all you gotta do is talk for a minute. Some good things about it and some bad things about it. Mr. T, you got it? All right, Mr. T, he wants to do point-to-point.
I got it right now.
You just toward the end of the day.
Okay.
Yeah, we could just go over some pros and cons. So Mr. T's got that one. Who wants to do star? Lively crowd.
Yeah, I can do
Charles is going to do star.
Oh.
Thank you. And Mike, he'll do mesh. I got you. Marines get voluntold. You're never going to escape it.
I'm no longer serving. I'm no longer in.
Me neither, but it felt good to do it. I know he's going to get me later. It's like, James, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get. See, look at his face. He's going to get me. Woo. I'm going to act like I don't see him. I'm going to look this way. Thanks for playing along, Mike. Appreciate you. All right. So we'll circle back to that. Point to point. No, I don't want to do this, but I am. I'm going to give you a couple, but there's a couple of more points y'all can bring out. So point to point, you're looking from one talking to another one, okay? And then usually with point to point, dang it, can I get my finger to work? In a point to point or duplex, this is called a duplex. When one connects to another. This is part of the learning objective, so I'm at least going to tell you about this one. When two nodes, you see, here's another word. Golly. Sorry. I have to clarify for y'all. If y'all see this, it's all the same. Node, client, endpoint, it's the same word. I don't know why they keep changing the words, but we're adding. Node, client, endpoint. When you have any one of those, one talking to another with a connection, it is duplicity. When the network media is half duplex, a node cannot transmit and receive. I'm going to say this real basic for you. So when two are connected, a half duplex means one has to communicate at a time. Example, CB radio. Breaker 19er, Kevo, are you out there? Over, click. I gotta let it go and give Kevo the range to reply back. Then he says what he has to say. Correct. Yep, 10-4. Then he lets go, and then that's half duplex. We can't talk at the same time. Full duplex is right here in number 3. Meaning me and Kevin can talk at the same time right now at each other. Blah, 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 blah. And y'all gonna be like, well, you two shut up. I can't hear nothing. That's full duplex. We can talk both ways at the same time. Okay? Now, I'm gonna tell you this while we're here, because it seems to work. Okay? I always season something before we get to it so you can understand it. If you have one computer and or component trying to talk to another one, and you are the one that set it up, and it seems like it's getting it, and then it's not getting it, and then it's getting it, and it's not getting it, you have to log into the machine and configure. The port may have half duplex on. That is let me write these down because this is going to help you on the exam. Remember we said configuration? The word for network plus is configuration. Is the port configured for half or full duplex? That's what you need to ask yourself. That might be the reason why you're getting jitter, or you're getting online and not being on. You're offline, online, offline, right? Especially in a new install of a component. Okay? Next, you have what they call the star, like Prince. Baby, I'm a star. Ooh, might not know it now. Baby, I try harder. I'm a star. There you go. There you go, Kevin. That's my backup dancer. We're going on the road. So it's a star network, or star topology. Simply put, you have a central located device that all the nodes have to talk to retransmit the data somewhere. Okay? I'm going to save a point about this because one of y'all are going to find this when you do your overview in the last 5 minutes of the class. Remember, you don't have to talk for 10 minutes. I just asked for 60 seconds. But if you find something that's good for all of us, let us know. There's something about that centrally located thing in the star that's not good. And we'll get to that. Mesh. Now, this is cool. A full mesh topology takes every node in your house. Now, if you're wondering what the dot, okay. The way they do these things, I have to bring you along with me. I can't assume you know what this, who knows what this is? Tell the truth if you don't. Yep, Kevin's like, I have no clue. Good, I'm glad you said it. You'll start seeing this stuff when they're talking about IP addresses. Those are the IP addresses. They just use the last octet. Okay? So you would assume in your mind that's 192.168.0.1, .0.2, .0.3, .0.4, right? So they all can talk. The reason why this is an issue and it's hard to set up, but once you have it set up, it's dope. This is a fail-safe network. It's a fail-safe network. All right? See, there's no centrally located device here. So if the device would have went down in a star, none of these people would talk. They're on an island by themselves. Can't get nothing done. The centrally located device failed. What is it called when you have something, when you have something waiting to take the place of something that failed? We learned it in RAID. It's 2 words we have it. We have it. Yep, there's no redundancy there. There's no fault tolerance. Yep. It's one of them words. They're both sort of the same. Fault tolerant, redundancy. There's none. Okay? That's why this is not the preferred one. It's easy to set up. It's cheap, but it's not preferred. Here with mesh, this is what you have going on. You have to physically go inside. Let me show it to you. This is a picture of your reader. When you're looking at setup, this is why one of the students said, James, why didn't you show us this in 1201 and 1202? Would have made life a lot easier. It's inside packet tracer. You can just pull up any device, go to this command line interface, especially if it's a router or a switch, and that's what you see. Okay? When you get in here, you can set up different things. You can set up your wireless, your security, access restrictions. That's when you time out people. They can only get on the internet inside your house at a certain amount of hours of time. Great for kids that like to stay up all night playing Xbox. You can give permissions to applications in gaming. Just put in their IP address, their external ports, enable it, good. You can administer it, right? But the cool thing here with the setup, with the DHCP, with the LAN, here you can adjust the lease time for IP addresses. You can lower that, right? And inside of your router is DHCP. So here's where you reserve the addresses in a pool for static addresses. Addresses that you do not want to change, you put them here. And then you take those addresses and assign them to whatever devices you want them to have. Like your TV, your Xbox, your printer, your camera, your security camera. Those addresses, you do not want them to change. So that's what you would do. Okay? But also inside of here, you can set up LANs. Okay? And we'll get into that with the router on setting up LANs. All right, back to the show. So within this first one, we talked about connected devices, sharing data, computer protocols, and transmission medium. The transmission medium is either going to be wired or wireless. So when they talk about a medium, they're talking about how are you getting it? It's only two ways, wired or wireless. All right. If we look at a client server network, the central server provides resources and services to clients. All right. A central server provides resources and services to the client. Okay. If we're looking at so you have client server or server client. Okay. Client connects to the server, to the central server. You get the resources. Server to client. Server connects to clients to get the information it's collecting. You'll see a server to client situation in Seam. Y'all remember what that is? Mr. T does. Here he goes. He's typing. Brian's smiling too. Brian, I know. Brian, you better be typing some stuff in here. I see you up there giggling. Seam. Yeah, security information and event management. So now, all that client API that was put on there to pretty much tattletale on your computer, it's a snitch. The server at any time can reach out to the client for a server to client and snatch that information. Right? So it's snitch software. It's a snitch. That's what it is. Tells on you. That's how people find out what's going on. Local area networks connects devices within a limited area. Yep, like packet sniffing. Yep. It's all snitchy. Snitch stuff. Yeah, working for the feds, man. Then network topology. This is the layout of connections between network devices. Star, mesh, point to point. Mesh is totally expensive to set up, but once you set it up, it's dope. Star is easy to set up, but you don't want to use it because there's a single point of failure. And point to point, that's the easiest one to hook up. One device to another. Anybody ever hook up your cell phone from one cell phone to another cell phone via Bluetooth? What? Before AirDrop and NFC and nearby devices, we had to connect each other's phone via Bluetooth to transfer information. Like music. It's a transfer thing. It's actually a secure transfer. If I'm standing next to Mike, he's like, yo, you got that new Dipset album? It's like, yeah, man, I got an early release. I know, Mike. Yo, man, connect the phone, man. If there was no Wi-Fi around, then we could use Bluetooth. I pair with his, boom, boom, put the pin in, boom, boom, and I click on the file, and it's asked me, how do you want to transfer? I'll put via Bluetooth. Then I have to select a device. I'll select Michael's device because it has a name. Hit send, and it'll go. When it's complete, after he accepts the transfer, it transfers over and says, hey, Mike, you just got a new device. It's in that particular folder. It's in the downloads folder. You can still do that to this day, and it's one of the most secure ways to transfer information. Okay? So, good way to look at it. Hey, got a question for you. 2 questions. Which wired network topology is commonly used or should be considered for its centralized control, ease of management, and ability to isolate network issues? Dipset Dr. Preparation. Centralized control. Star.
Yeah, Star.
Yeah. You need to design a network that seamlessly integrates both wired and wireless connections for large organizations, prioritizing reliability and scalability. Which network topology would you best be suited for you? You're correct, hybrid. Hybrid is a little bit of all three. If you actually look, now a bus topology is just kind of like having all of your devices in a row. This is a point-to-point, but on a bus topology, you can have like 5 or 6 computers coming off one transmission line. There's no central device. But the problem is if the wire breaks, nobody gets anything. That's when we had those old BNC connections. Y'all remember BNC? Who remembers BNC? Bayonet Connect. Oh yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible. We had a NIC card with it had a male and female end. You put it on and twist it. They call it a twisted bayonet connection. And you use RG6 wire. Right? It went all over the place. It was real slow. We didn't have internet. This is before internet, people. I'm not telling. Dang, I sound old. Let's move on. I'm tired right now. I'm depressed. But if one of those wires snapped or was broke, the whole network wouldn't work in a work center. So yeah, I'm glad this came about. Yeah. All right. Any questions on that? I guess I could find a video to take up the last 7 minutes before y'all go on break. I'll try to scrounge up something. How are y'all looking? Or an old man nap. Never talk crap on naps. Y'all crack me up, man. How are y'all liking that packet tracer? Now, the initial getting to know each other phase can be kind of like, It confused me, man. It gets better. Once you get to the labs, you'll be like, oh, okay, I got it. Yeah. Correct. You need some practice, but once you get in and out of there like 3 or 4 times, it flows after that. You're like, oh, okay, I got it. Just stick with it. It's better. It's like speed, but better. The programmers use speed to hardly work. Yeah. It's a nice program. All right. So let's do this. I have nothing for the past 8 minutes. Next 8 minutes. So go ahead and work on whatever, break out whatever you need to break out. At 10 till, just go on break, and I'll see you back at 3. I gotta make a phone call real quick, so I'll be right back myself. So remember, 10 till, just go to break. Be back at top of the hour for Miss Jewel. Cool.
In this particular subnet mask, so your first 2 octets are all 1, and third octet has 4 1s and 4 zeros, and of course, the last octet will be all 0. If we refer to our chart, we know that the decimal version of that binary subnet mask will be 255.255.240.0, which is the same as a /20 CIDR block notation. That means the network part of this address is 20 bits in length, which leaves us 12 bits available for host IP addresses.
People can go crazy trying to stop a cyber attack.
In this video, we're going to look at a detailed calculation of subnets and hosts using IP version 4. If you stumbled across this video, I highly recommend you go back and look at our video on binary math, classical subnetting, and IPv4 subnet masks. As we've been going through these subnetting videos, you may be asking yourself, why do we have to go through this process of calculating IP addresses, their mask, looking at default gateways, and understanding what the first and last available IP address might be? Well, that's because it would be functionally impossible to have one device that would know where every other device in the world might be. Instead, we create smaller networks and we build routers that are able to get information between all of these smaller networks. This allows us to communicate to anywhere in the world without knowing exactly where that destination location might be. We simply send out the packet, and the routers every step of the way allow us to get that information to the final destination. Well, this means that we need to create these smaller networks, and we do this by using a process known as VLSM, or Variable Length Subnet Masks. As the name implies, these subnet masks are not like the class-based networks that we looked at earlier, which have a very fixed number of bits in the subnet mask. Instead, we can create a subnet mask that has a different number of bits on every network, therefore creating a variable length of a subnet mask. This means you, as the network administrator, can build a network that is exactly the right size with the right number of networks and the right number of hosts, and you have complete control over what the subnet mask might be for that network. This is a lot like cutting a pizza into smaller pieces. How many pieces do you need in the pizza? Should the pizza be cut in 2 pieces? Should it be 4? Should it be 8? Or should it be even more than that? If we apply this to IP, we can look at a Class A network which has 10.0.0.0 and a subnet mask with a /8. But if we wanted to cut that pizza into smaller pieces, we might have a subnet mask of a /24 or even a /26. Since we're using a different number of bits than 8 in the subnet mask, we're using a variable length subnet mask that we can define to be whatever we'd like. Let's perform some of this variable length subnet masking, but let's first look at the default subnet mask for a Class A address. This would be 10.0.0.0. The default is Class A, since that starts with the number 10, and the default subnet mask for that would be 255.0.0.0. This would be the default subnet mask if all we did was have classful addressing. If you were to look at this classful address in binary, the first 8 bits would be 1, and the remaining bits would be 0. In decimal, that means it would be 255.0.0.0, and if you were to use the CIDR block notation, this would be a /8 subnet. This means that the network bits would be those first 8 bits of the address, and the host bits would be the last 24 bits of the address. Since this is a /8 subnet mask, we are drawing our line after those first 8 bits of the subnet mask. But in reality, of course, we could pick a different number of subnet bits. We just need to decide what works best for our network. For example, let's draw our line right after the 3rd octet. This means that we still have our default first 8 bits as part of that Class A address, but we're going to borrow the middle 16 bits as what we call our subnet bits. This means those subnet bits would now be turned into 1, and the host section of the IP address would shrink down to 8 bits. This means that the decimal subnet mask would be 255.255.255.0, and the CIDR block notation for this new subnet mask would be /24. We've been doing a lot of these calculations in binary, and then we've been converting that binary back to decimal. But that process tends to take time, and one of the faster ways to perform these calculations is to look at a list of the powers of 2. For example, you can look at 2 to the first power is 2, 2 to the second power is 4, 2 to the third power is 8, and so on. If you want to calculate the number of subnets and the number of hosts, you can calculate the number of subnets as 2 to the number of subnet bits, and the number of hosts per subnet would be 2 to the number of host bits minus 2. That subtraction for the 2 means that we are subtracting the number that we would use for our network address and the number that we would use for our broadcast address. Everything in the middle would be our host addresses. So let's now use this chart with our powers of 2 to calculate the number of subnets and the number of hosts per subnet. Let's take the IP address of 10.1.1.0/24. If we perform our calculation in binary, we would write out all 24 of those bits as ones, and the last 8 bits would be 0. The default for a class A address such as this one, though, would normally have our network address as the first 8 bits. But we are moving that line another 16 bits over so that we are borrowing an additional 16 bits for the subnet. That leaves us with 8 bits left over for the host. If we were to calculate the number of subnets using these powers of 2, we would take 2 to the number of subnet bits. And since we have 16 subnet bits, 2 to the power of 16 is 65,536. If we were to calculate number of hosts per subnet, it's 2 to the number of host bits minus 2. We have 8 host bits, which means 2 to the 8 minus 2 is 256 minus 2, or 254. So for this IP address of 10.1.1.0/24, we can have a maximum number of subnets of 65,536, and on each of those subnets, we can have a maximum of 254 devices. Let's calculate another one. We'll look at an IP address of 192.168.11.0/26. If we were to write out that /26, you can see there are 26 ones. That leaves us with 2 ones in the last octet, and we have 6 zeros left over at the end. If we calculate the class of this address, we look at the first octet, which is 192, which means this is a Class C address. That means it has a total number of 24 bits as the network address by default. But we borrowed a couple of extra bits into the last octet, so there are 2 additional bits available that we will call our subnet bits. And then, of course, we have the last 6 bits available as the host bits. Let's perform our calculation again. To calculate the number of subnets, we use 2 to the number of subnet bits. We have 2 bits left over as the subnet bits. 2 to the second power is 4. To calculate the host per subnet, we have 6 bits, so we take 2 to the 6th power and subtract 2 from there. That means we have 64 minus 2, or 62. So for this IP address of 192.168.11.0/26, we can create a total of 4 subnets, and on each of those subnets, we can have a total of 62 devices. This same process works with any type of subnet mask. Let's take, for example, 172.16.55.0/21. If we looked at this in binary, we would have 21 ones, which means we have 8 in the first octet, 8 in the second octet, and 5 ones in the third octet. Everything else, of course, would be zeros. And if we look at this IP address, it starts with 172, which by default would be a Class B address. So by default, the first 16 bits would be your network address. We borrowed some additional bits, in this case, 5 additional bits to be our subnet bits, and then everything left would be our 11 host bits. Performing our calculation again, we have 5 subnet bits, so to calculate the number of subnets, it's 2 to the 5th power, or 32. We have 11 host bits left over, so if we calculate that as 2 to the 11th power minus 2, that would be the same as 2048 minus 2, or a total of 2046 devices. So for this IP address of 172.16.55.0/21, we can have a total of 32 subnets, and on each of those subnets, we can have a maximum of 2046 devices. If you use this powers of 2 to perform these calculations, it can be a very quick way to determine what the number of subnets might be and what the host per subnet might be. But there are some shortcuts available that might get you to these values much faster, and in the next couple of videos, we'll give you some different options for calculating this process using those shortcuts.
At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you in.
If you've been with us with the videos just prior to this one, then you've learned a lot about subnetting, masks, cider block notation, and other important fundamentals when it comes to subnetting via IP version 4. All of that work has brought us to this point where we can start to answer questions like this one. Here's a network layout, and it says, here's your IP address assignment. We've been given the IP address of 192.168.1.0/24. And this says we need an IP addressing scheme with more than one network address that can support 40 devices per subnet. That is the optimal number we're looking for, and we need to determine how to subnet this network address to be able to get 40 devices per subnet. Now you could of course write out all of the possibilities in decimal and binary and be able to calculate what the differences are with the number of networks and the number of hosts per network. For example, if you look at the default subnet mask that we were given, which is 255.255.255.0, you can see this is the binary representation of that subnet mask and the CIDR notation, which is a /24. That gives us one single network with 254 hosts per network. If we borrow 1 bit from the host side, so that we are at 255.255.255.128 as our subnet mask, or a /25, we would be able to create 2 networks with 126 hosts per network. We are getting closer to that number of 40. Let's keep going by borrowing another bit so that our subnet mask is 255.255.255.192, or a /26. This allows us to have 4 networks with a total of 62 hosts on each of those subnets. This is certainly getting close to 40, but let's go one more step to see if we're getting even closer to that 40 value. The next step would be to borrow 1 more bit from the host side. So now we're borrowing 3 subnet bits, which means our subnet mask is 255.255.255.224, or a /27. If we subnet in this way, we can have a maximum of 8 networks, but it would only allow for 30 hosts per network. This means that the optimal subnet mask, if we're looking for a total of 40 devices per subnet, would be the next one up, or the /26, which would give us 4 networks and a maximum of 62 hosts per network. Now we can certainly speed this process along by performing a calculation based on powers of 2. Let's look to see how we might do that. We have a starting IP address of 192.168.1.0 and a subnet mask of 255.255.255.192. And based on this information, we can show the network address and the subnet mask in binary. And you'll notice in the subnet mask, we have the default number of bits for that address, plus the 2 extra bits that we borrowed from the host side. Visually, you can see where the 24 subnet bits might be, the 2 extra bits we borrowed for the subnet, and the 6 bits that are left over on the host side. If we were to now calculate the number of subnets and the number of hosts per subnets using this powers of 2 formula, we would take 2 to the second power, because the second power would be 2 bits, and that would be a total of 4 networks. We would determine the number of hosts per subnet by taking those 6 host bits that are left over at the end and calculating 2 to the 6th power minus 2, which would be 64 minus 2, or a total of 62 hosts per subnet. This is a relatively straightforward way to calculate the number of subnets and the number of hosts per subnet, but it requires you to perform a binary conversion and then count the number of bits to be able to calculate what that total might be at the end. There are some shortcuts that we can use, and in this video, we're going to look at a shortcut that uses the magic number method. These calculations are intended to give us 4 separate pieces of information. First, we need the network address or subnet ID. This would be the first address in the subnet. We also need a broadcast address. This is the last address in the subnet. We need the first available host address. This is an address that we can assign to a device on this subnet. And then we need the last available host address. We need to be able to calculate these as quickly as possible. Now, obviously, we could calculate this by converting everything to binary, looking at the subnet bits, and then calculating for every possible scenario what this particular network address might be. And
hello, how are you?
For each one of these.
Good. My internet's not that great today, so no camera. But what I'm going to do for today's class is actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to have